E aí galera, sejam bem-vindos a mais uma live aqui do canal. Como vocês estão, rapaziada? Let's go! Muito obrigado aí, João Developer. Valeu por estar virando membro aí, ou sub na Twitch. Tamo junto, é nóis, tá? Rapaziada, mano, sejam muito bem-vindos, né? Estamos aí, mano, mais uma live, tá? Vamos lá, mano, The Hunt Mega Edition. Velho, vai ter a final, tá, rapaziada? Vai ter aí a final da The Hunt, tá? Vou até aumentar um pouco aqui, galera, porque eu tô comendo. Então vou ficar um pouco sem falar, beleza? Algumas horas, tá? Salve! Pets Go, o update foi um lixo. Recusaram o update do... Como assim? Ah, tá, reusaram. Galera, quem recebeu notificação aí, mano, das lives antigas? Eita preula! Vocês receberam, né? Recebi do RBBeros. Cara, deixa eu contar o que aconteceu, tá, rapaziada? Eu percebi, rapaziada, que muitas das lives tava não listado. Tava não listado muitas das lives, tá ligado? Então, tipo assim, eu fiquei pensando, mano, por que aconteceu isso? Eu até fiquei pensando, mano, será que foi o YouTube? Porque depois de muito tempo, né, a Twitch, ela tira também as lives. E aí, eu fiquei pensando se o YouTube ia tá fazendo isso, né? Só que, aí, o que aconteceu? O YouTube, no caso... Mano, tipo, é muito aleatório, cara. Mano, é muito aleatório por causa que, tipo assim... As lives antigamente, galera, eu deixava, quando terminar a live, já deixava automaticamente pra não listada, tá ligado? Então, tipo, mano, eu acho que foi mais de 100 lives, cara, que eu desprivei, mano. Desprivei não, né? Não... Tirei do não listado, tá ligado? E o que aconteceu também, galera, eu não sei porque o YouTube, ele tem essa maluquice aí de notificar até uma live que já foi feita, tá ligado, mano? Muito nada a ver, cara. Muito nada a ver, tá? Na moralzinha mesmo, velho. Nossa, deixa eu comer aqui, galera, senão vai ficar gelada a comida, velho. Eu queria ter comido antes da live, né, mano? Mas eu já tava atrasado, mano. Aí eu nem comi não, velho. Mano, muita coisa. 20 minutos, tá? Hacker na live? Como assim, mano? Galera, vocês já sabem os 10 ganhadores? O rosto dos 10 ganhadores, mano. Olha aí, ó. Os 10 ganhadores do The Hunt, mano. Olha isso, cara. Olha os caras que ganhou. Era pra eu estar aí. Era pra eu estar aí, mano. É a vida, né? É a vida. Galera, será que essa galera tudo aí é gringa, mano? Dos Estados Unidos, será? Olha o Xine aqui, ó, o X-Greter. O Xine tem muita cara desse cara aqui, mano. É o Xine infiltrado aqui, ó. Oi, esse gordão aqui, hein? Eu tenho certeza aqui, ó. Esse gordão é o responsável de não ter falado pra gente a parada do PS Eleitor 99, tá? Tenho certeza absoluta. Foi ele, galera. Foi ele que não falou o segredo do PS Eleitor 99 pra todo mundo. E galera, e esse cara aqui, mano? E esse cara aqui, rapaziada? Oh, e o sorriso desse cara aqui tá me dando medo, tá? Olha isso. Ele tá com um sorriso maligno, tá ligado? Rapaz, tirar uma foto com David Bazuski não é pra qualquer um não, tá? Isso é louco. Mano, como eu queria que o David viesse pro Brasil, velho. Na moral, mano. Eu tenho certeza de uma coisa, galera. Uma coisa eu tenho certeza, tá? Algum desses daqui, algum pelo menos, eu tenho certeza, mano, que algum desses usou o script, mano, pra ajudar aos outros, velho. Porque não é possível, mano. Tá ligado? Aí, pra quem não sabe, esse pessoal aqui, a maioria, eu acho, a maioria é de meio que um grupinho de hobby. Vocês ficaram sabendo disso? Que eles eram tryhards em jogo de hobby. Aí, tipo assim, mano, foi a panelinha, tá ligado? A galera aqui do hobby. Foi a galerinha do hobby, né? Eu não sei, mano, se algum desses daqui, mano, usou script, tá ligado? Não faço ideia, tá? Olha esse cara aqui, ó. Esse cara aqui é suspeito, hein? Esses são os Pedros? São, mano. Aqui, ó, falando nisso, essas daqui são as skins dele no Roblox, ó. Esses daqui, ó. Mano, na moral, velho. Peraí. Por que o nome deles todos estão assim, galera, ó? Ah, não, acho que é... Olha lá, Hunt com alguma coisa, ó. Hunt. Todo mundo tá com esse Hunt, mano, no começo do nome. Você ainda tá me devendo 875 Robux, foram 2 dias.
Você ainda está me devendo 877 Robux, já foram 2 dias.
Tudo que é dito ou feito no 1º de abril, fica no 1º de abril, beleza, Tita? Rapaz. Ô, na moral, velho. Olha o cara usando a coroa, galera. Olha o cara usando a coroa, rapaziada. A melhor coroa, mano. Ah, não. Aí acabou, velho. Ai, ai, gente. Mas vamos lá, né, velho? Infelizmente não tem como eu dropar pra vocês, tá, rapaziada? Legal. Mas o que é isso aqui? Ah, tá, é todos os mapas aqui, certo, certo. Mano, muita coisa aí, rapaziada. Muita coisa, mano, já foi mudada aqui. Vamos lá. Todo mundo aí, mano, compartilha a live, beleza? Porque é realmente muito importante, tá? Galera, lembrando, tá? Agora que chegou mais gente, mano, lembrando que o motivo, mano, do spam, né, que vocês teve aí, mano, no recomendados, na notificação de vocês, mano, sobre lives antigas, é porque eu tirei, mano, de não listar do YouTube, notificou pra todo mundo, e provavelmente agora, hoje, o canal não tem mais notificação, tá ligado? Olha que maravilha! Tá ligado? Deixa eu até voltar ali, mano, com o YouTube Feeds, né, velho? Por causa que eu tinha tirado também, porque era outra parada que tava bugada lá. Mano, o bot tava passando mal, velho. Deixa eu mencionar o pessoal aqui, ó. Prontinho, mano, já mencionei lá. Mas pelo lado bom, é live antiga. Sim, com certeza, né, mano? Não, lado bom não tem, é live antiga, mano. 11 minutos, galera. 11 minutos aí para a estreia, o evento ao vivo, tá? Lembrando que isso aqui, galera, é uma live, tá? Um ganhador, $1 milhão. Olha só, fala aqui, ó. Cê é louco, mano. Velho, deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui, galera. Ó, se eu for colocar outra conta aqui, mano, vocês vão ver, tá ligado? Mas, tipo, ó, olha isso aqui, ó. Só aqui, mano, já dá pra perceber, tá ligado? Ó. Caramba, cara. Mano, olha isso aqui, John. O John, mano. O John tá ligado nisso daqui, mano. Cara, meu Deus, mano. É muita live antiga, velho. É muita live antiga, mano, que foi liberada, tá ligado? Mano, não sei porquê, cara. Ó, uma das minhas melhores lives que eu mais fiquei... Cara, gostei de fazer, mano, foi a de Ink Machine, tá ligado? Aquela Bench End Machine. Alguma coisa. E ela tava não listada, mano. Tá ligado? Ainda bem, galera, que não aconteceu uma coisa. Ainda bem que essas lives não veio pra aqui pra cima, tá ligado? Imagina ficar aqui, ó, um monte de live, tá ligado? Nossa, mano, tá doido. Elas vieram pra cá, ó, tá vendo, ó? Isso daqui, galera, se eu não me engano, ó. Ó, essa live daqui, mano, de jogando mapas construídos, ó. Isso daqui é antigo, ó, que foi colocado agora, tá ligado, ó. Essas daqui também tava tudo listada, tá ligado, ó. Mano, tinha muita lá. Aqui, ó, de Benjamin Machine, ó. Essa daqui, tá ligado, ó. A de Undertale, entendeu? Tá tudo aí no canal agora, mano. Tá tudo aí no canal. As de RB Battles, que também foram tiradas, ó. Que é a que vocês mais receberam notificação, eu acho. Foi a de RB Battles, ó. Tá tudo aí no canal. E sabe o que eu tô pensando, galera? De fazer playlist, mano. Tá ligado? Organizar as playlists aqui. Tá ligado? Tô pensando, mano, em organizar cada coisa aqui, velho. Sei lá, tipo, RB Battles 2021, 2022. Tá ligado? Tipo, organizar tudo aqui, entendeu? Mano, vai ser só 2 de RB Battles. Ah, não, mano, a câmera travou, cara. E olha que eu comprei um novo cabo HDMI, velho. Já sei que é a placa de captura realmente, mano, isso daí, velho. Caramba, mano. Que saco, viu, velho? Caramba, galera. Mano, é alguma coisa, tá ligado, velho? Eu acho que é esse cabo USB-C aqui, velho. Depois eu vou ver se eu consigo achar outro. Eu acho que não. Pronto. Já voltou a câmera. Vamos lá. Eita, começou já, ué. Tá, beleza, vai começar em breve aqui, mano, pelo jeito. Beleza. Vamos lá, galera. Ô, mereci uma pipoca esse daqui, hein, rapaziada. Mereci uma pipoca esse daqui, hein, rapaziada. Deixa eu tirar isso aqui. Calma aí, galerinha, rapidinho. Só deixa eu fechar todas as coisas aqui, mano, que tá tudo aberto aqui, toda uma bagunça. Tá? Deixa eu fechar o Roblox também. Cara, sabe o que eu tô pensando, gente? De fazer como se fosse um cinema, tá ligado? Cara, que... Opa, opa, opa. Opa, olha a música. Não, não, acho que não. Não, não, não vou fazer tipo cinema, não. Vamos lá, hein. Começando, rapaziada. Ó, apresentado, né, no caso, hosteado por DJ Party, Mimi, Aviel, Cat, Wormicrans e Minho. O Enio tá aqui? Ué. O Enio não é youtuber, mano? Como assim? Enio é youtuber de Block Street, não é? Cara, se eu não me engano, sim, velho. Enio. É isso mesmo, mano. Eu sabia. É ele mesmo. Que doideira. Tá, ok. Vai ter ele apresentando aí, pelo jeito, o mega final, né? Vamos lá, galera! Let's go! Vamos embora, rapaziada! Vamos querer, mano! Caramba, que doideira, galera! Na moralzinha mesmo, velho. Beleza. Vamos lá, já tem uma pessoa favorita daí? Não, mano, não conheço ninguém. Não tem nenhum brasileiro nessa bomba. Tá ligado, mano? Ah, não, velho. Eu simplesmente, mano, ó, depende, tá ligado? Talvez eu tenha um favorito. Eu quero que essa tal pessoa aqui ganhe, tá ligado? Não sei. Não sei, vamos ver, né? Vamos ver. Será que vai ter legenda? Mano, sei não, viu? Você conhece o J-Party? Não, isso daí eu conheço, pô, mas... ele não vai estar participando, pô. Eu falo dos competidores, ô Xzinho Jurega. Tô torcendo pro gordinho. Vamos ver, galera. Vamos ver quem, pra quem eu vou torcer, tá ligado? Eu não sei quem é ninguém ali. Eu não sei, tá ligado? Galera, nossa, mano, imagina tá nessa transição, velho. Vocês iam torcer por mim, mano? Acho que sim, né, velho? Acho que sim. Na verdade, qualquer um brasileiro, todo mundo do Brasil ia torcer, velho. Mano, eu torço pra qualquer um brasileiro que vai pra esses eventos assim, tá ligado? Simplesmente isso. Vamos lá, velho. Vamos lá, rapaziada. The Hunt Mega Edition Live Stream starting soon. É agora, hein? É agora, hein, rapaziada. Mig, o verdadeiro $1 milhão são os amigos que fizemos no caminho, juntamente com o Egg Hunt.
$1 milhão são os antes que fizemos no caminho, juntamente com uma Egun de Kaká.
Como assim, mano? Ok, né? Valeu, Mig. Valeu pelos 5 aí, mano. Tá bom, né, velho? Ah, e galera, e o filme do Minecraft? Vocês já assistiram, mano? É bom, mano, o filme do Minecraft, rapaziada? Uma merda? Ô, louco, mano. Ô, louco. Eu acho que eu vou querer ir hoje, mano, com o Cauã, velho. Vou até avisar pra ele aqui, ó. Vou até avisar logo antes que eu me esqueça. Vamos lá, galera. 2 minutos aí, mano, pra estreia. Vamos lá, vamos lá, vamos lá. Deixa eu ver aqui, mano, se o Cinemark vai ter aqui. Vamos ver aqui, mano, se vai ter, né? Eu acho que hoje tem, mano, filme do Minecraft. Eu quero, mano, assistir o Minecraft. Dublado, deixa eu ver, 2D. 2D às 15 horas. Não. Tá. Eu pensava que já ia começar aqui, mano. Já pensei que ia começar aqui, tá ligado? Ó, Shopping Jardins. Às 17 horas, 2D dublado, sala 3. Tem às 19 horas, tá suave. Legendado. Mano, se depender, eu assisto até legendado. Dublado. 2D dublado. Tá de boa, mano. A gente pode assistir qualquer hora aqui, ó. 2D, legendado, 10 horas da noite. É isso, mano. É isso, então. Hoje eu vou ir assistir Minecraft. Vou ir assistir Minecraft, rapaziada. Minecraft. Ai, mano. Tá, beleza, vamos embora. Vocês acharam que a câmera tinha travado, né, rapaziada? Oh. Nossa, mano, eu não sei se vocês caíram nisso daí, velho. Caramba. Tá, vamos lá. Não deu pra cair, ô louco, Lazar. É porque eu não aguentei, mano. Não aguentei, eu caí na risada, tá ligado? Tá, vamos lá, rapaziada. Deu nem tempo de perceber, caramba, aí não compensou não mesmo. Tá, vamos, rapaziada. Deixa aquele like, se inscreva, porque é realmente muito importante, tá ligado? E é isso, mano, vamos ver aí a competição da The Hunt Mag Edition Live Stream Start Soon, mano. Let's go, meu amigo. Vamos lá, velho, vamos lá. Vai ter o que hoje? Vai ter aí a competição dos 10 melhores aí, Sully. Olha o Sully aí, ó. Vamos embora, rapaziada. Vamos lá, velho. Vamos lá, que hoje... 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 e let's go! Oxi! Tá bom. Ok. Roblox. Tá. Ok. Tá, preula, que legal. Desafio aceitado. Tá, nóis. Os easter eggs, token, achados, mega tokens. Olha só. Cada puzzle resolvido. Oh my gosh. Ok, 10 players faltando. Let's go. Tá? A grande competição. Let's go. The Hunt Mag Edition.
Hello.
Onde eu pare?
Mega
Chama.
Final. I'm your host, Jay Party, head of our global developer community and longtime host of all things Roblox. And joining me today are some awesome and very special guests. None other than the wonderful esports commentator and legend,
toda errada a legenda, mano.
And video star,
Ah, não, tá meio atrasada na real.
Or as I know him, just Enyo.
Olha lá o Enyo, Vidstar, tá vendo? Ah, molecote.
But thanks for letting me stay.
Aí, ô, Blazari, jogador de Blox Sushi apresentando o The Hunt Mega Edition, tá vendo? Era pra você tá aí, ô, Blazari.
Contestants warming up and rehearsing for this one, and the stakes, I mean, they've just never been higher. $1 million on the line here, J-Party.
That's right, you heard it here.
Olha lá os jogadores lá atrás, galera, ó. Que legal.
Unreal.
Os caras tudo ali atrás, ó. Caraca, mano, que legal, velho.
But first, let's introduce some special friends that will be helping us today. I'm
Que
thrilled
legal,
to
que
introduce the
legal.
Hunt Mega Final Correspondence team. Coming to you live, it's going to be Dagichi Gamer and one of creators of RB Battles, Sabrina Bright. Let's go.
Oh, Sabrina, velho!
Hi, welcome. I don't know about you, Sabrina, but I am ready to go. Like really, I am ready to go. Like, if any of you want me to substitute for you, I will gladly step in for a chance to win $1 million.
Same. Keep us posted if we need to step in, J-Party. Otherwise, we'll be here following all of the action.
Thank you both for your generous offer. Although today I think the contestants are ready to compete
Ei,
themselves.
tá
And throughout this
xizinho,
competition,
hein,
we're
mano?
checking in with this team to get their take on all of the action. Well, is it about that time, Mimi?
I think we're getting close, but first, we should meet our 10 contestants playing today.
All right, let's see who they are. Coming up first,
Eita!
in Maroon, we have the Deaf Eagle. They've been playing Roblox.
Olha lá,
for
favorite
12
game,
years,
Eternal Tower of
specializing
Hell,
in
tá vendo, ó? É os caras do parkour. Olha lá, o favorito jogo dele é Find the Bricks, tá? É o jogo favorito dele. Joga no Roblox desde 2015, o Sarif. O jogo favorito é Rivals, tá? Entrou no Roblox em 2016. Galera, tem um monte de motivação aqui. Entrou no Roblox em 2014 e o jogo favorito dele é Dream Dive. Entrou no Roblox em 2010, o gordão. Harit Miner, legal. 2011, Eternal Towers of Hell, ok.
13 years, another expert in hobbies.
Nossa, mano. 2012, Dream Dive, mano. Que jogos é esse, velho? Eu vou ver depois. 2016, Industrialist.
Our ninth contestant is none other than
Eita, mano, por que ele tá olhando assim pra câmera?
And he's yet another one of our
Por que, mano?
in the hobbies.
Tá. 2008! Arcane Odyssey! Que esse cara aí é velho! Esse cara aí tem minha idade só no Roblox, mano. Tá maluco? Brincadeira. Eu não sou tão novo assim, não, mano. Mas eu também não sou velho.
All right, folks, this is an incredible historic moment. After millions and millions of players have fought it out, today we have our final 10 live in-house to compete for this prize. I cannot wait
browniezinho, né, rapaziada?
But before we do, let's bring out a very special guest. That's right, the one and only David Builderman Bazuki. Welcome to the set.
Yeah, David Bazuki. Eita, nós. Olha a mala dos 1 milhão, galera.
Thank you so much for hosting today.
Olha a mala dos 1 milhão.
So we set out to build something really special for our community. The competition, the action has been intense. The hub has been played over 183 million times. And then today, 10 amazing finalists live with us right now. Today, one of these finalists is going to be the grand prize winner. And J-Party, what are they going to bring home?
That's right, $1 million.
Absolutely right. Finalists, good luck to all of you. Let the games begin.
All right, folks, you've heard it here. But now let's turn it back to Mimi to find out how some of the rules are going to go for today.
Thanks so much, J-Party and David. It's going to go a little something like this today. We have a 3-round tournament consisting first of a qualifying round. Following that is the round of 4. Of course, all leading up to our $1 million round. There will be 8 games in total played today. Each has their own rules, so this isn't a tournament about being the best at any one game. It's about mastering them all. First up is the qualifying round. J-Party, why don't you tell us a little more about that?
Mano, competição no Dress to Impress, velho.
10 contestants that have the chance to compete in 5 games. Dress to Impress.
Meu
Super League
Deus!
Soccer, Blade Ball, Slap Battles, and
Como
Doors.
assim, velho?
But out of these 10 contestants, only 4 will move on to the next round, which will be the elimination rounds.
Eu
All right,
não durava.
no questions.
Just one. How do you win at each game?
And the money question. Each game's a little different, so we'll explain the rules right before each one starts. One last thing to mention. At times throughout the competition, you may notice 2 Roblox admins, Holiday Beats and All the Swords. They are in place to operate, record, and make sure everything runs smoothly and fairly. That's right, all rules will need to be followed.
E essa goiabada é brownie,
Now that
doido.
we've got that out of
É
the way,
brownie.
we are ready.
E aí, Victor, mano,
Let's do
beleza?
it. Our first game up is a fashion phenomenon. It's none other than Dress to Impress.
Game
Mano.
1, Dress to Impress.
Mano,
There are 2 matches, and contestants will have
dois
to create a
matches,
stylish look
criar
before time
o
runs
look
out. Judges
antes
will vote, and if
do
there's a tie, they
time
will also vote on who earns higher placement.
do tempo acabar.
Everyone will collect points and advance to the next
Quem
game. Here's the
conseguiu o
scoring for
maior
each match.
score, Aden.
All right, folks, we also have a surprise. 3 of them, actually. Joining us as guest judges for Dress to Impress are none other than Twitch streamer Joe
Rapaz.
Bartolozzi, VTuber and variety streamer Iron Mouse, as well as music and reaction variety streamer.
Que legal.
Dante.
Não.
Welcome to the show are 3 guest judges.
Eu gostei.
All right.
Eu gostei. Streamer.
Hey, look
Ó,
at that.
Twitch streamer.
I'm Dante. Welcome to the show.
VTuber,
are 3
variety
guest
streamer.
judges.
E o
Very
music.
exciting stuff. How you guys feeling?
O cara aí, mano.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Can't wait. Awesome. Very
Excellent.
excited. I was
Vamos ver.
watching the intro.
Yeah.
This seems like a very competitive event.
Yes, it will. Are you guys ready to judge such competitions?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Absolutely.
All right, your judgment hats are on. You're feeling good. That is exciting.
Anything you guys are looking for in particular? Are you big on focusing on the themes? Is it just going to be going off the vibe? What are you looking for in the judging today?
Basicamente, galera,
They have to come
eles
this
que
way.
vão votar nos caras,
Real
tá ligado?
Playing for sure. I think I really need them to fit around the
os
category
juízes.
that I'm judging.
Okay.
They have to not only look good, but also fit the style that they're trying to portray. That's mainly what I'm looking at.
What about for you, Dante? Anything you're looking at here?
Yes. The poses. The poses are very, very important to me, and if they're not hitting it, yeah, those stars are going to be super low.
Ele fala que
All
as
right,
poses
folks,
são
well,
muito
our
importantes
10
pra ele.
contestants are set, and they are underway to serve some fierce looks. So we are jumping in the game to check out this action now as folks are just getting their baseline outfits solved.
Let's talk about some of the differences that we're going to be playing with today versus the
Mano,
games
já
that you all
começou,
are familiar
rapaziada.
with at home.
E
It's a
o
little
tema
different.
é circo,
4
rapaziada.
minutes to get your
O
look
tema é
perfect.
circo,
And for our
mano.
first round,
Ai,
the theme
acabou,
is
rapaziada.
circus. And that is not a lot of time to
Ai,
get the look
mano,
done. You
na
have to have
moral.
an idea real
Dress to
Right,
Impress, velho,
especially
por quê, tá
for
ligado?
somebody like
Ai,
me, who is
acabou.
very
mano.
well known in the Dress to Impress community by absolutely nobody. My opinion definitely matters here. I'm looking for somebody who looks like a clown, and it looks like that's what
Vocês
some
estão
of these
torcendo pra
contestants
quem,
are going
rapaziada?
for right
Comenta
now,
aí,
but
mano.
yes, not a lot of time,
Comenta
so you
aí.
better hurry up.
Yeah, it's a good thought. Circus can be really on the nose, but you know, maybe there's something more creative you can hide within it.
Obviously, the qualification to get here was a little different than what we're playing today. It was about solving puzzles, getting those mega tokens.
Poké Dragon. Olha os nicks dos caras ali, galera, na webcam deles,
the
ó.
qualifying games, as were, 140 million other people who were visiting that. What were you looking for? How much of a challenge was it actually to be one of the 10 players who made it here?
I mean, I played for a total of like maybe 5 or 6 hours and immediately realized that I stood no chance against some of these guys that are here
Mano,
today. So
eu tô vendo
very,
aí,
very
mano.
challenging, very impressive that these 10 made it here today.
Vamos ver quem tem o gosto a mais, tá ligado? Eu acho que quem fizer a melhor skin pra mim... Ó ele aí, galera, o Anonymous Slime, ó.
Run faster.
Eita, tava muito
and of
alto, eu
course,
acho, o
the
microfone.
increased item limit for some really creative looks that hopefully can slay out there.
Ó, o Antorel aí, ó.
Head of this event said that Dress to Impress wasn't a game they had played.
O
at
Antorel
the
tá
moment,
atrasado, hein,
with
mano?
such
Não fez nem
wide
a
variety of
cabeça
games
ainda,
ranging
velho.
From fashion to FPS to an obby. The players had to practice a lot and really come in with ideas for the games that they aren't as comfortable about. But I think it's been
Cê é
clear that
louco, mano. Os
every
caras
one of
devem
these
estar
guys competing today
nervoso
has
pra
put that effort in,
caramba. Ou
and
não
even in these
também,
less
né?
comfortable
Sei lá.
games, he's going to put their all out there because every point matters, especially in this qualifying round.
Right, definitely. And it's good to put them outside of their comfort zone for the first qualifying round to see what kind of miraculous outfits they can pull off. And I will honestly say
Aquele
with a
dali
minute and a half
tá
left,
parecendo mais um
everybody's looking
vampiro,
good.
mano.
Yeah, we'll see. We thought this was a relaxing warm-up, but talking to the contestants again, this is a high-anxiety round of fashion, putting some of their skills to the test here. And a good reminder, this is actually a newer game to the Roblox, and a lot of these folks are long-time players, but this came out in 2023, has already had 6.5 billion visits, truly has been a smashing success for the platform, and a pretty fun game, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, Dress to Impress, it's definitely been having a moment in these last couple of
Geral
months.
de VIP, pois é, né,
I know
mano?
a lot of people at home enjoy it, but this has got to be the most high-pressure match of Dress to Impress anyone here has ever
Cara,
played.
eu não sei se esse do Dude aí tá bom, hein, rapaziada.
Ó,
não, esse aí também não, mano. Isso aí não é coisa de circo, eu acho. Pouco, vai.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting having some of our celebrity judges get to kind of give a little look
Fechado
there.
com gordão até.
Vocês são osso, velho. Crowd of people who are going to be making these decisions, and a lot definitely sits in their hands.
Well, we are closing in on the final 30 seconds of this match as we see the final touch-ups, the jewelry selections and patterns moving forward here. Hopefully, folks have a cohesive
mano,
look
esse aí não
going,
tá
and this is
tão
just
legal
the
também
polishing
não,
through
mano.
the phase,
Sinceramente.
that runway clock is ticking.
Eu quero ver um bom, mano. Cadê, velho?
Last couple of seconds here to really fiddle with everything. There's almost infinite customization you can do in this game, and it's easy to overthink it. But with
Os
limited
caras
time,
tryhard
we've
em
got to lock in
todo
now.
jogo,
3
tá ligado,
seconds. We're
mano?
about to head to the runway, Anu.
Can't wait to see the
Mano,
poses.
os caras tryhard em todo jogo,
Right, who's gonna kick us
rapaziada.
off?
Ó,
We've
do
got
Rubem aí,
Rogue 100
rapaziada.
showing off his fierce looks. Look at that pose. Nice use of a prop there.
Mais ou menos. Vai.
Is that a cane they're holding, or is that a rose? I can't tell. That's a cane. Oh,
Mais
you're
ou
right.
It almost
menos.
looks like one of the batons you'd be spinning. Definitely fits
Muda
the
o rosto
vibe
do
here. You see it
Antorel.
looking around some of the poses here.
Galera,
Obviously,
comenta
those
aí
best
quem
judges
vocês
right
acham
now,
que vai
they're
tá ganhando,
watching
mano.
all of these players go through, giving their scores. This is only the first
cara
round
tá
of 2
vendo-
that we're
Ai,
gonna be
galera,
playing
calma aí,
for
deixa eu
Dress
tirar.
to Impress.
Pronto, tirei o bagulho ali na frente ali.
The angles. Choosing those poses has got to be a big part of the action here.
E o cara falou que as poses são realmente importantes pra ele, tá ligado?
Yeah, that's a, there's
O
quite a lot.
Rubem tá
You got a
muito
lot
bom,
of
só
time right
errou
here on the
o
stage.
coisa.
Yeah, we're
É
seeing
esse daí, o Rubem, né?
Still going.
Absolutely here.
He's really living up the moment.
Cara, assim,
absolutely
mais ou
extended.
menos, tá? Mais
so
ou
he must
menos.
have,
Eu dou nota 7, eu acho, pra ele
Finally got
também.
Roby off the runway. Our next contestant coming up to
Tá.
bat. It's Mad Max.
Wow, a sassy look. Taking it real fierce for the circus.
Yeah, I like the makeup.
Cara,
How well do you think this match is
nota 7 também, eu acho, né não?
Personally think
5?
this is what I was looking for.
Nota 6 vai pra
This is-
ele,
this is
na minha
great.
opinião.
Yeah, it's an interesting prompt because you can really get very direct on the nose, but I think there's some subtlety that the fashion
Tá.
judges look for, as we know.
Olha o XJ aí, ó, o XJ, chama.
We have extra fashionable judges
Tá,
judging
não,
this.
mano,
Here's
ficou
anonymous
mais
line.
carnaval
Yeah,
isso
like the
daí, não é
microphone
não?
definitely looks like a performer up on that stage.
Isso daí
Yeah,
tá
with the
mais
mask.
pra
What do you call those
carnaval,
masks,
parece, velho. Eu não acho
Masks is a
tanto
good name.
circo não,
Yes,
Yes,
mano.
very good one.
Yeah, look at the
10,
leader of the circus
0 de
there.
10,
It's good
ó.
stuff.
Another contestant down the runway.
Oh.
Looks like this might be Dutta Dude and giving clown. Honestly, this might be my favorite thus far. I think
Tá,
right
melhor,
now,
mas eu
maybe
achei
it could be-
troll essa
Yeah,
máscara aí,
classy yet
mano.
circus.
Mano,
How do
ó,
you
a
notice
roupa
that
tá
the red
perfeita.
seems
Mano,
to be
nota
very popular
8,5
color
pra esse
Usually
cara
for
aqui.
circus, it's like red and white.
Essa
Essa
For
tá
me,
mais,
that's what pops
mais
in my head.
circo, não
Red
acha
is
não?
the intent.
Yeah.
Tá legal,
Maybe
tá
the
legal.
blues. Yeah, the red and white color. How about here we go? Oh,
Tá.
a touch of red here. A little more
Whoa.
subtle. I like it.
The
Que
cotton
isso,
candy
cara?
hair.
Mano, nota
yes, that is a
5
lovely
pra esse
addition.
cara aí,
Right,
mano.
catching
Very
that.
creative.
Não é,
And
não,
wings.
mano, 6, vai,
I think
sei lá,
Icicle is definitely standing out
5,5,
here
mais ou
amongst the
menos.
crowd.
Yeah.
When we were watching them rehearse yesterday, I was super impressed with Icicle in this game. I thought he had super good fashion sense, so a really creative one there, and I think, honestly, standing out from the crowd of a lot of red and white, a lot of masks, might do him well in this
Mais ou menos, hein?
And we are Shafe with kind of a riff on, looks like maybe a cheerleader's type circus outfit here.
2, vai,
the mask
2.
and
Não,
all.
não, 6, 6.
Pom-poms.
With the pom-poms. Definitely
Nota
ready to cheer on
6.
some competition today.
And another red look.
Eita,
This is Jay,
tá, essa
looking
daí
very
tá
similar to one we saw
legal.
earlier with that cane.
Absolutely. But a strong look. Real Queen of Hearts
Tá,
style
nota
here.
7 pra
I
essa
think the hat
daí,
really ties it
mano.
together nicely.
Nota 7.
A lot of
Another use
layering
that
going
cane
on.
there. Yeah.
Okay. I assumed we'd see a lot of props in
Os
the
caras
circus,
ficam
but maybe not
olhando.
as much as I even thought.
Os caras ficam olhando pro lado,
Remember, our
velho.
contestants, they don't know the theme
É muito
until
bom.
we're actually going into things. So it's a lot about sight reading, figuring it out on the fly, and
Tá,
one
mas
another
é
bit of a
basicamente
different
o
approach
mágico,
to
tá
black
ligado?
and white kind of look. Almost looks kind of
Tá,
like a
legal,
mime.
gostei, é de
Yeah, I
5
like
mesmo,
that
tá ligado?
mime style, not like the
Nota
main
8,
stage of the
tá?
circus.
8
Think
e
about it,
aquele
still a
8,
fun
outro
aspect
é
of it, and I think that's,
8,5.
again,
Legal
cool
esse daí,
interpretation
legal,
of the
tá.
theme.
É tipo aqueles cara que faz mágica, tá ligado? No circo.
Thank you. And you. All right, we are wrapping up things soon here. And Terrell coming out. One of our final contestants, if not the final here. Again, rocking the red dress. We're seeing that theme pretty strong as well.
And Terrell, our player with the most years played in Roblox, the most experienced guy on the stage today.
Não sei, velho. 5 eu acho, mano. 5 eu acho, galera.
Hopefully his 16 years pay off.
This is the
Dedé Figo. Cara, não tem nada. Mano, não. Tá, isso aí seria uma mulher que o mágico faz as coisas nela. Tipo, lá, trancar dentro da água, tá ligado? Eu acho que eu daria um 6, vai, mano. 6.
Post 28, you know, made famous by
6. Ela seria meio que a cobaia, tá ligado? Das paradas.
Right now, tallying up the scores and making their decisions. A lot for them to think about. Some good looks out there.
All right, yeah, and that concludes the kickoff round of the ultimate competition, the Hunt Final with DTI. We hope the players are finally shaking those nerves off, getting relaxed. As we've mentioned, we are going to have our hosts kind of collect these scores, and we'll come back to you when they're ready.
Rapaz, o melhor foi aquele lá, galera.
Was there any outfits that we're sending out to NU? Would you have a favorite if you were to be judging today?
Personally, I like Icicle's cotton candy hair look and his those furs on the shoulders. Yeah, that definitely stood out to me amongst all the red color choices, so that's my choice.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, right? I think Icicles was the most unique out of all of these, but also there's a reason everyone went red and white. It's iconic for a reason.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing for the judges if they prefer that kind of iconic red white, or people who kind of have a more creative interpretation of it. As it really kind of instilled a thought in you as it went forward.
This game is interesting because it is so different than every other competition, or every game that we have as part of the competition today. Everything else is pretty much going to be last man standing.
Foi até polêmica na época por ter sido VTuber ganhando.
Very much about kind of like the artistic character, the vibe.
Teve essa parada do Dress So Impressed, mano.
Which I think is going to be difficult for some of our competitors.
Definitely. Creativity is huge in this, but also having the skill set to know where all of the outfits, accessories are located in the lobby. We'll save them a lot of time.
You actually need quite a bit of game knowledge, right? Like even the way the different pieces of clothing layer, things like that, it takes a bit of effort.
I wouldn't have pulled that off in such a short time for sure.
Yeah, reminding us again, these are shortened rounds at 4 minutes, so you got to know the layouts, you got to know the plan, have a plan of action when you get in.
And it already feels short when you're playing with 6 minutes. Like I was playing a fair bit of Dress to Impress to prep for this event. I was stressed out with no money on the line and 6 minutes to get set.
Yeah, very, very stressful.
All right, well, we hope the stress is being relieved here as they're going to be warming up here for our next round. We are gathering folks in the lobby now.
Cara, eu nem me lembro não, mano, essa parada
with the next and final round of Dress to Impress. As a reminder for the folks at home,
vai tá indo pro próximo round agora. Vamos lá, velho.
Progress any of our users. So, we've got more action coming.
Yeah, let's take a little look here, though, because the judges, they've tallied
Esses
up
daí
our
foram os
round,
pontos.
and
O Duddy ficou com 30 pontos, pelo jeito, no match 1.
By Jay and Icicle, and again, all the points matter.
O 3 já ficou com 25, o Ice ficou com 20, Robert. Cara, eu não me lembro quais são as paradas, tá ligado?
This qualifying round has 5 total games. Points are cumulative throughout, and at different phases throughout the day will qualify a contestant into that top 4.
O Gordão tá em 7º, caramba,
at the beginning here in DTI, as it will be later in the day towards doors. But it looks like we are ready to go. Let's hop into our second round of Dress to Impress and take a look at what that new theme is going to be. Looks like everyone's just loading in right now, so should be able to hop in there in just a moment. I'm hoping to see a theme that is going to ask something different. Maybe we'll get a little bit more variety, because a lot of contestants did have the same idea in that first round.
Correct. We saw some recurring themes, particularly some recurring colors. I'm hoping to kind of mix it up.
Cara, como eu queria estar aí, hein, galera, apresentando esse negócio. Tá longe, cara, tá longe disso.
Looks like folks are just getting now into that lobby, so we're going to be able to turn it over in a brief moment and go to you live. Round 2.
Here we are, and let's see if we can't get in one of these contestants' POV and take a look at what theme they're working on today.
Yeah, it's interesting to see they're not all at the same booth. So contestants are spreading out here. I mean, again, your time is limited. What is your strategy for the two of you?
Olha a boca.
You're going wide dresses, specific on the makeup. Interesting start here from Jay.
I think you can't get too bogged down in details. You want to start like, as macro as possible. Like, when I was playing this game, I always thought, like, what's like the piece that is making me think the theme immediately, and then kind of tie everything else in around that.
Elf ears.
Ice
Definitely elf ears.
fairies.
LG elf ears and some wings.
Fada,
Yeah, the
tá,
wings,
pô.
the elf ears.
É fada.
I'd honestly be shocked if anyone doesn't go for those kind of
Fada
looks.
de
You know,
gelo,
that's the
mas
kind of thing, though. Can you create a
Por que
look
o cara tava
without wings that
colocando
conveys fairy? Maybe that's going to be the winning combo just to stand out from the crowd.
aquela
But,
boca
for now,
ali,
we're
é
seeing
porque
a lot
é
of
meio que
fairy wings
cinza,
coming
né?
out.
Faz sentido.
And looks
Ó,
like
aí, ó, ele
blue
melhorou, ó.
is the recurring color here
Ele
amongst
melhorou
the
agora.
contestants.
Yeah, here, ice, I think
Legal,
like
legal.
light blue, white, those kind of colors seems like Mad Max getting the same idea here.
And here we are, another
Ah,
larger gown
olha
here from
aí,
Anonymous
ó.
Lime. I realize I don't know if I know my
agora
gown
do
styles
XJ
here, but
tá...
It's a gown.
That's a gown, right? Nice
Ó,
and
do
flowy.
Anonymous
I'm a
tá
gown
ficando
expert,
legal, hein,
that's definitely a
As a
rapaziada?
gownologist yourself, and you?
Yes.
Tá ficando legal, ele vai colocar uma
I'm
coroa.
interested to see Icicle's
Provavelmente.
take on this because
Pra
he might
ser-
be, you know, he's
sei
always
lá, alguma
creative thinking
coisa-
outside the box. He could be going with a different.
Okay,
oh,
and
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, he's slaying
legal
already.
esses
It's looking
chifres
good.
aí
I like the
também.
idea of like the antlers there.
Yeah.
That's creative.
Yeah, that is fun. Again, looking for those little subtle differences when you have something so direct as ice fairies as a theme here. Also, footnote, we see a lot of our contestants picking out very specific colors based on the hex code itself. And maybe not your typical approach, but these are some sharp players behind us.
Incredible. How do they have that memorized? Is there a cheat sheet?
No, I think they actually have internalized a lot of the hex code for the colors
That is wild.
throughout Roblox.
I know before the event, you were tallying it up. There was like a
Fada tem
crazy amount of
chifre.
experience between the players.
That's right. These are Roblox power users.
Eu
added
acho
all
que
of their
sim,
hours
mano.
of our
Deve
10
ter algumas
finalists
que
here, and they have
tem,
combined
mano.
over 76,000 in-game hours of Roblox time. So there
Peraí.
are some experts here, and you're going to see that throughout the day, that these truly are masters of all trades.
Only one member on that stage with less than 10 years of experience in Roblox. Really a
Chamou o Dress So Impress de free model.
the dedication that it takes to have made it all the way here to the final.
The passion. The passion's definitely there.
Eu não vi não,
Yeah,
mano.
9
isso
years
daí.
ago, the noob, where they've come. Could they have ever imagined they'd be here competing for $1 million?
Ah, o X Greta, né?
Dressing as ice fairies. Not what you expect. But again, looking good.
Cara,
We only have what,
tá,
a minute 20
eu
left
não
less
sei, velho.
than that in this final round of
Eu
DTI.
faria
We
algo
will get
azul
some more
também,
scores
tá
going
ligado? Eu
forward.
faria
As a reminder,
algo
again, there will be
azul, mano,
another game before
sinceramente.
progression, but a wonderful start.
Yeah, I want to take a look at Roby 100. When we got the questionnaire from the players, he said not only does he love playing Roblox, but he loves trying to make his own games and get creative. It's kind of the beauty of Roblox,
Deixa eu
right? Being
ajeitar a
able to
câmera.
experience all of these different games while also having the opportunity to develop your own experiences as well. And I think you see some of that creativity coming out here.
Yeah, you know, Roby, very fun one. Again, you mentioned he is a developer. He's been developing a long time, and he once created a game called The
Rapaz,
Easiest
esse
Game
daí,
on
mano,
Roblox,
o
one of his hit games.
MXD
And actually,
Max
today he's
agora
competing
tá
in now
top,
the
hein,
hardest game
véi.
in Roblox. So a wonderful journey for Roby, coming all the way to the
Ô,
other
esse
side
cabelo
of the hardest
platinado
competitions
ficou
around.
muito bom.
Yeah, I played Roby's easy
Esse
game
tá
on
mais...
Roblox.
Não,
Really?
tá
I was
bom
not
também,
able to
velho.
beat
Tá
it.
legalzinho.
Is the game ironic? Is it
I think
actually...
I'm just terrible.
All right, you've heard
Maybe
it
a
here.
bit of column A, column B.
Yeah.
That's why we brought you on, and for your expert skill set at being
Nossa.
terrible at Roblox. It
That's
itself
what
is
I'm
a
known
skill.
for.
Esse
Yes.
daí
Look
tá
from,
chave,
Mad
hein?
Max here. Little different. Most people are going for like a really
Não, esse daí tá
colorful
muito
blue look
exagerado,
that we're
eu tô
seeing
achando, o
from Anonymous.
Anonymous.
Yeah, I like these wings though.
Eu
Real
acho que não-
live. It adds a lot of flair. People are
apesar
going for
que
the
a
more subtle
fada
fairy wings, but hey, just get
tem
out there with the
asas,
real
né?
eagle,
Então,
the eagle wings.
I don't know
Ah,
if this
não
is
sei,
possible. Do they
cara.
have fairy wands in the accessories? Because that could be a good touch.
acabou o tempo, mano. Não
If they
sei,
don't have them now,
velho.
they're out of time
Let's
because
find out.
we're walking the runway.
Essa
Here's
daí-
Roby 100.
Oh yes.
Our first look. I like the way
Esse
he's
daí é do
kind of
Roby.
integrated that fur. It almost looks like a cloud. to me.
Cara,
Yeah. It feels fashionable, and that's the thing. This isn't a costume contest. There is a
mais
fashion
ou
element
menos,
here. How
hein?
do you mix
Não,
these
tipo,
kind
tá
of
legal,
creative,
vai.
broad
Nota
themes with a
8,
fashion
nota
approach
8,
here, and
vai.
it looked
Ficou
great,
bom.
And we'll see if the judges
Nota
like it.
8.
Coming up
Ô,
next.
esse
we
daí
got
tá legal,
Mad
hein?
Max here. Oh, he found a lovely
Nossa, do
prop for this
MX,
one.
mano.
Heart
Nota
blue.
9
Yeah.
nesse daí, mano.
Heart
Ficou
blue,
lindo
hey.
pra
Some kind of
caramba isso
Something,
daí,
you got it.
velho.
Strings that you flick and make lovely
Ficou
sounds.
pra caramba,
All
mano.
right, getting
Lindo.
those high heels,
9,
rocking that
9.
skirt. It's
Nice
a good
crowd.
look.
Nota 9. Pra mim, esse
Or
daí
blue. We're
ficou
seeing the
muito
blue.
bom,
Yeah,
mano.
I'm through again here.
Nossa,
Definitely
esse
going to be
daí
a
tá
motif
massa
for
pra
I think all
caramba.
our contestants here. Next one down the runway. This is Anonymous Lime.
Esse daí eu achei muito exagerado, mano, do Anonymous, cara.
To a lot of people going for the more subtle looks.
Nota
Yeah.
7.
I like it. This feels strong.
Ou
Making a statement.
6,5,
This is
vai.
a nice fairy. Maybe even
Nota
queen of the fairies.
7.
We'll see. And
Eu
what do
achei
you
muito
think? You like those
exagerado
ones? You like
as
it?
cores,
Reminds
tá
me of candy
ligado?
cane.
Oh,
Getting
yeah.
hungry now.
Getting hungry already. Well, we've got a long show ahead, and you.
Ó,
Dude,
essa daí
coming
tá
down
massa,
as
hein?
well. Another very bright kind of neon blue look. I like this
Essa
wing.
daí
Little
tá
different
boa,
than the
hein?
other ones we've seen.
Yeah, he captured a strong
8,5,
blue. Don't get
mano.
to, a field awash with the color blue
8,59
here.
essa daí, hein?
It's a strong one. And And as a reminder, he is the winner of the first round, so it's important for him to really keep that lead here. Really secures a good spot going into the next games.
Another similar look here. This one going for a bit of a lighter blue from Icicle.
Legal
I like how
também.
cohesive it is.
Nota
I think the hair, the
8,5
makeup,
também,
it all
mano, pra esse
matches
cara aí.
really nice.
Yeah, he did a good job matching that color. And I think
Ficou muito
cohesion
boa
is
as
important here. You
skins
really
de
want to send
espada
a
de
message.
gelo,
Whether the
mano.
judges love it or not is up to be interpreted, but at least you send a strong, cohesive thought.
There's a wand.
There it is.
Like a
Ó,
spark
essa daí
fire,
tá
really
melhor
like
do
that.
que a do outro lá,
Yeah.
mano. Essa daí tá
Now
bem
we're
melhor do
talking.
que a do Anonymous,
Shape,
tá
great
ligado?
choice. Finding the good items.
Cara, nota
Look at that.
8.
And mastering the
Nota
poses, see a lot of
8.
starred poses here. He had a plan. He knew the good ones, and he
Ou
marked them.
7,5. 7,5. Não.
And that's important. All right, a couple more
7,5.
contestants here to come down the runway. Who do we got left?
Who's coming up? Looks like this is one of the looks we were talking about. Those antlers combined with the bow.
Caramba.
Wow.
This one looks super
Esse cabelo
good.
aí,
I like it. A little
mano.
bit of a forest ice nymph here. Or ice fairy. Who are they?
Nota
Fairies.
7, mano, pra
Hair
esse.
so high we can't even see the name.
That's true. A good cover-up. Keep it mysterious.
Definitely a
Nota
nice look
7.
though.
Yeah.
The
Sim,
judges be
Obla.
objective.
Can they? Okay,
Nossa,
already
e
coming out
esse?
fierce.
Whoa.
Oh, I like the idea on the mask there. Again, I think that the players who went for these slightly more unique spins are the ones that
Sei
are going
não,
to stick
hein?
out in the judges' memory.
Yeah,
Eu acho que tá do mesmo nível do que a do Anonymous, hein, essa daí.
Here, but I'm assuming there's something more
I think that's the
fashionable.
fur
Oh, that is the fur.
But
That
you
is
see
not
the
Nota
very
Oh,
right
6,
there.
hein?
definitely of a mid.
I was confused.
Nota 6 pra esse
What's
cara aí,
happening
hein,
here? I
mano.
thought that might have been what's happening in fashion.
Antorel, one of the few
Tá,
players
esse
to
o
not go with any
Antorel.
ears or antlers, instead just these kind of
Legalzinho,
cold weather
nota
earmuffs.
8.
Earmuffs, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Ice fairy, they got to be a little cold,
Legal,
right?
legal.
Gotta
Apply.
I like it. Again, trying to stand out. In a crowded theme here, you want to be having that unique look.
And this one is looking pretty nice. This is from the Death Eagle. Got
I
those
love
wings
the ice
flapping.
cream.
Legal também,
The
Does
mano.
he
ice cream.
have 2 wings layered on?
I think
Mano,
that is a
nota
wing
8,
layering, and he's got a nice
tá ligado?
animation.
Nota
that kind of lifts the flutter
7,5
out. It's
por aí.
actually a great look, and I think the ice cream is a
8.
good touch here. Our first break from the blue color scheme.
Yeah, it's kind of a, I
Tá
like
legal.
that little tongue-in-cheek, not taking himself too seriously in this mode at least.
Yeah, I think you've got it. It's an intense day.
Tá.
Start out with a smile.
Cadê,
a little
mano?
bit of ice cream.
A few of these players knew each other from the online Roblox community, maybe from even trying to qualify into this event. But for a lot of them,
já
their
terminou?
first time meeting or first time playing in person was here at this event. But we've interacted with them, and it seems like a lot of them have gotten pretty comfortable with each other, have been having some fun. It's definitely high stakes, but still a cool opportunity to meet a bunch of different other experienced Roblox players from all around.
Absolutely, it's been an incredible journey for them. I know, in their last
Rapaz, sei não,
24 hours,
rapaziada.
all arriving from around
Cara,
the
eu
US and around the
gostaria
world,
que aquele
actually.
cara lá,
They've gotten to
o
each other pretty well here with
MX,
some of the
né?
warm-up games, some of the
O
practices.
MX
And it's
ganhasse,
wonderful
mano.
to see that
Ô,
kind of camaraderie
merece,
and
tá? A
teamwork from
skin
these
dele
folks. We
ficou
know there's a
muito
lot on the
boa,
line.
mano.
Competing for $1 million is a lot of high stakes,
MX,
but keeping
mano,
that kind of
MX.
general positive spirit and a good sense of camaraderie is
O
important.
Max,
to the folks.
né?
Yeah,
Isso,
so we have our
verdade.
judges tallying up the points right now. And again, this is going to be combined scoring from both Dress to Impress and our...
Olha lá os cara!
as
Olha lá os cara de
soccer, which is
fundo,
coming up after
rapaziada!
this,
Olha
but,
os cara
you know,
de
every one of these
fundo!
matters because it is cumulative.
Ô, esse
All
aqui
of
tá
the points
triste,
from
ó,
this
pelo
qualifying
jeito.
round count
Ô,
towards
esses
being one of
aqui
only
ficaram
4
felizes,
players
mano.
that is going to progress.
Right.
Ó,
definitely.
esse aqui, se eu não me engano, foi o
You cannot take the
MX,
first
não é? O
round
Max.
lightly because the scores, like
Os
Nina
caras
said,
todos
are
felizes ali,
cumulative,
ó.
so
Ó,
going into
esse cara
soccer, though,
aqui,
is
ó.
going to be a much different skill set that they're going to be showing off. Some teamwork, as Jay Party suggested.
Olha lá,
they got
os cara-
with each other, so it'd be nice to see their teamwork.
All right. Scores are flowing in. As a reminder, in our first game, we saw Dude taking first place, followed by Jay and Icicle. We'll see if that holds again for this one, but I don't know. I'm expecting some upsets this time around. We'll see. A lot of those looks were similar. We saw the Blues stand out, so we'll see what the judges think again. I know DTI is not the experts of a lot of these players, but hey, a win's a win, and you got to come to win.
That's the thing that's brutal, right? It's like it's a category that you're having to sight read, figure out within 4 minutes, put a look together that's cohesive. But let's take a little peek at what our scores are. This is going to be the cumulative points from
The
both
Death
rounds
Eagle
now,
ficou em
and it
primeiro,
looks like
rapaziada,
our
pelo
player calling
jeito.
out in front
Ele fez
is the
primeiro,
Death
no
Eagle.
primeiro
A
round
mid-lane
16
placement in the first round,
pontos,
but a
depois
strong
30
30
nesse.
points
Ele
in
foi
the
o
second.
melhor.
Puts him out in the lead early on. Great showing from the
46.
Lithuanian.
Absolutely.
E o
Now,
Max,
total
ele fez
points
25
coming in
nessa,
second.
ó.
We have
Realmente
Mad
foi o
Max, who's gonna
melhor. A
hopefully raise
pontuação
them a bit in
dele
the
foi
standings, but
melhor.
unfortunately still down here as Jay takes another strong spot and bounces up from into the second spot here, up by 3 points, followed by Dud, who does fall into third from that one. An unfortunate showing in
Pior
the
pra
second
mim
game,
foi...
but
Mano,
hey,
ó,
still
tá
in a
vendo
great
o
spot.
Anonymous,
60
galera?
points is
Recebeu
still
5,
pretty
tá
tight.
vendo? Que a
It
skin
will be
dele
anyone's game here.
tá horrível
Going
mesmo,
in
mano.
to our next
O Anonymous não soube
Here's some of the
jogar não,
players.
mano.
That is the Death Eagle there already, out in first, feeling good in the first round, although it is not over yet. Because guess what? I think it's time to see some more of our next game here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even just going from the first round of Dress to Impress, you see how their rankings change so drastically after the second round. So it's good to be confident, but definitely stay alert.
All right, folks, the judges have put in their verdicts. Let's hear more from the judges themselves. See if we can get them here on the stream and find out what stood out on today's runway. Judges, how y'all doing?
Eles vão falar agora.
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, we are just getting underway here. All right, we saw some styles, hopefully some of them even fierce. Love to hear from y'all. What stood out on today's runway? What did you love seeing? Maybe we'll start with Joe here. We'll work our way down the judges.
Okay. For the second round, I loved the person that won for the Ice Fairy round. I think it was all very well put together. The accessories were great. The ice cream was great. Obviously, ice cream, Ice Fairy matched perfectly. I was really looking at themes. I took poses into account, not as much as Dante obviously talked about doing, but I don't know. I was surprised at how good some of these outfits were.
Yeah, here we go again, seeing the recap of the Ice Fairies round for all of our contestants here. Some of those exciting outfits, as you mentioned. I think the one you're talking about might have been the last one here to come up. That was our winner.
Yeah, that was the Death Eagle with that double wing, the ice cream look. Iron Mouse, I wanted to ask you as well. When we were talking the other day, you were saying you were going to put a lot of emphasis on how well the players were fitting into the themes. How well do you think they did overall? Did they impress you in how on brand they were with these?
I have to say, I think the second round was much better than the first. I feel like they struggled a little bit in the first round, but I think the first round was kind of like a warm-up. So the second round was amazing, and I was very impressed with all the different looks. They looked so good.
All right, Dante, how about you? How you feeling today? What impressed you? What stood out?
What stood out to me was some people were going too blue. It wasn't giving ice. It wasn't giving cold.
It was giving mermaid.
Yeah, mermaid, more
water, mermaid.
Yeah, docked off some stars for that. But the white, the snow, the crowns, the antlers.
Yeah.
Antlers were good.
Giving very much. Giving very much Ice Princess.
We love that too. All right, folks, we're going to move on to our next segment as the players are antsy and getting ready to jump into Super League Soccer.
Colocou a ponte ali,
to all of the judges. That was a lot of fun. Joe, Iron Mouse, and Dante.
Eu acho que é de Los Angeles, né,
judges on the
aquela
Hunt
ponte.
Mega Final.
Loved your outfits, by the way.
Yeah, y'all looking like you slay yourself.
Eu me esqueci o nome da ponte ali.
Good stuff, good stuff. All right, coming out of that first game, what do you think so far, Mimi?
I was honestly impressed. I think the players did super well at DTI, but we've got something more coming up. Super League Soccer, it's a team game. It's going to be super different than what we saw in Dress to Impress.
All right, folks, the players are ready. And while the Death Eagle may be on top for now, it is still anyone's competition. Let's check out the rules for Super League Soccer.
Game 2, Super League Soccer. There are 3 matches total, and contestants will play 5 versus 5 in randomized teams. The team with the most goals wins the match. The contestant with the highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4.
É, com time aleatório. Meu Deus do céu, mano. Ganhador ganha 20 pontos. Tá. Vamos ver.
Folks, I think our players are back there and ready to go. Enyu, how you feeling about this one?
Very excited. Sports is probably something I'm a little more into. Watching, not playing, but yeah.
Have you played many of the sports games on Roblox?
I played pretty much all of them. Like I said, just video games. In person, not so great. So I think I'd be a good judge of how good they are here.
Well, here we go. Our second game of the day. It's Super League Soccer. The players randomly assigned to teams 5v5.
Ah lá, já tá, galera. É isso.
We're off to the races. The Death Eagle first in possession of the ball.
Yeah, and a strong initial breakaway
Meu
already
Deus
from our
do
leader.
céu,
There
cara.
he goes down.
Sabe o que eu tô achando, galera? Eu acho que eu vou torcer pro Max, hein, mano.
Home in the, we'll say purple and
acho que eu vou torcer pro Max, hein, rapaziada.
They are. This game, the one where you're having to actually work with the team, trying to pass, find the right path to get that ball in is very important. Only 4.5 minutes per each of these rounds.
And I will say, for soccer-type games in Roblox, key is to stealing the ball from your opponents. Very easy to steal, so, as I say that, there's a goal.
That's icy.
Já foi gol? Eu nem vi, mano. Tava lendo o chat, velho.
Very nicely done by him. Gets the pass in from Roby and just sends that ball straight down the left side of the net.
All
nice
right.
celebration.
Strong opener from the away team here. And again, you see at the bottom of the first player screen, there is a boost bar for your stamina here. Something important to manage. Do not want to use it all getting the ball and then get caught out.
Nossa, jogou muito. Esse Ice jogou muito agora, tá?
No one can pick this up. Goalie should be able
Tá doido, mano.
The goalie can't get it. This could be a crazy turnout. Oh, if this works
out. Olha lá, Poké. Eita preula! Eita preula! Foi, GG.
From Roby. Roby set up the first goal, but he knocks it in this time.
O cara com Ice Valkyrie ali, galera.
That was actually
Ice
incredible use of the
Valkyrie.
mechanics of Super League Soccer. I'm not sure that pass would have been more accurate down the field. That did not allow the goalie to get it, and they did get the
Eita,
recovery.
pegou a bola.
There's Roby again. Trying
There
to
you
get
see
onto a
multiple
steal.
steals per play.
This time the home team has
Ixi,
to
mano,
defend
vai-
on
vai
their
ter briga,
side
hein?
of the pitch. A setup on the shot, but the goalie's got it, and he'll send it back away.
Oh, and that's unfortunate. The team down by 2 misses on
Nossa.
that breakaway here. There's still a lot of game left here, as you see, 3:40 on the game clock. So they've got time to play.
Tem quantas pessoas
Eles
assistindo
moved
isso
there by
aqui,
Jay.
galera?
Dundee
Yeah.
is out ahead here.
17 mil
teammate
só, ô
there.
louco.
Not sure what he was thinking there.
Yeah, brave to think about that. They're definitely going for this like deep kick strategy, hoping to find someone to recover.
Dud gonna have to defend here. Shot going just to the right, misses out, and a pass back into the middle of the pitch. Somewhat even here, and both teams have just been kind of clumping the ball. Not a lot of setups for passes thus far. Hard to get that teamwork going perfectly.
Yeah, a little too much clumping happening. You can hear the contestants
Jogou.
behind us
Good slide though.
getting pretty pumped back
Ô,
there.
esse
We're
Poké
seeing a lot of
Dragon aí
yelling for
sabe
the strategy.
jogar,
They're
hein?
into it. They're definitely into
Yeah.
it. Loving the energy.
Absolutely. It is an exciting and intense one here. I know Super League Soccer brings the
Olha lá o Max, vai, Max!
in a different way.
Faz
We
gol,
just saw-
Max!
Chance for a
Ô,
goal
pior
here.
que o time do Max tá zero, mano.
Very nice from Antarel.
The goalie, always an important player here. A big cheer from the players. He knows that was a big, important one to catch.
Oh, maybe another chance? No. Pass back up. I see a set up for it. No one.
Tá,
It's
ó!
a one-on-one for this shot.
Chama!
Taking it to
Ah,
the
não,
goal.
mas... Ô, que trollada foi essa, mano?
Twitch.
The Twitch.
Trollou demais, cara. Que tremedeira da câmera é essa, mano?
Fake out attempt, though. Looked like he was going into the right
O cara
side of the goal,
tremeu
went
a
left
câmera
instead.
assim, tá ligado,
But
mano?
they still have a good offense going here in you.
Que isso, cara?
Definitely.
Tá
Looks
nervoso
like,
mesmo, hein,
their away
rapaziada?
team is definitely in the advantage here. Let's
Yeah.
see. There's still 2 minutes left, though. They can still turn it around. A goal can happen in 10 seconds.
Shafe sends it up to anonymous line.
Pra confundir o inimigo? Não, eu sei, cara, mas... Não, você viu aquela palhaçada ali, não é nem pra
Oh, here we
confundir,
go.
é pra errar um negócio daquele
Another
ali.
chance for a goal. Pass
Nice
in.
pass.
Uou, uou, uou,
The
uou!
goalie knocks
Não,
it
ele sabe
away.
jogar, esse Ice.
Repossession from the
Esse
green team,
Ice
but
sabe
it's gone
jogar,
back
tá?
and forth, and the goalkeeper sends it
Isso
back
daí eu
up
já
the middle.
percebi.
The home team got to give
O
a
Ice-
break to their goalie.
I know,
O Ice
really
sabe
relying on that
jogar.
here. Oh, that was
Wow.
beautiful.
Nossa, boa!
Eagle.
É do time do Max,
Absolutely,
hein,
the
ó. É o
one-on-one
time
with
do
the
Max.
goalie. Not a chance there. Death Eagle has shown he has
Vamos.
come to play today. He is an incredibly strong competitor.
As
Tira
these
o
few
Ice
minutes have
do
continued,
jogo.
We've seen the players, I think, doing a better job of setting each other up for passes.
Tá.
That was Shafe on the setup there for Death Eagle to get the goal.
Absolutely. We're seeing more of a spread formation here, playing a proper offense and defense, and that's going to pay off for sure, as this is still anyone's game here.
Yeah, I'm reading the
Nossa.
chat here from the live stream.
Eita, preula vesgo. Tá, ok, passou pro outro e tá jogando. Tá jogando. Ô, os caras tá dando a vida aí, tá? Os caras tá dando a vida aí.
Okay, Dragon gets possession again, and the passing seems better from the green team thus far. A chance for
Nossa!
too high. And he gets
Oh!
spun out of control.
Eu
as the ball
entendi a
passes
jogada
back.
dele,
Almost gets
hein?
the backboard shot for himself
Eu
there.
entendi
That
a
was a
jogada
heck of a
dele, hein,
pass.
velho.
Self-assist.
Yeah.
Stat padding.
1 minute left to try and tie up this game. And at this point, I mean, you're oftentimes just thinking about trying to keep possession of the ball, run down the timer. Every second continues to move.
Olha lá,
in
o
the
goleiro
favor
não
of the team
pode ir,
advantage.
mano. Que troll.
Yeah, this is an intense game, and as we've mentioned, these are some of 10 of the best players in all of Roblox. Each one of them deserves to be here in their own right.
But for these players, this is another game where a lot of them said they weren't experienced. They had to learn it for this match. Another chance at a goal, but the keeper's got it. Shafe doing so well to defend, but he just needs some offense.
Just a little overshot, and that is important to note here. We're warming up with some of their
Chama.
least
This
experienced
could be the
games
tie.
here.
This could be the tie.
Ah, não, trollou, mano.
The
Okay.
shoulder.
Oh, they got it back.
Aê! Vamos,
This
chat.
game up.
Não, jogou.
This is intense.
Trollou
30
um pouquinho
seconds
ali,
on the
mano,
clock. This
mas...
becomes anyone's game now.
Tá ligado?
Yeah, Eagle.
Ó, oi, Max.
I like
Chama,
Yeah,
Max.
well,
Mano, tô
we'll see if we
torcendo
can
pra ele
tiebreaker
mesmo.
out of this one. 30 seconds.
Tô
is enough
torcendo
still
pro
to
Max,
score.
mano.
That's the question. Robe and Jay in a competition for the ball.
Mas, ô, o Max tá
Robe
jogando
gets
nada,
back, trying to make
filho,
his way up
nesse
the court.
jogo aí,
A pass
mano.
out wide, a shot, an opportunity for to end the game.
O goleiro pegou. Tá 2-2, lembrando, tá?
From the goalkeeper.
Oh, man. Intensity is high behind us for the players. They are aware of what's at stake here. This is
Ixi,
a lot
tá
of
com o
points
Deagle.
for the team.
Ô, Deagle não, Death Eagle.
What a steal
Death
from him.
Eagle, na
4
verdade.
seconds
Death
till we tick into
Eagle.
overtime.
Death
Oh,
Eagle.
boy.
And the time is up.
Oh,
Foi
no,
pra
so I believe we're not
fora.
playing the rules today. We'll not be having overtime.
You're
There
right,
is
it is just a tie here.
tie scoring, which means equal points for both
Tá.
teams.
Great
Nossa,
comeback by Bloxy
velho.
Cola.
Yeah,
All
seeing
right.
some of the reactions from all the players here.
Yeah, we are.
about
We
that
are.
round.
All right. I think we have seen the conclusion of our first soccer game,
overtime,
as far
yeah.
as I understand. Unless the voice in my head tells me something different, I believe we saw a tie, but no, we're seeing a kickoff here.
Os caras falando de fundo,
You hear
velho.
how passionate the players are. Everyone is getting active in this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the folks at home can hear what is this tiebreaker extra. We'll see if they're playing the extra innings. Oh, and these are free kicks here.
Still 3 kicks left for each team.
O time Block Escola tá ganhando, hein? Aquele time marrom, no caso, né?
There already. Looks like the home team is up by 1 goal here, but more goals to go during the free kicks.
Let's see if we can take a look at Roby. His chance, left side, nice goal.
That was clean.
Tá empatado, tá empatado.
Back to a tie here.
Yes, we are. 2 shots left for each of these teams.
Ele
Fine,
meio que
his
deu
opportunity.
fake
Interrell
ali,
on the
né?
defense.
Wow.
It's it. Just over the shoulder.
Dan on line. Retakes the lead for his squad. Another chance here.
Jogou.
Trading goals.
Ah, não, pera.
No one is missing today.
Foi salvo.
For the home team.
Ô, louco, eu
Last
nem vi,
chance
mano.
away here. Save, though. That's very good from Interrell.
Foi pega do Max também, mano. Max tá jogando nada.
To tie it or to lose the game. All pressure's on. Oh!
Oh, that is a goal here. That
tied again.
Cara, time de... Mano, eu não torço pra nenhum time não, velho.
And it's a goal landed for the home
Eu não torço pra nenhum time, mano. De futebol em si, tá ligado? Mas eu torcia pra Corinthians, mano. Mas foi há anos atrás, há 8 anos atrás, tá ligado?
That was, and we saw a lot of modes. It was a fast and furious game. We saw the overtime and then
O time
extended
laranja ganhou, não
overtime.
foi, rapaziada?
The skills of these folks truly is unmatched here. But we do have a win for the home team, which is huge. Starting behind in an 0-2 in the first minute of that game, they pull it out in the extended overtime free kicks. So that was exciting. I think it's time to check out these scores and see where we stand after that match.
Deathigo looking good on the
o
Def.
Na primeira partida é basicamente isso aqui, ó. Realmente, o time do Max ganhou. Chama! Cara, eu só tô torcendo aleatoriamente mesmo, tá? Eu não conheço.
Sets of soccer, although at this point I think everyone's pretty excited to play as they do seem equally skilled in this competition.
Honestly, that was a lot closer than I expected. It's clear that I think
Deixa eu acelerar pouco aqui, galera.
They put in some work to go into it. And even throughout the game, really, I think built into it.
Yeah, very impressive teamwork, some amazing passes, some on-point shots, and like you said, Mimi, it really looked like it was over in the first couple of minutes for the away team, but the home team pulled off the unthinkable.
You guys got any MVPs from that first round?
Boy,
Robe caiu.
And I would say Dud setting a good pace for that one in the beginning was a big score of those goals. Yeah, we saw a strong start, but again, unfortunately, his team did fall a little short in the end. But really a good player. Again, Deathigo that he truly is a strong competitor in this game, and I think we're going to see him excel in a broad array of games today. He has a very serious track record of being one of the best. So we'll see if he can keep that up today. Nerves is a big part of today.
Absolutely, absolutely. I do think these early games are a good way to just get comfortable on the stage, feel things out, especially a team game like this. It's a little easier to just be a part of the group, feel a little bit more together than the competitors than just every single win being about making a step up ahead of them.
Definitely, yeah. It definitely takes a lot of pressure off you. You know, you're not just out there on your own. And just to go back on my favorite player for the game, I think was Shafe at the goal.
Yeah.
Os caras ainda ganharam a roupa da The Hunt. Nossa, mano, maravilha, né, velho? Eu queria. Mano, na moral, velho. Poxa, mano!
Yeah, you know, we talk a lot
Eu queria, mano, estar nesse evento, cara. Não.
With a lot of competition.
Era pra ter ganhado esse The Hunt,
there's a handful of folks back there who are going to be feeling the burn of a loss here, and not as high of a fashion score as they'd like. But it's never over. Again, qualifying from some of the other games, it just doesn't matter. Put it behind you. You got to keep the attitude. Momentum can't destroy you. You got to let yourself turn it around here. So, you know, fantastic start from the folks here. I look forward to a day of good games ahead of us.
And I do as well. It seems like the players are just about to get into our second game, just picking their teams. Reminder, things are getting scrambled up a little bit. We'll have different players on the home and away. So an opportunity for any of these players to put another 20 points on their board, as it looks like the players just hopping into the lobby now. We get underway for our second round of Super League
mais 20
Soccer.
pontos aí, mano, depende dessa partida, galera. Vamos lá, velho. Eita prela! O Robe ganhou o kick-off. O Robin pegou a bola, chutou a bola. Caramba, tá jogando muito. Deu passe pro time verde e, perdeu a bola. A bola tá com o Dude agora. Tá jogando muito, Dude. Tá de meio de campo. Vai pegando a bola, vai arrastando e joga a bola aleatoriamente. Parabéns. Jurega. O Ice tá no gol agora, hein, rapaziada. Vixe, mano, tirou o melhor, velho. Agora vai perder mesmo, mano. Vai perder mesmo agora, hein. Poké Dragon. Eita, é agora, hein. Nossa, que isso, velho. Tá, beleza. Jogou lá pro time.
Make sure to capitalize on that and ensure you don't let them get again. But wow, the home team unrelenting on offense here. I don't think away teams even had a shot on goal yet, while the home team has had
e olha só, galera, o Max agora tá no time verde. É aleatório, mano, é aleatório. Como eles falaram, tá ligado? É aleatório.
Another pass in. They just keep going. Poké, third chance of the game.
Tá preula! Poké Dragon joga também, mano. Oh, esse cara aí joga, tá? Esse cara aí joga.
You can't rely on Icy this hard to just stop every shot here. We've already seen 5, maybe more shots on goal here. One was bound to go in.
But every kickoff, another chance.
Beleza.
And for the first time, a bit of offense going. The Death Eagle has possession, switches back towards Max. Goal somewhat open, but the defenders do well, and they push it back the other way.
Yeah, all right here. Can this happen for the away team?
Nossa, passou, legal, jogou muito.
So fast. Okay, here we go.
O Max pegou, hein?
Oh, look at that. Player down the field.
Tá com o Robin. Tá com o Robin. É gol ou não é? É gol ou não é?
Yeah, look at that cross up. That's what you want to do. You want to bait one direction.
Jogou. Robin jogou.
Make them use the dive.
Robin jogou muito agora. Cê é louco. Tô torcendo, mano, pro time verde, tá, gente? É onde o Max tá, mano. Vamos lá, velho. Vamos lá.
Creation as well as playing. Wonderful stuff.
O Max pegou. Perdeu a bola. Eita, nós. Oxi. Que doideira. Tá, beleza, o Robin. Mano, o Robin joga muito, mano. Cara, ele joga. Olha lá, acabou a estamina.
Steal again. Roby might have it back here. Death Eagle, no, stolen. They keep getting so close, but the defenders doing well here from home.
O Poké Dragon pegou, tá 1 a 1.
Poké Dragon doing a good job here, actually shining in this game too here, coming to play for the home team. Wow, that goal!
Que isso, cara? Da onde que veio isso? Nem vi. Mano, o Death Eagle, mano, tá do time verde. Tamo ganhando, rapaziada. Tamo ganhando.
You know, you'd think maybe a bit more of an expert on soccer. No, he was his favorite team. Said a Lithuanian basketball team. Still showing up in soccer regardless.
Yeah, good to see some life out of the away team here, who now pulls ahead 2-1, which just shows you it's not about the shots on goal, it's about shooting accurately here.
Okay, got a little fancy.
Here we go again, Roby.
Oh man, Roby showing
e outra coisa, galera. Jogou muito. Jogou muito.
That's his second goal. Can he get a
Nossa, mano, tá MVP, hein, o Robin, velho.
I know, their team now up 3-1, just like that.
Jogou muito. Tá, e galera, eu tava pensando em uma coisa aqui, rapidinho, vou mutar só pra conversar com vocês. Mano, vocês percebem uma coisa, cara? Mano, o jogo tá muito clean, porque tá literalmente na sede da Roblox. Mano, deve tá 0 de ping aí, mano. Sei lá, 10 de ping, tá ligado? O negócio deve tá muito bom, mano. Tipo, dá pra perceber, mano, que tá bem clean o jogo, tá ligado?
Good spin. Wow. Oh, and he's there.
Que isso, o cara até largou o teclado já, mano.
Great job keeping my goal coming from the first game.
Yeah, that last second save.
Passou pro Max. Max pegou. Que isso, Max, tá trolando, mano. Ah, não, aí acabou, mano.
Yeah, the goal
Max tá trolando muito, velho.
Offense is pretty unrelenting in Super League Soccer.
Max tá trolando, velho.
Here we go.
Jogou.
Duddy just better in that position. A great bait out from him, and that should tie this game back up.
Yeah, you know, it's hard. You can't blame the goalie in that situation. When you've got a one-on-one with that much time, it should be the offensive's ball here. You need a defensive player to be there with you.
And that's the issue. We've seen a lot of these teams clumping heavy for the offense, and that can work well, but sometimes you take risks with that. You have no
o Robin joga muito, hein, mano? Esse jogo aí, o Robin.
Closing into a minute left here. The score is 2-3.
Tá jogando muito.
Anyone's game. I'm shocked. No blowouts happening here in soccer. We are seeing fierce competition. And can the away team pull it back? No, they lose it.
Oh, they have it back though. Lime has a
returned
good pass, goes a little wide, Duddy Dud. Off this left side, it's a tough angle to get a shot through.
Nossa!
And the pass is not in time.
Beautiful. You need that from your defenders.
Quem
there.
que pega
Strong
aí, hein?
offense, force the pass, force
O
the
Robin pegou.
Roby, a shot maybe here. Can he get dove on in time?
Oh,
Pass to
himself. Oh.
You see that attempt of the self.
Ô, galera, o beat rate da live, mano, da Roblox aqui tá passando mal, velho.
Jay just missed that slide.
Dud might go for a second goal in a row.
Here's his 1v1 against the
Tying
goalie
it up.
left
Tá
side.
preula!
Oh, Duddy Dud lands it again. He's on fire.
Que
this
isso,
game.
mano? Passou por baixo do goleiro, velho. O cara não pegou.
Could not get the defense. We are closing in to a potential tie
Que
on another
isso,
30 seconds
cara?
remaining in this round.
I mean, you can see the two
Eu vou
forwards
tirar
on
essa
the team, each
legenda,
with
né,
two
mano?
goals.
Ninguém tá
A great
usando, né,
choice in that
galera? Ninguém
position.
tá lendo pela legenda
All
porque
right.
é atrasado, o
What are you
negócio é
focusing now? You
muito
think we're
ruim.
gonna play defensive or go all out here in the last 30 seconds?
Tá,
You've
o
got to tie
Dude
game.
tá
Gotta go on the
com a
offense.
bola.
Yeah.
Duddy Dud knows it.
These are the best players in the world.
Nossa.
Yeah, it's true. Go for that win. Don't risk it in the free shots. You don't want to have free kicks.
Lime wants
Nossa.
to chance here. Poke Dragon keeping possession. Full
Nossa.
home. Is there anyone to receive that?
Deu passe pro
Up front,
Dude.
Duddy Dud.
O Dude
The
vai dar
striker.
outro passe,
Could he
mano.
close it out?
The
Ou não.
striker for
The goal.
Bloxicola.
Oh,
Oh.
narrowly misses out.
Esse gol aí era
With only a few
impossível, mano. Era
seconds
melhor ter
left,
dado
it goes back
passe,
down the middle
velho.
of the pitch.
Yeah, that was a hard, low probability goal there, but the ball's moving down.
And it's overtime.
And it's over. Again,
Vai pros pênalti, né,
time
agora.
into the free kicks. Let's see what we got here.
Poke
Ten.
Dragon takes it.
Nossa!
Oh, that was
Great
a
movement.
strong
Que
bait.
isso, mano. Poke
Pulls the
Dragon
goalie
aí,
completely
ó.
out with a rip
Tryhardou.
dive and gets an easy tap.
Agora o Death e o Eagle.
Death Eagle here. Let's see if he can continue his streak.
Nossa,
Boom. That is that patented
mano.
crossover from the Death
Chama,
Eagle. He has got a
chama.
good look here. Really baits goalies well.
It makes it look
Team's
easy.
good
Yeah,
on
he
these
does.
goals. Chafe, the goalkeeper, hero of the first match. He's good
Nossa,
again.
que isso,
2 goals in
cara.
a row for home.
O pessoal tá com raiva, hein?
A better strategy here, going again in overtime. They've all had some practice.
Oh, they
Salvado.
definitely learned from
Salvado.
No one is missing.
Ooh,
That
Icicle
save, though.
misses one there. That's a
Yeah.
little rough. The goalie finally coming out here, not as warmed up as the rest of the players.
Oh, he had a
Goal,
chance
goal,
for redemption,
goal,
but Duddy
goal.
Dud sneaks it by. 3 goals landed
Tá.
in a row.
Yeah, this could be time for them to really shut this down. If this goalie pulls off this defense.
Salvado do
does.
Robin,
This is
mano.
now a dangerous
Shame.
scenario. Do or die.
Shea Farnaway looking like the strongest goalie today.
All
Definitely.
right, if he puts this in, it's game over.
Icy, tough
Nossa,
position. Can't save it.
golaço, mano.
Wow.
4 goals
Like
landed,
that.
and that's
And
the
it is
game.
over.
E o Blox
team.
Cola,
All
mano,
right, so we got on
Blox
this team,
Cola
Mantra,
ganhou,
definitely
galera,
on my solid nation, but we're going to see
infelizmente.
it shortly after the judges tally up some scores. We will go back to the board and show you guys where the standings are. But here are our players here. Fantastic performance from everyone. Some spirits higher than others.
Shave only got 16 points in DTI, but thus far he's won both matches here in Super League
Poxa, tá
Soccer.
1 a 1
He's starting
então,
to compete with some of
rapaziada.
those top players now.
Pera,
Just show
não, na
there's always
verdade,
time
não.
to come back here.
Yeah.
Ah,
and again,
sei lá, na
remember out here, again, we've
verdade,
got
é
many
só 2
games
partidas,
on our
né?
way on what is a crazy Roblox octathlon today.
Olha lá,
Let's see the
o
scores
Ano-
from match 2.
All
O
right, so a
Anônimo
couple
ficou em
players
primeiro.
competing
Ah,
here.
ele foi nos
Lime,
2
Shea
times que
as
ganhou.
well. As Poke
O
Dragon
chefe,
are all looking good
o
there.
Max
But Lime
ganhou
and Shea,
uma e
the two
perdeu a
members
outra,
with
ficou
both
com
matches
20.
back-to-back
E o...
in Super League
Oxe, olha o
You know,
Robin!
when the folks needed that.
Oh,
I'm
o
seeing
Robin
a
e
lot
o
of the current
Ice, ó.
leaders on the loss
Que
for that
isso?
round. So that means the points are
Os
swinging back to
dois
the
que
folks
mais
who needed
jogou.
most. An impressive display here on round 2.
Yeah, those
All
guys
right.
trying to go 3-0 into this third round if they even can end up on the same team. Again, it's randomized every time of how these
os
teams
dois
lay
que mais
out. So we'll
jogou,
wait for the players
véi.
to shuffle back in and have one last round here in Super League Soccer. I'm liking the development we're seeing throughout. I think they did a
mano.
much better job this time
Def
of
que foi
setting up for some
MVP,
of those
carregou
passes,
os dois
especially the home team.
times.
Absolutely, yeah. The whole
Não,
team.
eu
I mean,
também acho que o
Dud leading
Poke
as striker
Dragon
scored
ganhou,
3
mano.
goals
No
that
caso,
game,
carregou também.
along with
Ele
Shape's
jogou
amazing
bastante.
saves, definitely.
Ó, os
definitely
4
deserve that win.
MVP pra mim
Yeah, you're
foi
gonna be happy
o
to have either of those
o
guys on your
Robin,
team going into the
o
last
Ice,
round. Still some players who have yet to take home a game here in Super League Soccer. Icy, Poke Dragon, those guys
Poke
have the pressure
Dragon
on them as we
e
head
o
into this
outro
final
lá.
round.
Yeah, they'll need it because they had such a strong showing in that first round here. To fall in Super League Soccer is a little rough. But hey, it's a whole day of competition ahead and
is.
not the last chance here. Well, folks, this was an exciting one. Super League Soccer has been a wonderful game here. Some fun facts about Super League Soccer. It's one of the
grosso.
top sports
Não é
games
roubado
on
não,
Roblox.
galera.
And actually, the governing body of soccer for North America,
Ai,
Central America, and the Caribbean actually released a mascot through Super League Soccer specifically. That was their major announcement. So it's exciting to see these actually large governing bodies using Super League Soccer as a way to talk to their fans and do some major releases. So it is a legitimate and recognized game in the world of soccer.
And up there with some of the iconic Roblox games we're playing today, the super classic ones like the way we're ending, of course, with Tower of Hell. This is a relatively new game, but it's definitely taken off very quickly. Similar vibe to Dress to Impress.
Correct.
Let's take a look back and see some of the highlights from that second game. Was a very exciting one here, Enyo.
Esses são os highlights do segundo jogo. Nossa.
I can't tell whose costume that is, but
aí, mano,
nossa, yeah,
o Robert jogou,
at the beginning with 2 goals, right?
O Robert carregou também, mano. Isso aqui perdeu, velho.
Such strong individual play here, but could not actually eke out the win. Look at another breakthrough, and that goal was beautiful.
Olha isso, mano. Que isso, velho?
Ô,
louco, mano. Tá maluco. Olha esse golaço que ele fez ali, mano.
It's not an easy task, so Roby's 2 goals are very impressive.
Yeah, Duddy as well.
Mano?
I feel like we can't say enough good things about him in this one. He's looked so good on that offense.
Yeah, definitely needs to continue playing the striker for the next game.
Yeah, we've got some good stuff here. Maybe we can learn a little bit more about our players here as we're taking a brief pause here to get our next game ready. I know they've come from a lot of different places all over the world, or some from around the world, some from Canada, and a handful of them all from here in America.
Yeah, I believe we have a Canadian, and then we have one guy, the Death Eagle, coming from Lithuania. Everyone else here is living in America. We have a Korean American as well, born in South Korea. So a pretty diverse group of guys here from different places around the world and around the country to come out and compete today.
Yeah, we had some fun stuff. The Death Eagle on camera right there, you know, a really impressive player. Not only did he come all the way from Lithuania, he actually turned 18 on the plane ride over 2 days ago, which is required for this competition. So we were excited to see that. That was fate. What did you do on your 18th birthday?
You mean yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. That's right.
I don't remember.
Yeah, no one does, but I bet you didn't compete for $1 million. So that is an exciting twist on an 18th birthday that a lot of us don't get a chance to do.
No, I'm very jealous. I'm very jealous of these guys.
Yeah, well, I think they put in the work, and it's paying off here. Nothing like a couple thousand hours of real play time, dedicated and focused on the skill. And really, the competition itself, the hunt, was a wild competition.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about the qualification? Because it was very different than how we're actually playing the games here today. A lot more about solving puzzles and having to do some really challenging stuff to make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing through 25 events, these contestants, as well as 100+ million, had to compete over solving intricate puzzles, solving clues, solving tests, and actually dealing with a handful of missions across all of these games. The competition took over a week and hours of gameplay, and it was really a collective thing. We had some pretty master puzzle solvers build these internally, including a handful of PhDs within the company who specialize in puzzle algorithms. And what's wild about that, some of our top players here actually completed those puzzles over twice as fast as the PhD masters internally at Roblox who helped construct them and peer tested with each other. So really like unfathomable talent when it comes to completing complex puzzles.
Yeah, I think it's so cool as well. Some of the different backgrounds. A guy like Icicle here, he's native to the area, grew up in the Bay, but he went to college for robotics, and he said like one of his biggest hobbies is like web puzzles, is riddles, is trying to solve challenges like that. As I imagine, looking at robotics would be a similar thing there as well. So pretty cool that he got to cash in on that skill set, but now gets to show a pretty different one with actually playing a competitive game and coming out here. All these guys have had different backgrounds. They've obviously played a ton of Roblox, but for most of them, this is going to be one of their first times playing an in-person competitive event like this, and certainly will be the biggest one any of these guys have ever played.
I like that you guys just gave out some facts about where the players are from, because now the chat is going to supporting their home countries with Lithuania, the US, and Canada, along with Team Bloxy Cola or the Witcher's Brew. So a lot of competition in the chat as well. Very exciting.
Yeah, we have 2 Canadians as well. Poke Dragon hailing from Saskatchewan, and then another player in here, Anonymous Lime, coming over from Ontario as well.
I'm rooting for Canada.
Yeah?
Canada. That's where you're living right now, and Yeah.
Yeah.
The folks don't know.
First time revealing it.
Okay. Now we know.
No one could ever guess. I imagine. Are you rooting for Lime then? Another guy from Ontario?
I am rooting for, honestly, I'm rooting for Roby. I think he deserves some points in this competition. He's been doing really well scoring the goals, so I hope to see him win the next game.
Yeah, a lot of our players, when they talked about their expertise, I would say the most common games they told us was Tower of Hell. Tons of Obby players, you heard it in the intro.
Yeah.
And Rivals as well, our penultimate game, the first-person shooter arena game there. So for a lot of these guys, it's a matter of being great and being confident in the later stages of the tournament.
E o Max, ele gosta de ficar soltando vento pra cima, né?
6 are going to get eliminated in this qualifying round. And even then, you have to play a driving game before you even get to some of the ones you're going to be the most comfortable with. And even when you are there, it's going to be the highest pressure you've ever felt playing those games.
Yeah, as a reminder from the folks at home, we are a couple minutes, or hopefully seconds away from our final game of Super League Soccer. And this will be the first time we progress a player. So the first rounds of this are going to be a progression-based, as you heard from us earlier. But just a reminder for the folks just tuning in here, we're going to be closing out one more match of Super League Soccer, and we will progress our first player who will be in the top 4.
Our players that we're looking at to be the most likely to make it here are going to be Death Eagle, 66 points, Jay, 63, and Dudidud at 60 points as well. Those are the front runners right now. Remember, a win in Super League Soccer gives you 20 points. There's no bonus points for being the best goalkeeper, being the best person who's going offensive and actually hitting those shots into the goal. So it comes down to how well your team can do. And let's say all those guys ended up on the same team. It would be the Death Eagle, thanks to his great performance in DTI, who would be the first qualified member.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's
Only
right.
for this round.
Only for this one, and then no more teams.
Free for alls.
Then the friendships.
Caramba, agora
yeah,
que
the
fui
top 9
ver,
are within 20
mano.
points of each other. So
Olha lá
again,
fora,
if anyone's down,
rapaziada.
you definitely wanna get
Tinha
that win
uma
here and
pessoa ali
secure your
passando
spot
com um
early on in the
cachorro,
competition.
tá ligado? Que legal! Mano, se eu morasse aí, mano, nesse local, velho, eu ia ficar ali, ó, pulando, tá ligado? Escondido só com a cabecinha ali, tá ligado, mano? Caraca, agora que eu fui ver, velho. Tem o exterior, tá ligado?
So for anyone at home wondering why we're yapping, that's why.
Very concise, thank you. All right, well, it seems like we are still going to be waiting just a bit to get into that one. So why don't we go ahead and check in with our correspondents, Geach and Sabrina. How you guys doing? What do you think of Super League Soccer thus far?
Oh my gosh, we screamed whenever Roby hit the ball right over Shape. We were actually back here screaming. That was really intense. That match was amazing. I actually haven't watched a gameplay of Super League Soccer, so I thought that was really entertaining.
Yeah, and I'm not a big sports girly myself, but that move, my heart is still pounding from some of these moments. I've been in here taking notes, it's that real. Really impressed by Death Eagle watching all of this gameplay. I mean, I don't have the coordination. You'll hear me say that a lot today. I don't have the coordination for something like that.
Pra quem não sabe, e o Blazari também não sabe, Sabrina é uma YouTuber que ela grava junto com o DJ Monopoly. E aí, ela que fez o RB Battles, entendeu? Ela, o DJ e o Russo fizeram o RB Battles, que é a batalha de youtubers lá, mano, tá ligado? Que vale 1 milhão de Robux, entendeu? Não sei se você já viu aí no canal, Blazari.
I'm surprised.
She's not kidding. I'm just
Yeah, I hope I don't scare you.
No, you didn't.
Bring me back.
It's been very entertaining.
Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun. Who do you think so far? Who have you been impressed by so far?
I am rooting for Roby, Death Eagle. I really liked Jay in Dress to Impress. Yeah,
Jay has some good looks.
Yeah,
in Dress to Impress.
And Death Eagles, obviously, the last one was the really good.
The ice princess
the two wing thing was very impressive.
That was a good technique. It's always good in Dress to Impress to try and see how you can layer your stuff to make it look more, exciting and more fancy, more cutesy, more demure. I'm not good at that at all. That's not my thing. I'm not a fashion girly, as you can see.
Shall we take a look at what the chat is saying?
Yeah, let's see. What's the chat saying
today?
All right,
chat, who do you think is going to win this next match? Let's see what they all say.
When we came in, I saw a lot of people rooting for Death Eagle, which I can understand why after seeing
I've been seeing a
that
lot of
gameplay
as well.
Meu coração é a F99. Eita, Blazari, chama.
Chicken jockey, what does that mean?
I have no idea.
Blox Fruits. Yes, Blox Fruits is a great game.
Blox Fruits.
Okay.
Lithuania. We've got some Lithuania. Okay.
It looks like the chat is enjoying this, though. Go ahead and hit the like if you are watching.
O que ela tava lendo ali, mano?
If your avatar in Roblox had a soccer celebration, what's that gonna
look like? Por que falou do Blox
Oh
Fruits?
my gosh. It's probably gonna be sort of like a big galaxy explosion.
Ah, tava lendo o chat da live.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and kick it back over
do nada uma pessoa falando de Blox Fruits, mano?
Started for Super League Soccer.
Meu Deus, como assim, tá ligado?
All right, folks, we are back here. We've got hopefully we are closing in on the opening of this last match here, but a couple more seconds
Talvez
for
por
you
causa
to
do
enjoy
Enio.
the soothing sounds of our voices with our faces. It's a wonderful thing.
We just take a look at, stare at J Party's beautiful face.
Yeah, that's the real stall content. For some context, viewers at home, they're still sorting out some of these tech issues, making sure the monitors and the headsets for one of our contestants is working perfectly. I pulled up some trivia for you guys. You guys are Roblox experts, right? Would you consider yourself such?
Yeah, absolutely. A historian.
Would you consider him an expert?
Yeah, NU is, regardless of his opinion on it. He is a master of all things
Don't
knowledge.
put me on the spot.
All right, I'm going to ask some questions. Just slap the desk to buzz in. This one should be easy. What year was Roblox officially released to the public?
Here you go.
I'm going to say 2006.
Ding, ding, ding. Good job, NU. That's the first point to you. Another year question. What year did Roblox introduce the ability to create and sell game passes?
Okay, I know this one. It's
Go
about
ahead.
birth of the expansion of our developer program. I believe it's 2012.
You're correct. Another one. This one about number of players. In chat, you guys should play along too. Write in chat who you think this is. See how well you know Roblox. Which game on the Roblox platform holds the record for the most visits as of 2024?
Qual é o jogo que bateu mais
probably the
visitas
wrong
na
answer,
plataforma
but
do
I'm gonna
Roblox?
I'm going to say Blox Fruits.
Ele acha que é Blox Fruits.
That is incorrect. I'm curious. I'm going to give the folks on the chat a couple seconds to respond here. I think they know this one. And it is a surprising favorite amongst the roleplay community, if I know correctly, as I do love numbers. And that is
How are they doing, Enya?
Brookhaven.
That chat?
Yeah, what they get? They get it right. The answer, I believe, is Brookhaven. Brookhaven.
The chat is still rooting for the players.
RP. Well,
We're still rooting
honestly,
for players.
Good for them.
Yeah,
That's what they
absolutely.
should be doing. I love to see that passion coming out. All right, another historic question. What was the original name of Roblox before it was officially launched?
Oh, this is a fun one, dude. The folks, this is a good one for chat. I wonder if they do know this one.
Yeah.
I might even be wearing those socks. Oh, no, wait, I'm not.
O lixo. O cara no chat.
I believe it
O
was
lixo do Brookhaven.
You're correct. Dynablox was the original, and it was a physics simulator at the very start.
Tá, vamos continuar aqui, né? Porque
it was a pretty
pra eu
impressive
ouvir
little
os
creation
caras
to kind of
falando,
demonstrate
galera,
science
pra eu
and physics to
entender
kids
aqui,
and everyone around the world to
tem
kind
que
of learn.
ficar, eu tenho que
It
ficar
turns
muito
out if you
concentrado.
allow
velho.
logic into a block, you can pretty much make any game the world has seen,
Yes.
and that's kind of the origin, I think, of all video games. And we saw it here in Roblox kind of evolving over the years from the old world of Dynablox into the Roblox we have today. Full-fledged game engine. So, you know,
Eu
for the
acho que
folks
ele
at
tá
home, we're waiting to go
contando
ahead
a
open
história
studio,
da
start
Dynablox,
publishing
né?
your own
Porque
experiences and find out what it means to
era
create and
esse
build
nome,
some of
né?
the
Eu
coolest
acho.
things around in the world.
What experience do you guys have with actually building games? Have you spent any time in the creation studio and tried that out much?
Yes, actually, I have. I went through a tutorial with some of the developers here at Roblox. They went through a simple one for me, but they threw out some terms that were very complicated. I did not retain any of that information. So whoever can make games in Roblox are very smart.
It's so impressive what people actually put together and how much work it takes. I know you get to work with the devs on a day-to-day basis. Must be special to see what creative things people put together in this Roblox game.
I do, and it is fascinating to know our developers from around the world. They are incredible folks who do awesome and wonderful things, but they're also good people. I think that's such a fun part of Roblox. A lot of our creators are building things they want to play, they want to create. It's both a hobby and a profession for them, so we see incredible stuff.
Yeah, and for this tournament as well, we had to ask a lot of developers to change things up about their games and make modifications for this tournament, and it seems like everyone was pretty willing to do that as well.
All right, folks, so here's the deal. We are trying to ensure this is a fair competition as much as possible, and I believe we're ready to get back in it. But to solve some of this out, we're going to be removing the headsets for this next round of Super League Soccer here to ensure it is an even playing field for all 10 of our players. And guess what? I think they're on the pitch.
It's going to be new teams, a new look, and a last chance to make it. Two players competing for that top spot. Duddy Dud and Death Eagle. One of them will be able to be the first making it through that. Jay.
No,
Who's going to be
acabou.
on the same team here. Mad Max in possession. Sends it up. Good pass, but a little too wide.
Mano, o Max é muito ruim, mano, nesse jogo, véi.
Goal, and it's not in. Shafe again on the defense,
Shafe
and you.
once again.
Yeah, almost bobbles the ball from the goalie there. Thankfully, he recovers that, and it is out of there. Another chance for another play.
Tá.
I'm looking for Roby.
Yeah.
Which team is he on?
A crowd favorite, again, without a win under his belt and maybe the most goals on the field. Hopefully, Rovi gets his big break soon.
He's going to be back on the green team there. Joined by Duddy.
Tá, vamos lá. Quem tá no
Jay as
time...
well,
Ó, o Max
rocking
tá
with
no
the home
time laranja, no home.
Indeed, indeed. Again, a little slower
O
of a start
Max
here.
tá no
No
time
one really
laranja.
securing those quick goals in this third game
O
here. I'm
Ice
sure
tá
the
no
defense is starting to
verde.
shore up and understand the strategies from all the players.
Good defense from Lime. A new
Olha lá, ó, tá com o
person
Max, tá com o
stepping into
Max.
the goalkeep position.
Mano,
That's true. This is the first time with Lime here.
menos
and I know
mal,
they
ainda
discussed
bem
briefly
que
beforehand who would be the goalie.
o
They need
Death
to rotate
Eagle
that with their new team.
tá... Meu pai, mano.
Quick
Looks like a lot of
turnovers.
Meu Deus, para com isso, cara!
What is
Tá todo
happening?
mundo
There's the
roubando do
referee.
outro,
Those slide
velho.
tackles are not coming in from the correct angle.
It is vicious in this game. The only way to change possession is to just go
Eu entendi essa sua lógica aí, mano.
Oh, definitely. Not in the sweet spot. I know they try to put it just out of the goal box here. Definitely a specific strategy tied to SLS, and that's what you got to understand here with the best players in the world. Understand the mechanics perfectly well, and we see that kind of sweet spot in the corner. When you don't have an out-of-bounds mechanic, it's definitely where you want to put it for some of the safer passes.
Let's check in with Jay, one of our top performers thus far. Passes it to his goalie, and he'll send things back into the middle yet again. This one a bit more reserved from our teams than the first, but maybe a chance here. No. Shafe, again, very good.
Tá, o Robin passou pra quem?
Yeah, closing in on that first minute. It has passed, and we are still 0-0. Lowest scoring by far, and really low shots on
Tá
goal
com
in
o
general.
Max.
Nothing too serious.
Tá, o Max passou.
Pretty casual. Defense
Mano, mas
playing
passou,
it
meu
up.
Deus.
Maybe that long pause really slowed down their adrenaline.
Absolutely. Gave the players time to breathe here. And I think, again, we're seeing a bigger plan. These folks are learning just as much as we are, again, how they play, how they play, what the strategies are. But this could be the breakaway, and that is it.
Death Eagle.
Our top
Death
player in the
Eagle,
standings
hein,
thus far.
mano?
Death Eagle with 66 points. If he
Death
can win
Eagle
this
aí, ó.
game, he would bring home the first spot in the top 4 for himself, and he wants to do it with his own hands.
I know we've talked a lot about his skill in so many competitions.
Tá
If
com
anything, the players
Dudu.
maybe need him to get out now.
Dude,
Give
no
other people
caso.
a chance here, as he has demonstrated.
Dude pegou de
he has
volta.
a strong
Passou pro
aptitude
Ice.
for a broad array of game types.
It is truly a luxury to qualify this early. But it seems like
Nossa, que chute,
there's a
mano.
bit of a
Fraco, hein,
technical
velho.
problem with the match.
Tá, vai
for
passar pro Ice. Mano, que chute
competitive
tão
integrity.
fraco é esse,
The
velho?
admins have made the decision to reset
Tá.
this game. So forget what you saw in that one. We're resetting to where we were. With 2 games finished on Super League Soccer, 1 yet to play, we want to ensure that with stakes is high, everything is perfectly competitively fair for our players. So they're making that call. We'll get you guys back into game with the proper third match as soon as possible when that technical issue is sorted.
All right. Well, it wouldn't be a sporting event without something to solve in the physical world. So we're going to get that resolved here, folks. Thankfully, that was a much slower game here. Defense was really dominating that one. Not a lot of hard breakaways. So, you know, it is what it is, but still an exciting day of competition. So while the team figures that out, we're going to talk about a couple other things here. Maybe get to know some of our players. Maybe some fun facts about the folks competing today. As you can see behind me a little bit on the screen here, they each have a color. That is the player's corresponding color. So as we go about the day, their outfits will be marked with that so you can understand who they are.
And it matches the monitor back there, so you can kind of reference the face to the player as well of who the real person is repping that Roblox avatar.
And they've got their outfits to match here, a very stylish way to identify folks and keep it cohesive. So very cool stuff.
Indeed it is. It looks like they also have pretty jackets as well with their names that are matching up for this event in you.
Yeah, can I get one of those after this is done? Or just steal it off their backs? I really want. I like those jackets.
Well, don't let him in the player room. He's going to just start pickpocketing people for jackets.
If somebody wins the $1 million, they could afford to give me their jacket.
I want to see if we could take another look at those points maybe, because we're starting to get to the point, like we were talking about, where the first player is going to qualify their way into things. And every time you win at Super League Soccer, you get 20 points. You see it thus far for Shafe and Duddy Dud. But the overall standings right now have the Death Eagle and Jay and Duddy Dud as the top 3 players. So basically, if any one of those players is to win this next round and they don't have someone with more points than them on the team, that's basically their ticket into the top 4. So definitely important things to look at and important players to keep watch on as we get into this final round of Super League Soccer.
Exciting times, exciting times. But don't worry, after that, we'll be playing some blade ball. We're going to be playing some slap battles and, of course, doors to round out this progression system in the first set.
I want to ask you guys, we got a lot of games today. What are you most excited to watch?
My favorite on the list is definitely Blade Ball, and that's coming up next, so I can't wait to see that.
Why do you like it so much?
I like that it's fast-paced, action-packed, and not a lot of teamwork because I'm not into that. I like individual competition, so I like to see that bring out their fierce competitor in these players. So I think that would be very exciting. A lot more shouting in the back, probably.
Yeah, Blade Ball is an exciting game of reaction speed. You know, I'm pretty excited for Rivals myself. I know we've talked to a lot of these players. Rivals is one of their favorites, but I think as just an internal employee, we play a lot of Rivals. It's actually how promotions are decided within Roblox. Fun fact here, so always ensure you're on a team where you're better than your boss at Rivals.
How do I apply?
I know.
That sounds like a great job.
You'd love it. So that's going to be a real exciting thing to hear.
I think I have to agree on Rivals. When I was prepping for this event, I played all the games, and I gave myself like a good few hours to practice them all, and I think I spent half the time just playing Rivals. Because I got a win streak going, and I was like, I can't stop now. It's really addictive. I love how the the movement has so much skill expression in it. You can really go back and forth with the slides. You can out-movement your opponent in a lot of ways. And with that main AR only having 20 bullets, precision, movement, it's all super important. So a super fulfilling game to play, and one that, even for players that hadn't played it before, I think a lot of them had the same feeling.
Galera, vocês querem legenda ou não?
One of those games that just gets you hooked once you start playing.
Se vocês quiserem legenda, eu coloco, mano, porque estavam pedindo pra eu tirar. Vocês querem?
Looks like it's 2-1, Rivals versus Blade Ball. I want to see what the chat says. What's let us know what your favorite games are on here today.
Legenda.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of them. You know, in the meantime, I think we might just toss it over to our correspondence team. I know they've had some time to think, some time to talk. What's going on over there?
Hello, J Party. We are just talking about our experience in this event ourselves, right, Geach?
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not good at any of these games. So I already know my strengths, and I just, when the hunts start, I do my thing. I jump in. I just kind of like dibble and dabble here and there, nothing too serious. But Sabrina, you actually had a chance to.
Mano, Xizinho, porque você é tão louco assim, mano, pela Sabrina, cara.
I think I did a total of 19 hours streaming live. It's not as long as some other people. However, I did have the help of the community, so I had a little bit of a people helping me through.
W community. Which would you say was the most challenging game?
Oh my gosh, definitely pressure. I literally, there's a clip of me screaming. I'm like, no! Like, because I try for 4 hours straight before I beat it.
Ela tá falando que cliparam ela jogando Presery, gritando.
They did nerf it though, so.
Did they nerf it before or after you got the mega token?
After.
Of course.
After.
Because that's how it goes. That's what happens. And so when you were working through that, did you have your community helping you with that as well, or were you just
and they're in there just giving me moral support because I was literally just doing the same thing over and over and dying over and over. Yeah.
And you didn't.
But I became a pro by the end. Like I felt like my last run was so good. I should upload it as a video.
You definitely should, because after 4 hours, Pixar didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta put it out there for the people to see. So how did you actually what was your intro to Roblox? How did you get into Roblox?
I started in 2017. I had a gaming channel already. People were, commenting, you should try Roblox, you should play Roblox. I actually played it with my little brothers at first. And then I was like, this is kind of cool. There's so many games. And just, within like that year, we became Roblox exclusive. DJ and I. My boyfriend, who also is part of the channel, Terabyte Games.
Yeah, so similar to me as well. I actually started because of my children. Hi, children. Yeah, so it was one of those things, where they kind of introduced me to it. Of course, Mommy, you should play this game with us. And then I get on, and now that's like all I do.
Eu nada.
Play
That's
Roblox.
awesome. That's such a good thing to bond
tá?
over.
It is. It's really cool, and it's nice because it's, there's such a wide range of options when it comes to Roblox. Everybody who knows me can tell you, I drive them nuts all the time. I'm just constantly preaching the gospel of Roblox.
What's your favorite genre of game on Roblox?
Horror.
That's your favorite?
Yes, I love horror. I like horror games.
So you like Doors?
So about that.
Oh, okay. I guess we'll talk more about that later.
We'll get to that later. But yeah, while we wait to get into that, we're gonna go ahead and get back to our caster so we can watch this last match of Super League Soccer. Thanks, guys.
All right. We are back again, folks, and hopefully we are getting through things here. We are just checking out what's going on in game and hopefully testing the replacement equipment to ensure the playing field remains even.
Yeah, so it's going to be our third round of Super League Soccer. Reminder of the stakes, our first player that qualifies to the top 4 double elimination rounds will be decided here. The player with the highest points at the end of our our final round of Super League Soccer will be that player making it through. So exciting stuff here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some of those guys who are going to be the focus here as well. And actually, we're ready to go. Let's get into the game. Enough yapping from us. Let's start this last match of Super League Soccer. It looks like the players just getting their ready checks right now and getting set on the teams. I can't wait on you.
Yeah, and just to go back a couple minutes ago, I asked the chats what their favorite game is, and it looks like the most popular answer is Doors. So all 3 of us are wrong.
Doors is fun.
Yeah, Doors is great. So stay tuned, everybody. Doors is coming up really soon.
Yeah, Doors will be the deciding match in this one. But for now, the deciding match of this first session is underway as guess what? They're on the pitch.
Hoje vai
The
começar
players are
outra
ready.
Mano.
Let's get this kickoff here again.
Ele falou que é a partida
Super League
decisiva.
Soccer. The first winner will be chosen here. And boy, you get a long break if you win this first cluster.
Jogo logo, mano.
And our two strikers, the two center fielders, da-da-da.
Né?
And of course, on the other side, the Death Eagle.
Death Eagle.
Trying to compete to make it into that top 4.
Yeah, Dud showing he's not a dud in this game
Agora
at all. Here,
a
doing a great job.
partida
Really scoring our
decisiva,
inaugural goal of the entire set here. See if he can do it again in this game.
Can I just make a prediction here? We got Dud. Oh!
I mean, he's not going to let you talk, and you Dud. Another goal. He started us strong here, and he wants to qualify.
Hey, my answer has not changed. Definitely the away. They got Dud and Roby on the same team. Two amazing strikers. I feel like they can pull this off.
Yeah, this is his chance.
Galera, comenta aí pra quem vocês estão torcendo, velho. Eu vou deixar rolando aí, mano.
Can the away team do it?
Jay and the Death Eagle are two top players thus far on the same team here.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, nearly another goal there. That would have tied the game, but not today. Death Eagle has it back in possession and will pass to his teammate off the side.
Ooh.
That pass was a little dangerous.
That was a dangerous. The old crossover on your own goal there.
Set up for another one.
Pass
back to Death Eagle.
Time da casa tá zero.
Oh, he's got it. Here's
his
chance. Death Eagle.
Oh, whoa! It looked like it went in, but it didn't.
It was very close.
An attempt there, a little short. Not the Death Eagle's usual style of a cross goal. He kind of kept that one a little too short and easy, and they're able to recover it.
Wow, great teamwork there by the away team. A lot of amazing passes.
That's a scary spot. When you see the cluster just gathering on the net, it's hard to tell what's really going to happen there, and it's a good chance for the offense to
Cara, em vez de ele ter chutado pro outro lado, não, ele chutou pro cara, tá ligado?
On the other side,
Olha lá, mano, que bola fraca é essa, velho?
If home or away wins, their respective top scoring player will be the first one qualifying.
Cara, eu jogando isso daí, eu faço sopa, mano. Caramba, cara!
Everyone must be really hungry for this win.
Yeah, we're hearing a lot of commotion from the players in the back. Passions are high here. Oh, slip and fall results in a quick goal.
That's 2 goals in a row for Dud.
The world's greatest striker.
The away team showing they came to play in this round here. Dud gets the 2 goals for his team so far. Off to a really strong start, but again, with 3 minutes remaining, we've seen major comebacks.
Dud is truly doing this for himself, trying to get himself in.
Yeah, again, his own breakaway. We'll see if you see that backboard shot. No,
Nossa.
Ooh, I like it. Baits in the defender a bit, but it's not enough. Jay gets the steal, and it's out.
Here's a chance at offense. This game has been all about our top scorers, but maybe a new member stepping up. Needs to score some more points in this group stage, and with the help of Icy, here's his chance. Open goal.
Nossa, mano, por que jogou tão baixo, velho?
But the chaos continues here.
Pra
A
ter
dangerous
jogado
spot, and
mais
they're
pra
going to get it out. I think
cima,
that's the right move
velho.
here. Just get some time to breathe. Death Eagle is a one-man army on offense.
And Terrell again takes possession, passes to Icy. That duo
Mano.
back at it again. Can they land it? No. Lime. Good on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an important goal to save there. You really want to keep your hopes alive here. 2 goals is nothing to catch up to. That 3rd goal gets a little dangerous.
We proved it in our first game. It was an 0-2 comeback to make it to overtime there.
Yeah.
Great save by Anonymous Lime.
You're not going to get the charge down on the goalie there, hopefully.
Nossa!
Wow.
Another save.
Meu Deus,
Eagle
mano.
cannot catch a break.
I know. He's trying his hardest here, but the offense has been rock solid for the away team.
It is really tough for Jay and Death Eagle here. They're going up against Jay.
Nossa,
He's been the best goalkeeper of the day.
Roby went from an amazing striker to a great defender, really holding it down for the away team.
Yeah, and they need some of their best players there trying to play defense on the Death Eagle, who shows that he is unrelenting on offense.
And Terrell's done well. A couple key steals for him, but he's yet to actually get a goal off of it. Another steal, but it's back into the possession of the home team, and again, they steal it out of the clutches of the Poke Dragon.
Oh, and here's the breakaway.
Nossa, agora vai, hein?
Best shot at it yet.
Oh!
And it's easy peasy. Death Eagle keeping their hopes alive.
Oh, mas o cara foi até a boca do goleiro, né, mano?
He wants to keep that first spot in the competition so bad.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is important. It would be nice for him to get out early, get a little rest, stretch the fingers out, take a sip of water, and watch the rest of your competitors compete. Really see who the competition is going to be in the finals.
Mano, o Max é muito ruim, mano.
Again, it's Death Eagle and Dud
Na
on
moralzinha
the
mesmo,
kickoff
velho. O
together.
Max,
Those two trying to make
infelizmente, ele é
that
ruim em futebol,
qualification
tá,
happen
velho? Já
here.
percebi
Dud
isso.
back on the offense. No one defending but that goalie. However,
not sure what that was.
Home team's going to be a little ahead of it, and they'll pass back to the goalie
Tá,
safely.
passou pro goleiro,
Easy
foi uma
exit.
boa
And
ideia.
oh, no, the goalie gets a missed kick.
Nossa!
Oh,
Que
Bit of a
isso,
fumble
mano?
there.
Ah, não,
Lyon
aí
has chance,
acabou.
tried to send it
Eu
back
não
up the
quero
middle,
mais
but a
torcer,
great
não,
position played
rapaziada.
in
Na
from Icy.
moralzinha mesmo,
That
tá?
was an actual mistake there from the goalie. Played it too short, and on a missed pass, it just comes right back to his
Eu
team.
não quero mais torcer,
Same
não,
two
mano.
players up at the kickoff.
Yeah.
Não quero torcer
Still
mais.
down by 2 with a minute remaining. This is
Não
not over yet
quero.
here. They're going to need to step
Na
up that
moral,
offense
velho.
as we see the Death Eagle again trying to get in
Que
position.
isso,
Oh,
mano.
but Dudadud plays it well. Slight delay allows him to break away with the ball.
Dudadud is still on the offense, even though they're up by 2. Oh, no, looks like he's killing time.
Yeah,
He's
he
doing
is.
well at it. Down to 40 seconds. Tried
que
to pass
isso,
it out, but
mano.
stolen by 3J at the last second. They need goals, and they need them quickly. 40 seconds to try and lock this up. But Antorell again, they're just
amazing
killing
defense.
time.
Lockdown defense by the away team.
Yeah, that was a big steal here. Very important stuff here.
Lime defends yet again.
All right, back down in the field. Another
Tô
shot for
torcendo pro
offense.
Robin.
I think the Death Eagle needs a support player.
Death
He
Eagle.
goes again on his
It is
own.
3-on-1.
Cara, acho que o Robin não vai não, hein?
Antorell with how many steals?
And Terrell
Eu
really
acho que é
came through
erro
the clutch
você
here as
torcer pro
defense. That was a
Robin,
3-on-1
Xini.
and manages the steal and ends the play.
And that's just not enough time left. Dudadud. This is his opportunity. If they can wane down these
Valeu
last few
pelos
seconds,
46
they'll
meses
lock
aí,
this game
Xini.
up. And that's time.
They're just standing still now. It's over.
3-1, the away team. They take things home, and that's Dudadud.
Aí, ó. Time do Robin ganhou, hein? Ice, Robin, chefe, Dude e
And that should
Antorell.
be enough to put him ahead.
É isso.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. We're going to let our judges tally some of those points. In the interim, we're going to talk through some of the incredible things we just saw there as we bring to a close Super League Soccer, our only team event in the day here, working together to start because things are going to get fiercely competitive right after this.
They absolutely are. Really impressive stuff across the board from our players. I think my biggest takeaway players were honestly just the 2 stars. Dudadud and the Death Eagle were both looking excellent on the offense this game, but you can't forget Shafe and Lime, honestly, in that last round as well, holding things down at the goalkeeper.
Antorell did great, played amazing defense there, but if I was Dudadud right now, I'd probably feel like the main character. That is just, I must feel on top of the world if I was him.
It's the game that mattered for him. He was just in that tight race to make it into the top 4. And that win there, of course, we have to officially tally it still, but that should be enough to push him across the line. And let's take a look at those scores and get official confirmation. And there it is. Dudadud takes home 40 points there from that one, but that's cumulative with their first points from DTI
Nossa, o Max foi pra penúltimo e o Poké Dragon.
Yeah, worth noting, Shafe, the only undefeated player.
Ah, não, mas tá todo, ó, do 5 pra baixo, tá tudo igual. Do 5 pra baixo tá tudo igual, tá?
Yeah, he had a pretty tough DTI as well. Only picked up 16 points in that round, but bounced back here in Super League.
Yeah.
And that's a big opportunity for the comeback, which means a lot of our scores have shifted dramatically. After this, we will do the full calculation and show you where we stand. And again, we will crown the first progression in our tournament. And that player is going to go take a nice break in the back room, put their feet up, sip some water, and watch the competition from there until we get to the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really cool stuff there. The competition, though, only going to continue to heat up. We have a lot more games in this qualification round, but while we wait again for that final tally, let's go ahead and check in with our correspondence team.
Hello. Thank you so much, Mimi. Gitch, I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, do you call it soccer or football?
Honestly, Sabrina, it depends on whether or not I'm wearing socks. You see, if I have socks on my feet, I'm going to call it soccer because that just makes sense.
No
but,
way.
You know, if I'm barefoot, you know, it's got to be football. It just makes sense. I mean, why I'm playing the game with no shoes on, you know, we're not going to get into that. Maybe it was a wild night.
We're not going to tell her. We're not going to tell her.
No.
Okay, I have another question. Number 2, who do you think was the MVP today?
You know, I'm not going to lie. It was different for me each round. So, like, the first round, I was really watching Icy. Icy's goalie work was insane. Like, just, he was really going for it. Second round. First round, it was Death Eagle. Just straight out of the gate, just the juking and just ripping the ball and just taking the shots. Like, I was really impressed by Death Eagle all the way through. And then at the end, though,
John e Swamp, velho. Valeu aí.
And really
por
just
tá
showed,
virando
I'm
membro
not
express,
with y'all.
mano.
This is a game, but I'm not playing with y'all today. I'm coming to win this $1 million.
I think Shafe also is putting on a very good game today.
Shafe definitely did a great job. Shafe's defense, except we got to talk about the Roby shot. We got to talk about the Roby shot.
Somebody's got to clip that.
Listen, it's getting clipped and both of you are going to be forever immortalized in Roblox history. You know, not necessarily for the best reason, maybe, you know, but Shave, you know, great job regardless. Like, I probably it would have gone the same way, real life or in Roblox for me.
I agree.
Não, galera, Sabrina não é solteira.
Thank you so much for answering those questions.
All right, folks, we are back again. Exciting stuff here as we draw to a close. The first 2 games, you saw it here, Dress to Impress and Super League Soccer, done and dusted. Now we're coming into our officially first contestant into our next round. Mimi, you want to let the folks know who it is?
Let's do it. After our first 2 games played, we have our first player advancing to the top 4. It's none other than DOLARES. Congratulations to him. He'll have a chance to step back, take a bit of a break before coming back for the top 4. He's already 1 step closer to that $1 million.
All right, incredible stuff. DOLARES really showed up with some fantastic scores in both of our first games. Let's see if we've got the leaderboard. We can pull it up and see the total scores of the day. Always fun to see where our players stand. DOLARES advancing, and I'll let you know his score was 80.
Então o Dude
so 4 points ahead of
avançou para a próxima etapa já.
The Death Eagle, but you see all top 5 of those players within 20 points, which means that game of soccer mattered.
It definitely made the biggest difference because if I remember correctly, Death Eagle was very far ahead in the first place.
He was the best player of DTI.
Right, yes.
And as we take a look back at some of the replays from Super League Soccer, we can think about some of the best players from it. Because Shafe, really, that guy, he went from 16 points in Dress to Impress to then rally back and win every single match of Super League Soccer. He was the only through line across our 3 victorious teams.
And here are DOLARES' goals for his last 3 matches. Incredible.
Yeah, showing it. He started the competition off in SLS making those goals, and he ended it making goals.
And there's the Death Eagle.
With games so close, 2 of them going into overtime, you got to feel a little bad for the Death Eagle because he was performing so well, but only managed to actually get the win in one of these. It goes to show that no matter how good you are, it always comes down to just your team and how good they are. Let's take a look at DOLARES' reaction. Feeling things out and getting that win there, and you see how excited he is when he found out he was progressing to the top 4.
Oh, man, that is awesome, folks. Well, there are still 3 spots left, folks, and I think we're getting ready to see it. And you want to tell us what game's coming up next?
Yeah, that's right. So with 3 spots left, no one's going to go down without a fight, though, definitely. I hope you're all ready for an absolute battle now because Blade Ball is up next.
Game 3, Blade Ball.
Agora vai ser Blade Ball.
There are 5 free-for-all matches. The goal is to deflect the ball and hit your opponents. Last one standing wins. The contestant with the highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4. Here's the scoring for each match.
Meu Deus, tá. Mano, vamos ver o que vai dar nesse Blade Ball.
All right, we are getting ready for Blade Ball, and this is one of the hype games of the day, I will say. And you said it was a favorite of his, but I'll say it's one of my favorites as well.
Yeah, so what should we be looking out for here today? Is there any strategies, anything like that we should get excited about as we are about to hop into our first match here, Enyu?
Fast reaction time. Who can click their mouse the fastest?
That's all it comes down to. And who can click it at the right time? Because you misclick there, you mess up, you don't have to
I'm not very good at that part.
Yeah, and here we are. We're into our first match of Blade Ball.
Eita preula.
It is just going to be 9
Eita, o negócio vai ser doido, hein, rapaziada?
And you see how quick this gets
Vixe,
going.
vixe.
Oh, and there we go.
Wow.
You see how tough it is to react.
Yeah, first player falls. And again, it's a quick game here. Slow to start with. Every hit speeds that ball up a little bit.
Os caras vai tryhardar, velho. Tem que dar vida aí no Blade Ball.
By the way, guys, there are only 4 abilities unlocked in the Blade Ball match
Tell me about them.
So there is going to be Freeze, which freezes the ball until parried or until 5 seconds. There's Blink, which allows the user to teleport up to 3
sério que o Max já morreu, mano? Ah, não.
Rapture, which unleash a ferocious upward slash. And of course, Pull, which pulls the ball towards you. Not sure if anybody wants to use that, but that could be an interesting strategy.
Yeah, you see there, a couple players with those abilities you're talking about.
velho.
Largely, you're just going to be spamming that left click and making sure you're blocking, making sure you get the timing down right. It is going so quickly. Our players clearly adept with the reaction time. Freeze in play. Ball will come back going pretty quick onto Icy, and you see how fast it is out of that freeze.
Oh, misses it, jumps and jukes himself there, throwing off his timing. Yeah, that's all it takes is a second, and that's why some of these abilities matter so much. Freeze, you'd think slowing the ball down matters, but you throw off the defensive timing, waste your block too early, and guess what? You're a sitting duck.
Yeah, it's actually, you'd think on hearing the ability that it would be more about using to protect yourself, but you're almost always going to be using it to grief other players and freeze it right before it hits them and screw up their kind of internal clock.
Yeah, and there's that hit. Another player goes down here, and we are getting to the finals here. Roby's still in it. Exciting stuff here. We'll see if he can come back in this one. Sure. And there's the rundown. We see it there in elimination. A final approach
só
so
tá
strong
faltando o Antorel, o Death Eagle. Nossa, mano!
Death Eagle.
Death Eagle versus Antorel, hein?
This ball is only going to speed up. They run each other.
O Antorel ganhou! Ah, falta o Robin também, ó.
Roby avoided being seen. And now he has this 1 versus 1.
Cara, eu acho que o Robin vai ganhar aí, hein?
I see him all match.
Vai.
Oh, the rupture.
Very nice from Antorel. Great usage of all of those abilities there and taking home our first of 5 rounds here in Blade Ball.
O cara lá, galera, ó, já não tá mais, tá vendo?
Down to a millisecond timing here. Anything matters to throw off your opponent, and it came down to that in a quick mistake from Roby.
Dude, né?
Gets him second place with that one.
Yeah, impressive for Antorel, the oldest player that we have in the competition today, still looking really on top of things in what is basically just a reaction contest in Blade Ball.
Yeah, I mean, reaction time.
Não, cinzou não, ele passou já o Blazari.
So, great job,
ele já foi pras
amazing
quartas de final, se
Super
não me
League
engano.
Soccer, and you can see that in his blocking abilities here in Blade Ball. So, definitely translated well.
Yeah, he wins
ele
the
já
first
passou,
round
ele já bateu a pontuação.
For winning that first
e
round.
aí já foi,
you know, it wasn't a great DTI for him, but he won 2 games of Super League Soccer. He won this first match of Blade Ball, so he's starting to sneak up those standings real quick.
Absolutely, that's what matters. Can't lose spirit. This game is still very close.
Mas
Looks
essa
like we've got
legenda
some
é muito
scores in here.
bugada,
We can check those
tá
out and let the folks at home know where we stand after that first game.
Olha lá, em primeiro lugar tá o Antorel, em segundo lugar o Roby, em terceiro o Death Eagle. E é o Free for All. Nossa, mano, o Max é horrível, velho. Ah, não, mano. Decepção, velho, decepção. Ele só é bom no Draft or Impress, acredita em uma coisa dessa, rapaziada? O Max só é bom no Draft or Impress, aí acabou, mano.
But placements are still important in Blade Ball. Making a top 3 across, what, 4 or 5 of these games, or even less than that, is still going to be enough, even if you're not winning every single one.
Yeah, we are seeing that as well. It is tight race amongst the top. So anything matters, every win. Can't let yourself get down. Momentum, be darned. Come back and win it. And we're in here.
There we go.
Match 2 of Blade Ball.
I'm looking at 3J here. I want a redemption run for him. He went out first in that opening round. Here's his chance to do a little bit better here.
Mano.
Thus far,
eu quero ver os malucos da cabeça do Blade Ball. Cadê, mano? Cadê?
Yeah, playing with that delay. Use those abilities now. Let folks kind of hopefully screw up their timing at the base level here. Knock out some of the good players with a surprise.
Freeze looks like the most popular abilities.
There goes Icy down. Where is Death Eagle? This is a real cheeky spot.
Finding his way onto the tree. He knows things others don't. Look at that stylish avatar right there.
Não
Let's
sei,
see if they can find where
não
he even
sei.
is. People might get a little confused when the ball disappears into the trees.
Olha o Anonymous.
Yeah, you can also kind of aim when you're bouncing back. So if you're not paying attention, you won't see him up there.
Again, Rapture, quick, very well.
Yeah, Rapture's showing a good job here. Everyone is really focused on that timing of a direct flight. When you see that arc and that increased speed, it throws things off.
So for viewers who haven't played a ton of Blade Ball, what does Rapture actually do, and how does it change how that ball travels?
Yeah, so Rapture is an upward slash where you're seeing a different kind of velocity coming from the ball.
And that's that flaming sword icon we're seeing on a player like Pokedragon.
Significantly increased curve and an influence on the power here allows for, again, a shift in timing, trying to throw off those reaction speeds.
Personally, I've never avoided a Rapture before. I've always died when it's used on me, so like to see somebody survive that here.
It's gone real quick here.
Nossa!
Mid-air. Who's it going to go after here? Death Eagle in the
Ele vai se... Nossa!
Oh, wow. Actually, incredible anonymous line.
Oh, essa bola tá muito rápida. Nem eu tanco. Nem eu tanco essa bola aí, mano. Tá doido, mano. Nossa!
Even with the freeze.
Meu Deus! Não, essa aí eu não conseguia, não. Essa daí tava hard. Da preula!
He could do it.
He was kind of the unsung hero of Super League Soccer, scored a lot of big goals, but he actually managed to win 1 round of it.
Freeze there. Giving Pokedragon enough time to back up, though. Hopefully he's got the space.
Mas ela tá lenta,
Nice and slow.
Max, yep.
And this is as fast as it's going to get going. Zipping back and forth. Our players doing well to react. It seems like it all comes down to the abilities with how you survive. And just the flick to the left there is very nice from that Max. I don't think Shafe was ready.
Max jogou muito agora.
To observe this match from
afar. Que isso, mano?
Now Roby's on a tree.
Yeah, we'll see. It didn't work out for the Death Eagle, who did go down on his tree, but Roby, king of the jungle right now.
Rapture
Vixe, o
used,
Max
actually, I
vai
think the
morrer.
first time we've seen Rapture
Vixe,
not
já
hit
era.
in an elimination.
No!
Won that with the Rapture as well.
But look who we see again.
Tá, o
Antarel,
Max tá
defense of the
jogando.
soccer,
Max
now
já
showing this is what
incorporou
matters.
o tryhard máximo ali, mano.
I want to try and check in with Antarel. Let's see if he can go back
Mano,
to
o
back
Ruben,
here.
pelo jeito, é bom nesse
And win
jogo, hein?
both rounds of this one. Has looked so good in this mode thus far. Clear the practice is
Pô,
paying
esse
off in a
Antorel
long
é
rally.
viciado,
But the
mano.
Rapture, he avoids it.
Oh,
Back
Rapture
it goes
and back
again.
Rapture.
Mano, que
Antarel,
isso,
Wow.
cara?
Impressive. Double elimination.
impeccable from him.
All right, Roby is in it, though. Let's see
Mano,
what he can do here. We've seen some of these
o
favorites already coming out
Antorel
here.
é o
Is he gonna stand the
melhor
streak with a
desse
one-on-one?
jogo,
Interesting.
mano. Não é
A good position.
possível,
We see the
pô.
rundown strategy happening a lot. Folks close that gap, force incredible reaction speeds back and forth really, really quickly, but we won't see it here if he stays up there, which means, no, he's coming down. He's going to play off this field. Doesn't like the angle for himself either.
It's going so
nós.
fast. Who's going to make a mistake first? Who messes
Mano,
up?
pra que ele
at
fica
the beginning?
fazendo isso,
Roby
cara?
is
Wow,
down.
Você
again
é
for
burro,
Antarel.
mano.
To back
Pra
for
que ficar
Antarel.
fazendo essas
That is
coisas aí na
huge
tela,
for Antarel
velho?
here. Really suddenly
Mano, o Antarel vai
securing his
dominar
spot
esse
here
jogo,
so
mano.
far in Blade Ball. Really important stuff.
Antarel vai
Incredible
dominar
to
esse
see.
jogo,
Back-to-back
tá?
wins, showing he does have what it takes.
Truly impeccable from him. I mean, just looking so clean with the reaction times. I think having really good positioning throughout and definitely not afraid to take fights. We saw a lot of players trying to hide, almost play placements up in the trees, and it worked pretty well for Roby to get second place. We'll take a peek at the scores here, which is going to show us another 15
Antarel tá
tallied up for
15-15, já tá
Antarel,
com
adding
30
30
pontos. O
to
Ruben
his
tá em
running
segundo.
total.
Mano,
Can
foi
he go for the
literalmente os dois
perfect
finalistas.
score in 5 matches?
That would be
impressive.
ridiculous.
That would be
Clean
insane.
sweep of Blade Ball, and unfortunately, Roby going for the clean sweep of second place. But hey, that's still a lot of points here, keeping him in this game. A couple wins might be what he needs to pull ahead.
We got to see more from Jay. He lost first in the first round, went out early in this one as well. There's 3 matches left to turn it around, but definitely has to step things up for him.
Yeah, scores are tight. I will say again, anyone's game still just got to get a couple more wins here, and it's not over yet. Blade Ball is just the beginning. We've got some slap battles indoors still in the progression round, so there will be some more folks moving on. However, after Blade Ball, we will have one more progressing. So, all right, the folks are getting secure. They're getting in here. Final game. All right, and how you feeling? Who's going to take this one?
Third game. There's still
Third game.
3
More
games left.
after this.
Third game.
I'm just gonna go with Antarel. He's shown nothing but perfect
Mais
gameplay
jogo
here,
aí, ó.
so I don't want to be wrong here.
All right, you've heard it here. The master of Blade and Ball. We'll see how this progresses. Look at that. 2 players already running into each other. That was a quick close.
I like that from Poke Dragon. Had a couple rough runs here in Blade Ball, but starts things off with an
Muito obrigado,
elimination.
Chopper!
Yeah,
Valeu
impressive
aí,
stuff
mano.
Tough positioning for Icy right at the start there.
That was.
Freeze onto the ball.
No obstacles on this one. The folks are on a flat, even playing ground. There will be no hiding in the trees.
Death Eagle. Very interesting strategy. He's just going into the center of the map here. Clearly extremely confident in everyone these games we've seen thus far.
There's no
Olha lá
tree
os
to stand
cara.
on, so it's got no place else to
Na
go.
verdade, o cara em si
Yeah,
tá
Icicle and Poke
focando no
out
Torel,
already.
né?
The remaining players still on the board here. Doing the spread out, slow play for the beginning here. No one wants to get sloppy on these easy
Oh
hits.
my god. Boa.
All right,
Nossa.
good catch on the
Meu
freeze here.
Deus.
You don't have to wait for freeze. That is important. People can close in on that gap and just hit it, which I think is part of the mental bait. They want you to run forward and forget your timings on defense.
Yeah, the thing is, though, sometimes when it's frozen, you basically have to
Nossa,
choose, do you
tomou.
back up and take the risk on the timing, as we see doesn't work out from Lime, or do you close the gap and do that? Because it is tough to get the timing perfect with how fast that ball gets moving.
Indeed, indeed. We see Shafe playing with the jumps there. The jumps is a dangerous one. It can throw off your ability to see when exactly that timing matters, but it can confuse your opponents as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It almost looks like he's reacting less off of actually seeing the ball and more off of just like feeling the timing. It's a very
Nossa,
cerebral way to
Death
play it.
Eagle,
Unfortunately for the Death Eagle, he's
nossa,
eliminated
velho.
early this
man.
round.
Look at his expression. That must have been devastating.
Yeah, that is devastating, but I
E
will
o
admit his
Antarel
fun
tá
fact on this
vivo
player card
ainda,
is that
mano.
he is a good loser. Unfortunately, we don't want to see that today.
O
We'd like a
Antarel
good
tá
winner.
vivo
I don't know
ainda,
how fun
hein?
that is.
Sad
It
fact.
means he's a
That's
good
a sad
sport.
fact.
No, he means he's a good sport, and that's what matters in a competition like this.
Oh, it's going real
Meu
quick here.
Deus.
Couple freezes from both sides. Jafe ready to receive this one. Does he have the timing
Nossa,
perfect?
tá muito rápido, véi.
Another freeze, and that's an
Meu
elimination.
Deus.
All right, but still some important folks in that. Unfortunately, that is Jay, and this was an important round for him. But guess what? Roby is still in it. Antarel is still in it, and these folks are on pace right now for the top scores.
And honestly, I'd love to just watch Antarel here. A chance to go for the three-peat.
Mano, tá
And
muito
thus far,
rápido.
he's playing a little bit back. letting the other competitors eliminate each other. He does a great job of choosing when to get proactive, when to actually become a part of this fight.
Meu Deus, que é isso?
Real quick back and forth. Antarel not finding him yet. Frozen for a moment.
Nossa,
Xanax is gone.
And that's unfortunate, coming right to him from around that corner. He might not have been looking the right way.
Roby has been our other best player of Blade Ball, and him and Antarel are both in this. Another competitor, though. Someone who was good in the last round. Shape here as well.
Já
with his
fez a
chance
força
to
ali.
dethrone Antarel in this mode.
Yeah, I think we saw some impressive goaltending, or goalkeeping.
Nossa, tomou, velho!
That's Roby.
Agora o Antorel e o chefe.
1v1. Antarel. He's 3-peat on the line
Vixe, esse
here.
daí vai pra... De frente pra frente. O Antorel ganhou mais uma, mano!
In a row.
Look at that fire emoji on top of his head. That must feel real good.
Caraca, velho.
That is an important win from Antarel, who takes 3 top spots in 3 rounds here. Boy, he must be feeling good. You've got a little room to breathe here, a little bit of a buffer. Yeah, that is the face of the champion of the Blade.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if he gets a little bit better, he might just be
Ele é o
able to match
ganhador
up
do
against
champion,
me.
mano.
Yeah,
Já sou impressed. Blade Ball parece o campeonato da Twitch. Então, ô Diária.
He looks kind of undefeated right now.
After this competition, I challenge Antarel to a
Mano,
1v1
chamar
Blade Ball.
você de Diário do Casal Gamer é ruim, então vou chamar de Vitor.
Warming up with these folks earlier as a 10th sub in 10th player who we consider a very good player, and he was destroyed by one of these guys.
Mano, parece muito mesmo.
All right, folks, looks like the scores are in. Let's check it out and see where we stand. No surprise there, Antarel sweeping Blade Ball with 3 victories and 45 points on the board.
Antarel had 66 points coming into this one from 2 wins in SLS and a solid performance in DTI. This should now put him out in front of the lead. If he can maintain this through the rest of the rounds of Blade Ball, he is setting himself up
vai
for a bit of a
na
break
Gamescom, né,
to not
Vitor?
have to play
Confirmado
through
que
boards,
vocês
to
vão
skip
estar lá,
out on
vai,
slap
né?
battles as well and put himself in a great position to win $1 million.
Yeah, we'll see if he can, though. But again, our top players are still within 20 points of each other, which means a single bad round of Blade Ball could put you down on the scoreboard pretty quickly.
That it could. I mean, it's a lot of the times comes down to which way that ball is going. You can get caught off guard. One slight mistake, one slight slip up, and you lose a lot of points. And we're into our 4th round, the penultimate playthrough here of Blade Ball.
Yeah, sometimes I notice when playing Blade Ball, you get caught up into other people's battles, and you don't notice that the ball is coming to you next.
Sábado,
so
eu acho,
you gotta be always alert.
You got to watch the cross. We see in the movement they mostly want to keep space with the players next to them, no surprises. But that cross-up is a dangerous time for both players.
Mano, esse Antorel deve estar uma concentração absurda, rapaziada.
This has worked for him in this initial round. Carve out your own corner and just
Ele deve estar em uma concentração absurda, mano. Esse Antorel, pra não perder uma, tá
I want to ask you guys, how are we feeling about the ability choice of our players? I think we've seen some value from the freeze, from a couple different ones. What would you be choosing if you were competing?
No.
Well, I think Rapture has really shown its shines here. Just being able to change that arc and mix things up has been awesome. We'll have to notice the magnet that pulls people in with the pull.
Não, você vai na festa,
when you sneak up on someone a bit there, use the pull, get a quick return, and that's what's going to throw folks off.
My go-to ability is the Infinity, which unfortunately is not in this game.
Yeah, this was hand chosen by the developers to ensure we had the most competitive mode here, and these were the 4 they deemed fair, balanced, and a wonderful
Victor,
sport to watch.
That's one of the things that is so cool about this tournament, the involvement of the developers. I know talking to them, you were saying a lot of the devs of these games were so excited to see them played here at the Hunt Final.
Yeah, we appreciate all the work the devs did, adding some custom tweaks to some of their modes, and we know even some brand new modes, as we'll get to a little later in this competition.
Yes, we will.
And that's one of the special kind of magical fun things about Roblox, is working with our developers so hand in hand to make awesome competitions and awesome tournament games that can stand the test of time.
Well, our 3-peat winner here in Blade Ball is alive yet again. About half the contestants are gone, and another. That's Death Eagle falling yet again here.
Oh, and that's rough. Unfortunately for Death Eagle, that was a real important game for Win. He's still high in the standings, but needed a good first place here to really secure a top spot.
The players that are closest to Antarel in score are going to be Roby, who's doing pretty well for himself. Shafe up just a few points behind. Those are the guys you're looking at here. It's Jay taken out of this round, and we've whittled things down to a final 4. Again, Roby,
Mano, Antarel ainda tá
those are the guys to watch in this final.
Yeah, an important one. I'm not sure they're paying attention to these scores as much as we are back there, as the competition's fierce. But if I was Antoel, I'd be going for some of the folks who I know could compete with my top spot, and that's Roby, who's still in this game.
But Anonymous Lime, a 3rd contender, trying to step up. He's closing the gap. Antarel somehow always avoiding getting involved in these early fights.
Yeah, they really should be teaming up on him.
Yeah, that's right. They're kind of playing a little passive here, just splitting the board across this triangle.
It's just going back and forth around the triangle. Lime hits it in. Who slips up first? Who makes a mistake? Roby.
Caramba, cara, tá muito rápido isso aqui, mano. Meu Deus!
Staying in it and finally.
Amazing free.
I mean,
this is going to be hard to recover.
Let's see if Enter.
And he can't do it.
Oh, I thought it went to Enter.
No,
O Anônimo já foi.
A 1v1.
Agora é o Antorel versus Robin.
Nossa!
Maluco!
Down and Roby
clutches up.
and crowns the king. And is the first player besides Antorel to take home a round here in Blade Bowl.
Well, that was an incredible run down there.
O Robin ganhou essa, hein, mano?
That
Cê é louco,
is
foi
a
a
key
maior
moment for him to capture those points and put himself up there where
So
he needs to be.
stoic.
Sorte que acabou a parede, verdade, verdade.
Yeah, that's his
Zero
vibe.
pressure.
Yeah, he knows it, man. Just keep
Nossa,
it cool,
mano,
keep it
tá
chill.
doido,
Hey, $1 million, what? Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, seems like he's been there many times before.
You got to be stoic when you're doing it. Our scores are ready to go. The umpires have tallied things up, and still it's Antorel leading out.
Antorel tá com 57, Robin tá com 49 e o Max tá 28, mano. Não sei como o Max tá aí em terceiro, mas beleza.
No, we're going to need some tactical plays here because, again, they can win, but they need to knock Antorel out early. I'd be hunting, I'd be looking, and try to use those abilities fast.
Ele tá sendo mais consistente, né?
58 points across DTI and SLS for Roby and 66 for Antorel. So not only would Roby have to do better than Antorel in this round, but significantly so to be able to pull ahead there. So he basically has to win and get Antorel out early if he wants to overtake here.
Right. And another name that's not mentioned enough here is actually a chat favorite, which is Death Eagle. Everybody wants to see him come back, and let's see if he could pull off a win in the final game here.
Yeah, I think we've seen a couple emotional reactions from him losing out in some of these early rounds, and he's definitely going to have to step up here, only taking home 22 points across the first 4 rounds. We want to see some more from him in this final one.
But a reminder, it's never over for all of our players. We need to keep on fighting because this is a progression system with points that count across each game. So you do need to try your hardest in each and every round here. It is important to secure as high of a spot as possible in each round. But here we are, the final round of Blade Ball. And here we go, Anonymous Lime.
It's almost over.
I know.
I'm having a great time.
I could watch Blade Ball, I think, all day. It is a beautiful game of art.
It is really fun to watch. The pace at which it plays, it's kind of unlike anything else that we're going to be playing in the tournament today.
Absolutely, and a nice, quiet, distraction-free map here to just show this is a game of skill. Again, there's a boom, and I believe the first player goes down here. Exciting stuff, but Shafe will not be remaining in this round of the competition.
Yeah, the brand new classic V2, I believe, the map, a fan favorite here.
O Antorel tá com sede de ganhar mais uma, hein, rapaziada.
101 points for Shafe. He
O Antorel tá com sede de ganhar mais uma, hein?
Eliminated early, maybe look to overtake, but unfortunately today's not his day, at least in this one game. There's still more for him to play.
Meu Deus, mano.
Opportunity to qualify straight to the top 4.
Nossa!
All right,
que agressividade, hein, mano?
Quickly there with a click and a sweep, and that is down for the count.
That play just before that too, with Jay freezing that Rapture was amazing.
Yeah, it's one of the best direct counters, I think, when we're talking about the abilities in this game.
Absolutely. Great reaction time there.
All right, well, Antorel's still in it, and that is the play to be watching in this round. If they can take him out early, there is a chance here. It is an important moment for him. We'll see where this freeze is going. I'm not sure they saw the trajectory.
Mad Max.
Oh, go with the counter freeze. Absolutely. Oh, and that is out.
Wait, this is a chance now for Ruby to come
Max agora mirou muito no Antorel, hein, velho? Cê é louco,
mano. That was an early knockout.
It's really going to come down to how the points roll out. Did Antorel go out early enough? Can Roby actually win this? It'll be neck and neck between the two of those, but to have its absolute best chance at the points working in his favor, Roby wants to win this round.
Yeah, Chad is still talking about Death Eagle. They can't stop talking about him.
Neither can we. Neither can we, and he's going to shine still. I have a lot of faith in our remaining matches here. But for this one, this is a moment for Roby. If he can place top 2, I believe, he might have the points to move on. We'll find out.
We'll have to see the umpires tally it, but
E o Death morreu.
A win would be so important, and that's Death Eagle, the fan favorite.
Mano, o Ruben ainda tá jogando, hein, velho?
Contestants. Jay still in this one, Lime still in this one, but they're fighting each other, and the real man who's winning off of that is, of course, Roby.
O Max tá jogando bem, mano. O Max tá jogando bem. Blade Ball.
Buying time, buying placement in this
Meu
round.
Deus, cara.
He's been a little quieter in the earlier rounds, but he's done a good job this round, eliminating some important players and actually sticking to it and staying alive.
I like that we see Roby use the fully zoomed out camera and get as much situational awareness as possible. He's not looking at it from his character's perspective. He's looking at this almost bird's eye view and staying in the race.
Yeah, Quem morreu foi o Max. He knows the distance to the map, because you're not going to see the collision with your character here. You got to just watch the ball, your opponent, the timing, and know the second count each and every bounce of this.
If you've played Blade Ball, you know you're not even really looking at the ball a ton. You just kind of feel it. You feel the momentum. You get in a rhythm, and that's why the abilities are so strong, because they break that natural rhythm.
Yeah, that's why I play with my eyes closed.
I was going to say, we should have the blindfolded Blade Ball competition and see how far anyone gets.
You probably could play off audio. It would be hard, but...
Also, shout out to Jay. He's sort of been moving his way up the ladder in each and every match.
Yeah, doing a great job here.
All
right, we've got a top three. Anonymous Lime also doing great today with Roby.
No.
Who was that?
I think that was Roby that just went down. Roby is out of the
foi de
round.
base.
I'm not sure if that score is going to be enough at third.
Agora é o Anonymous ou o 3J.
Kind of getting a sigh of relief out of there, knowing that he's getting a pretty
Nossa, o
competitive
3J ganhou.
Win. Wow.
He needed that one. We're sitting at 77 points going into this round, adding 15 more to the total from the win. We're going to have to tally everything up, of course, but I think that's likely to be a position that Antarel is feeling good about. He took 3 out of 5, got a runner-up position in the 4th, and got about a middling placement in that final round.
Yeah, it is cumulative, so as you get the scoring, even if you don't clear this one hurdle, it is important going on to the final.
Caramba, o Antarel perdeu essas duas aí, mano.
And that's why we're talking about, our top performer being the one who gets that insta-qualification, but there's still the other players who have to go and now play slap battles after this, and then doors after that. Getting into 2nd, 3rd place and being competitive in that way means that you're in a way better position once that top number is taken off the board to sneak in and qualify in that next round.
Right. And I feel like, in a way, slap battles coming up next is very similar to Blade Ball, fast-paced individual competition. And here are the scores, so let's take a look.
All right. Look at that.
Nossa, a diferença de
over Roby in that one.
Call.
Yeah.
Diferença de ponto, o Roby não passa do Antarel. 2
more
pontos,
points than Roby as well, so that should be enough. But we of course
Nossa, e o Ice tá em último aí, mano. O Ice tá indo mal.
Antarel, though, what an impressive performance from him. 2 wins in SLS, a solid showing in DTI, and now 60 points tallied up here in Blade Ball. Looking like a fierce competitor there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, that was epic, everyone. Let's all take a deep breath after Blade Ball and see what's going on with Geach and Sabrina and what they have to say.
Yes, thank you, J Party. I needed that. I'm over here losing it watching these games. They were so good. Oh my gosh. Now, Sabrina, who surprised you the most?
Well, Antarel. Because I did not expect those skills, and then they
No.
started. That was a good strategy on their part.
Of course, because you got to get off the guy who's getting everybody else out.
3 wins in a row. That's scary.
Especially with the intensity. I really enjoyed watching Antarel and Roby go at it, because I just knew that Roby was, I don't know, Roby had the strats. It's just like, you just couldn't quite
the reflexes.
Yeah. And then just the back and forth so fast, man. But, Jay pulling it out the last round.
Yeah, that was unexpected. I didn't expect it. So it could be anyone's game at this point.
I don't know.
We have no idea what's going to be happening in the next few games.
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect Antarel to get knocked out in that last round, especially the way that he played the first 4 rounds, and then for Mad Max to come and just take him out. I think I had to double take when that happened, because I couldn't believe that Antarel got eliminated.
Será que ela tem zap, mano? Para com essas conversas aí, Lazari. Na moral, que isso, cara?
For it to end in Antarel and Roby to only be 1 point apart.
Yeah, that's insane. Only 1 point apart. Right now, those 2 are the top for $1 million. Right? That's crazy.
Man, I mean, if I played like that, I feel like I'd have a pretty good shot. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm not a blade baller. You know, it's a little too fast for me. I don't think
Fun fact, they said something about playing blade ball blindfolded. I actually did
Velho,
do that.
vocês estão me colocando em uma posição de talarico,
I got a
mano.
voice chat
Vocês
in
têm noção
Roblox,
disso,
and I asked a
cara?
random player if they would help me.
Vocês têm noção
You trusted
disso,
a random?
mano?
Yes, I was blindfolded. I played the game. They told me when to hit, and I won.
Não posso nem
That
mais
was
rir,
amazing,
mano.
though. Thank you so much.
Não posso nem
Now back
mais
to you,
rir,
Jay
né,
Party.
rapaziada?
All right, riveting analysis from our fancy correspondence team. Y'all doing great stuff.
She won
Appreciate it.
blindfolded. That's crazy.
I don't believe that.
I'm into the blindfolded blade ball competition. That's going to be for the next hunt. We'll see. All right. Well, another game down, which means a new contestant is advancing to the round of 4.
And it's official. We are happy to announce the next contestant making their way into the top 4. It's the 3-time blade ball champion, Antarel.
All right. Give it up for Antarel here. He is deserving of a good break after that performance. Wow. Such a strong showing. So he's going to join our first contestant just like that. Two folks have progressed. Exciting stuff. Dudadud and Antarel get to hang out and talk about how they're going to strategize for the top 4.
Antarel ganhou. Já passou para a
Yeah,
próxima
let's
fase.
see what the scores here as well, because we're getting all tallied up. We're getting towards the last 2 games here in the qualification
mais tem
stage.
ponto por enquanto é o
gotta feel good.
Ruben.
They're now one step closer
O
to the
Antarel e o
$1
Dude já
million.
passaram.
Looking at Roby and Shay
O Max
here with
tá em
each
quinto,
over 100
chefe
points.
de segundo,
Yeah,
Def
that is strong.
Eagle
But
em
hey, players in the
terceiro,
90s still have a major chance here.
quarto.
As we've seen, the points start adding up in these 5-round games that we're going to see.
Yeah, I want to give some credit to,
o
to
Ruben tá
Jay
em
there.
primeiro, com
Lost
17 pontos
first in the first game of Blade Ball, went out early in the second as well, and then rallied back in those last 2 games, or the last 3, getting deep placements to tally nearly 30 points on the board, and bring himself now into the top 4 of our standings.
All right, all right. Well, things are heating up here. We've got our 8 contestants left. And now would be a great time to get up, stretch, grab a snack, and take a brief pause. But don't go too far away. Don't change that channel. We're going to be resuming the stream here. But first, we're going to see some stories of some of the incredible creators that make Roblox possible. I think we've got some fun stories, some fun content for you folks at home. So maybe we'll check out some of these creator stories. And we'll be back with live competition soon for the $1 million prize that's coming.
It was funny being the art director on a high-end fashion game. And I wear Crocs on the daily.
The difference between this and all of our other projects is there's very little...
The color pass is actually just kept blank. Okay. I'm an art director for Sawhorse Productions. Sawhorse makes interactive brand experiences on Roblox.
Mano, e que som é esse? Oxi! Ficou meio chiado só pra mim? Oxi, que bomba foi essa? Nós voltamos em breve! Ô, louco! O que aconteceu aqui que eu não entendi? Oxi! Mano, tava dando uns bugs, galera, no negócio, mano. Que doideira é essa, rapaziada? É, deu uma pausa agora. Sim, vai ter mais, né? Tá aqui, ó. Nós voltamos em breve. Pelo amor de Deus, né, Ceboli? Cê é louco. Intervalinho, né, rapaziada? Intervalinho, legal, né? Por enquanto isso, mano. Ai, ai, tá, deixa eu ler o chat aqui, rapaziada, por enquanto. Ai, ai, mano, como vocês estão, rapaziada? Por enquanto aí... Nossa, velho. Cê é louco, mano. Doideira. O Roblox foi mijar. Foi osso, mano. O Roblox foi mijar, osso. Qual o seu trabalho? Como assim, o meu? Você é um cara legal. Tamo junto aí, ô Pedro Carlos. Valeu, mano. David Bazooka pediu pra dar pausa. E aí, Cauã, beleza? Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 baram bam bam bam. Let's go, baby. Vamos lá, galera. Ô louco, John. Ah, não, velho. Ai, ai. Tá, mano, na moral, gente. Eu acho que é a placa de captura isso daqui, hein, mano. Na verdade, eu tenho quase certeza, velho. Vou ter que comprar outra, mano. Prontinho, prontinho. Ai, galera. Ô, Blazari, você comprou qual placa de captura pra colocar na sua câmera? Foi a HD60S+, ou foi a Canlink? Ou foi outra também, né? Uma barata? Nossa, então... Bom pra você, mano. Porque a minha aqui, mano, de milão, tá dando essas travadas, velho. Deve ser OBS? Não, não. É a placa de captura. Toda hora que trava, eu tenho que tirar e colocar o cabo HDMI e o USB-C que fica nela. Quando eu for resgatar o slot 2 de Blue Lot aqui na live, eu posso pedir pra pegar o primeiro slot do estilo e o slot do flow? Eu acho que sim, o DK Nightmare. Se for o mesmo preço, sim, tá ligado? Se for o mesmo preço, sim. Imagina se você estivesse lá, mano. Queria, tá? Queria, mas infelizmente... É triste, mano. Ia ganhar blusa de graça, ia jogar sem lag, ia ver o David jogando. É só vantagem, Blazari. Eu acho que, mano, só de você tá lá já vale muito a pena, tá ligado? Só de você tá lá, mano, já vale muito a pena, mano. No mesmo lugar da Sabrina. A Sabrina tá, tá lá na sede, mano? Eu acho que não, não é não? Você é louco? Que demora é essa, mano, pra voltar? TOWAK, nos conte sua história no Roblox. Ah... Esse Blazário. Ai, ai. É cada coisa. Já que eu tô rindo igualzinho ao Blazário, mano. Ele fala bem assim, tá ligado? Ele dá uma risada assim. Ah, não. Aí acabou, mano. Eu peguei a risada do Blazário, mano. TOWAK vai ver o filme do Mine que horas? Então, mano, eu vou ir hoje, velho. Eu vou estar indo umas... Cara, eu acho que umas 7. Não sei quando terminar de gravar outro vídeo aí, mano. Tá ligado? Vamos embora, rapaziada. TOWAK, tu acha que eles poderiam fazer coisas competitivas igual o Valorant, o próprio Roblox, tendo orgs e tal? Eu acho. Cara, seria algo sensacional, tá ligado, Blazari? Mano, imagina, velho. A fúria no Roblox. Chama! Imagina, mano. Oh, ia ser sensacional, comp Mano, é sério, velho. Você seria um influenciador da Fúria. Mano, imagina, velho. Nossa. Aí, voltou!
And welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience because the wait is finally over. The even more chaotic.
Sim, Blazari. Seria ótimo, tá ligado?
Let's check it out.
Game 4, Slap Battles. There are 5 free-for-all matches.
Slap Battles!
Last one standing wins.
Agora é Slap Battles, hein, rapaziada? 5 jogos free-for-all. Ah, mano. 6 pontos pra quem ficar no primeiro.
Charming music deter you. This is a serious competition, and it's really important for our players as there is a pretty close scoring amongst our top here, and it's still anyone's game because in 5 rounds of slap battles, if you go out first,
agora o Rubem ganha.
If you make it to the top, you're getting a lot. So, again, the competition is in it. We've got some exciting stories for our players, and I think they're doing good stuff here. Mimi, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that this is going to be exciting. I think we're going to start to really shake out who our true top players are. Because it's down to the wire, and we're into our first round of slap battles. There's going to be 5 total.
Tem 7 pessoas agora, não é? Ah, não, são 8. São 8 pessoas.
A ton of different
tá
gloves, but in this version, we're only playing with one to get
vamos ver.
Yes, the basic white glove, and of course the fart ability is the only one that is in the game, and as you guys can hear, it's already being used.
Absolutely, you're going to hear that flowing here as this game.
Quem morrer por último ganha, tá ligado? É basicamente isso.
In the middle here with this basic glove, it doesn't have a massive knockback, which is kind of an important.
E vai tendo desastre pelo mapa, pelo jeito.
Burn down around them and force them onto a smaller and smaller island.
E vai destruindo o mapa, ó. Vai ficando com um buraco o mapa. O Max vai perder. Não, vai não.
Yeah, you don't want to go down like that. Pressure definitely on. I think it's a lot of strategy in it. As silly as that might sound, perhaps.
Nossa!
You have to calculate your risks. Do you play towards the center where there's going to be a lot more conflict? Do you stick more to the side but risk getting hit off?
Nossa, mano, é uma batalha assim, mano.
Positioning is a lot of the game in slap battles.
Yeah, as you get a breakaway, we'll see as players start to get knocked towards the edge, you kind of see the whole mob move towards them a little bit, trying to get an extra slap, push them off the cliff, because it takes a little bit of time as all players are still alive here, but this board is getting smaller.
you are incentivized to, not take too many risks because you're not getting points for eliminating other players. You're getting points for surviving and being the
Tá, ó, isso aí. Mano, tipo, eu fico meio brisado, tá ligado? Olhando isso, mano. Eu não sei pra quem olhar, mano. Esse caster do meio, do lado do Enio, ela é caster da Riot Games? Sério? A mulher aí do meio?
Oh, no, Death Eagle.
Sério, Blazares? Sem brincadeira? Sério, mano, do NA. Caraca, mano, nem sabia, velho.
One falls down, Shafe, making a lot of noise on the way down.
Wow, and we are going to be making it to it looks like our final small pedestal here with a lot of players still in this.
Yeah, 6 up on a very small.
Mano, tá só um bloco agora, mano, a ilha.
Second player falling as well. It's down to a final 4. Who can stay up? Who can hold on?
E o Max vai ganhar! Não!
Max falls, and that should be Lime taking the first round.
O Anonymous ganhou. Caraca, mano!
Chaotic here as all 8 players made it to a really small.
Nossa, ficou em segunda.
Kickoff match of slap battles and a whole new array of top players coming out in this next game.
And that's instantly going to shoot Lime way up the standings here. The pack was super tight in the middle of the group, and getting those full points for the victory is big for Anonymous Lime.
Yeah, it seems like his name's just popping out of nowhere now. Didn't really see him much.
Cadê o Robin? Ele fica aqui, ó. O Robin tá aqui, ó.
I played a lot of slap battle, and I have some overpowered gloves. Just seeing them use the basic gloves, it must be really, really difficult to knock somebody down. This is the game that induces the most rage out of me. So
really,
it's nice to see the players are still keeping their cool.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw some emotions starting to come out in our last match of Blade Battle, and I imagine it'll only get more intense as the games get closer and players realize that that chance to make $1 million is slipping away. But our scores are set to go, so let's take a peek how we're doing. No surprises, Anonymous Lime up top, earning 16 points from his win.
Yeah, Mad Max coming in second with 13, and Jay needing those 10 points. And it's good to see some folks popping up. Icicle had a rough round in Blade Ball, but takes 4th here. We'll see if that's enough to keep his hopes alive. Unfortunately, an upset here with the Death Eagle falling first, and Roby going down again early on in this match here. So that's unfortunate. We'll see if that's enough to...
Ainda tem mais 4 partidas, pois é.
Yeah, looks like players are getting into the match now. So let's go ahead and hop in. Our second game getting underway now. And the island, for about a moment, is back to being calm.
Looks peaceful, right? Not for long.
And there's the countdown. Again, no early knockdowns that last round. We'll see if that sticks to be the case because it's anyone's game, but the players still playing safe. Everyone kind of jockeying for that King of the Hill in the middle there. That's the spot to be. You could see a bit of a rundown if anyone shows weakness on the edge there. I think we see the Death Eagle playing a little more outside the pack.
Vamos ver.
No one needs to get their hands dirty up front here. Take it slow.
It's funny because you actually see him kind of actioning a similar strategy to what he did in Blade Ball, staying back, playing the fringe of the map, trying to just basically avoid attention from other contestants until he runs out of time. Icy, Roby, both doing the same. Definitely feels advantageous. But there's a
Nossa!
Lime goes aggro, knocks Jay off the world.
That's rough.
Olha, vocês perceberam que cada um é bom em um jogo, tá ligado? Tipo, o Anonymous ele tá sendo bom agora aqui no Slap. O Max também é bonzinho no Slap, mano, pelo jeito. E outro sai do destaque, tá ligado?
Maybe that's why Lime was targeting Jay right off the rip.
Yeah, you wanted to go for that. Go for the people who are leading right now. You know, while the
tá bem interessante
down,
isso
we did
aqui.
lose another one. Dragon goes down. Fun facts about slap battles, the devs develop and update this game all the time. There has been a 1-glove release.
Você é louco, o Robin quase... Eita, o Robin já foi de limbo.
So that's a lot of gloves.
Rapaz, tá ficando perigoso pro Robin aí, mano. Tá perdendo muito fácil.
Down early, and that is rough to see. Roby has a pretty comfortable position here, but if he goes down early again, that's going to slip away. Oh, but that's Death Eagle, one of his main competitors here. Oh,
nossa, o Anônimo tá... o Anônimo caiu.
Oh, but he couldn't hold on for long.
Couldn't hold on there. That was a close call. He tried.
Yeah, so our winner of the first round off, and it's 3 contestants working for it. Shafe, one of the top standers right now in terms of points. A chance to win a round here. 1v1v1. Shafe pushed back towards the edge.
Nossa!
Time, and Icy falls off the platform.
Que foi isso? O cara pulou ali, mano. Nossa, o Shafe ganhou, mano. Oh, mas o Max tá indo muito bem, tá? O Max tá indo muito bem, velho.
Back-to-back second places as Shafe takes that win.
Yeah, a big round. You know, it's interesting to note here, Icicle and Poke Dragon were hurting a little bit, and we might see those in the scores. They're making a comeback, but why it's important is both of them are self-described doors experts, which will be the final game in the progression round. So if they can keep it forward, they're going to be in a good spot.
It's also weighted a little more heavily because we're playing 5 rounds of slap paddles and blade ball. We played 3 of SLS, 2 of DTI. There was a lot of chances for repetition. We're only going to be playing doors once. So that is the real, like, blue shell comeback opportunity for our players to get a ton of points if they win doors.
100 points. Everything will be on the line for doors, which is coming up next. But first, we still have a couple more matches of slap battles left to go. Let's see if any player can pull ahead here.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at the Death Eagle here. He's, like we've talked about, one of the fan favorites. He's the player who had to travel the longest to make it here. And with a really strong early start in DTI, he's struggled a little bit in these more recent games. We've seen some reactions, getting a little, you know, energetic when he was losing these, a little disappointed.
O Max tá com mais pontos aí, hein? O Anonymous sai em segundo, terceiro o chefe. Legal, legal as pontuações.
Yeah, consistency is key as demonstrated by their 26 points. Our leader so far, but right behind him, Anonymous Lime, 24, 18 for Shafe, and again, the rest of our players down the line. Unfortunately, Death Eagle in last place right now with slap battles. We'll see if we can turn it around.
Yeah, that we will. We're getting into our 3rd round now here of slap battles, the midpoint of this game and the penultimate game here of our qualifying round before moving on to doors.
Makes me wonder how Enterel would have done in slap battles. Doesn't look like the skills are translating directly from blade ball to this.
Yeah, we've seen a whole different set of folks come out on top here. And the initial high fives are happening. I like to pretend they're all just shaking hands at the start here.
Doing very important business deals as they slowly fall off the world.
Vamos ver quem que vai estar ganhando agora, hein, rapaziada.
Is this how you do the Roblox business deals when you're off talking to developers around the world?
Just slap.
That is true. More fun facts about Roblox. After you compete in Rivals for your promotion, you will compete in slap battles to have the best ceiling of the contract. So,
nossa, mano.
The whimsical life of a Roblox.
Ninguém morreu ainda, galera. Ninguém morreu.
Slap battles after this.
We'll see. Do we get to choose our own glove?
We'll leave that one to you. Still, all 8 of our contestants are standing in this 3rd round. We're watching the Death Eagle, the guy we've talked a lot about today.
Yeah, it's an important run for him. He needs to place in the top 3 here to keep his spot alive in this competition. It's unfortunately a lot of pressure for slap battles, a game of whimsical fun.
Ui! Meu Deus! Quase, hein?
And we'll see Roby again, also
Nossa, o Pokédragon já caiu, velho.
Down. We missed his fall there, but he is out. And all right, that gives a lot of our players still a chance here to get that score. I know Roby's going to be looking for it.
The 2nd round now where Pokédragon
Tá, até agora. Eita, o 3 já, mano, vai cair também. Vixe, mano.
Yeah, a bit of a gang up on Jay. Gets down in the corner.
Yeah, he's been eliminated pretty early in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Nossa, vai, Max. Meu Deus, mano.
Long, drawn-out fight, but in this one, folks are dropping. With Poke and Jay out, only 6 remain.
Nossa, mano. Eu acho que o Max tá sendo meio focado ali, né, não?
Okay.
Acho que não.
Getting hit, but staying in it. Now we see back to that King of the Hill, jockeying for position, staying in the middle.
Oh, that was a far knockback there.
Yeah, a lot of these platforms starting to drop.
Yeah, that power is a quick boost. Very important to kind of recover your position or sneak up and get that push slap and get them over the edge as folks show signs of weakness. The platform is this time. It's going to leave a funny shape.
Nossa!
And we're going to see a lot of
Mano, vai dar ruim pra alguém.
Good use of the blast there to boost his way back in.
Nossa, já era.
Anonymous Line, they all fall.
Tá só o Def, o Robo e o chefe agora.
Oh, Death Eagle, can he make it back onto the platform? Just in time. The slap connects. Roby stuck on the platform. They're both falling. Who makes it down first?
Não, o chefe já foi.
Competing.
E
Roby's just above
o Def ganhou.
Death Eagle steals it away.
Nossa, mano. Que
slap battles thus far, and you see
louco.
the elation on his face, disappointment the first 2 rounds, and now feeling good off that win.
Oh,
the fans must be real happy.
Cê é louco,
mano. They're calling him the Deagle in chat.
The Deagle. Oh, that is a good nickname.
Wow.
All right. Well, a win that he needs, that is for sure. However, the person he didn't need to get second was Roby. So that's going to keep things tight here. As this race is getting into, what was that, our 3rd
Apareceu o portal do Brasil.
Oh, yeah, our umpires, they came straight down to the wire. They're still tallying things up to make sure we get everything right here. But you were mentioning it earlier. Doors a maximum of 100 points here. So even if you're one of these bottom players right now, I'm looking at Pokey Dragon, Icicle, the guys who have been struggling a little bit more. As long as they are not more than 100 points behind the first player, they still technically have a chance to rally back.
Exactly, yeah. It's still anyone's game, so do not give up on your favorite player here in chat. Go ahead and show your love for whoever you're rooting for. But yeah, it's really interesting to see that all 3 matches had 3 different winners.
Yeah, a little more competitive than the domination we saw from Antarel in the last game there with Blade Ball.
Right, yeah.
Good stuff, good stuff. You heard it here. Important for our folks. There is still points on the line in the 2 remaining matches. Hopefully Poke Dragon and Icicle can step it up. And again, our friend Poke Dragon, the player in red from Canada, is a self-described expert of doors. So is Icicle, so that is their time to shine here. But keep it alive with the right slaps here as we are getting underway and getting our next game ready.
Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're conserving their energy for the final match to pull off that miraculous comeback. I would love to see that. That would be intense.
It's a good way to do it. How to shark your opponents. You got to just let those first games flow away and then turn it up when it matters.
Get their guard down, right?
Yeah, when the money's on the line here. So, impressive stuff. Very exciting.
Yeah, back in our last game of Blade Ball, it was Jay who pulled off a last-second win, taking home the 5th game of that one. He's in another position to kind of have that rally back towards the end. Born in South Korea, moved over to California when he was young. One of at least 2 players that are local to California playing in this competition today. So for him, definitely looking to get another late win on the board and start to rally his way back up the points.
So, and you, as a master of the slap arts, are you seeing kind of a meta?
Tomara que o Ruben não saia. Ele não vai sair por agora não, mano.
In the slap battles rounds.
I personally haven't played the slap battles where the platform falls down, so that is definitely making a huge difference in the players' play styles, I think, rather than just having the original platform. And like I said, I've always been the one to use the OP gloves because I don't have too much skill. I just like slapping people out of the map for fun. So these guys are very good compared to me.
We do have such a mix of the games that I think very naturally fit into like a serious esport. You think something like Rivals, it's an arena FPS. It's like a ton of other arena FPSs that have been popular esports before. But Slap Battles is one that is so unique that it's funny to kind of have the tonal dissidence of this incredibly silly game with these super high stakes and seeing the emotion come off the sleeves of our players while duking it out.
Right, and that's kind of the fun here, as I've nicknamed our ROBLOX Octathlon, a series of skills you would not expect to see in the gaming world here. Again, starting with fashion all the way to shooters and platformers. And today, we're in the reaction speed games with Blade Ball and Slap Battles here. And it's a broad array of skills, which again, these players, again, with the millions and millions who competed in the hunt initially, was a game of puzzles and skills and ingenuity and working together to solve really complex kind of mental challenges. Now you're tested on all these other elements of gaming. So these folks truly are masters of so many ways to engage in a digital world here. It's quite impressive.
We talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, but I want to go back because
Nossa, ela falou muito rápido agora, mano.
Can you speak to the challenge that it is? Because 183 people visited that main page for the hunt. Only these 10 made it. It was truly a difficult run to qualify here.
Yeah, definitely. I think it really goes to show as we mentioned earlier, over 70,000 hours combined from these players. The amount of, and it's not just about the skill. You could be very good at the game, but if you don't have the dedication and perseverance to put the time in to the actual event, then you wouldn't have made it here either. So it's very impressive all around.
All right, scores are in. Let's see what we're up to from this match. And it's getting tight at the top here.
Mano, o Max e o Anonymous tá empatado e depois veio o chefe com 28 pontos. Nossa, e o Ruben tá em sexto, mano.
To 4th place here.
Very good from him. Lime, Mad Max, not just tied in the points for this game, they're both sitting at 123 across our cumulative score here. They're pretty close to Roby and Shay for our top 2.
Is it the same person?
Could be. Just move back and forth really quickly. You'd never know.
They might be. It's anonymous line. We don't know who he is. He could be the Mad Max we've been missing. All right, folks. It's underway. The folks are getting ready to go here. I think we're just getting them in position, and another island battle will be heating up. Scores are tight. We just saw there. I think it's still anyone's game, as we mentioned. I'm excited. Let's see what happens.
Here we go.
Focusing on one of our front runners here, Roby. He had a really good showing in Blade Battles, taking home 59 points there. He only has 21 to his name thus far here in Slap Battles.
Amanhã vai ser quartas de finais, como tá sendo? Não, eu acho que hoje já é... Eu acho que hoje já é tudo, né, não?
Yeah, we're underway. The music is a-bumping and the slaps are a-flowing. The respectable candidates all shaking each other's hands here, saying, hey, let's just hang out in the middle and relax. Although we see some players on the edge here. Let's see if anyone falls. No, Shafe looks like he's going to be sick. No! Anonymous Lime. Big knockout for the team. He has been leading so much here. Him going down first is going to be a crushing loss to his score.
As you can tell by his expression there, devastating.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an important one to keep his hopes alive here. He'd really use slap battles to come back in this competition. All right, some more folks jockeying for position at the edge here. We'll see Roby in a dangerous spot. This could be it. If he goes down here.
No!
Oh, that is crushing. Oh, but guess what? Death Eagle falls on the other side of the map. Oh, man, the two finalists of our last round, an important game for them. Both fall in the bottom three here.
It's been a new winner every time thus far for slap battles, and someone else up high in the standings is Shafe. He's going to be one of these final 5 players
mano,
alive.
o Anônimo foi o primeiro, velho.
It's a battle against Icicle.
Nossa, o chefe morreu.
Shafe is gone. It's going to be all new
Max
players
tá em terceiro,
in the final 4.
Gosh, that is
o Ice
rough.
Tá em
Okay,
primeiro,
Dragon, maybe
mas
this is his climb to the top here.
real.
First place here is a lot of points he so desperately needs. He's got to have to play this fierce competition at the front of his glove.
His avatar looks like somebody who's just been slapped really hard.
That's true. He's shocked by something.
Those eyes popping out.
Yeah, hopefully it's not his score at the end of this game here because he's going to need it.
Yeah, I said his rival was John from Garfield when he was asked. Interesting response from him. I don't know if that's going to be playing in his head here as he's into the final 3 up against Mad Max, the 2-time runner-up in this game mode thus far. Maybe trying to get his first win on the board against Poke and Jay. And Jay, he's gone.
Mano, já era.
E
agora?
He's on the platform. Who jumps higher?
Oh, was that delayed?
O Max ganhou!
He pulls things through a last-second jump, and after 2
O Max
second-place
ganhou!
finishes, Mad Max takes home a win in slap battles.
Well, that was incredible. I think he actually did get a delay on the dropping platform there, and that was the millisecond he needed to get that win.
Deus,
just
mano.
like that. Mad Max is going to take our 4th round of slap battles. That's an important one.
A very lucky positioning right there.
It was. Another interesting round, coming down to a different set of top 2, and as we've mentioned before, slap battles, a lot of variety coming out of our top contestants.
A planilha? Sério? Eu nem vi, mano.
Eagle fall early
Eu
on.
nem vi.
And those are things you're never really going to practice for, being both on a falling platform
Sim,
and
mano,
having
o Max,
to
ele é
time
bom
your
nesse
jump
jogo,
perfectly,
tá,
know when
velho?
you're going to
Isso
actually
aí.
die falling off the map. Like,
Sim,
you really
sim,
gotta
ele é
feel it out,
estilo
a little bit of luck,
ô
a
John.
lot of bit of skill to make it there, and good thing for Mad Max. I mean, looking so good in the points thus far here for slap battles.
And I also noticed in the fourth round there, it looks like a lot of players kind of spread out to have some 1v1 battles. Let's see if they do that again in the 5th.
Scores are up, though, and taking a peek, Mad Max, 2-time runner-up, first-time champion,
Max tá com
leading
48
things by a
pontos.
solid
Nossa,
amount of
velho.
points. They're up 14.
Eu acho que ele só
over Shafe
perde,
second.
galera, se ele
Yeah,
ficar
that's a
em
big
último
breakout.
agora,
He
hein,
needs
mano.
that. Mad Max now at 48.
Ele
That is
só
a
perde em
huge
último
lead as we see
agora.
a clustering of all the other players.
So again, as we ready for our final rounds here, I have to look back at Roby. He has the lead in terms of points right now, but Mad Max has whittled it down to 1. Shafe is only 5 behind as well. So this final round very well may decide who is going to move into the top 4 and claim that second to last spot.
Yeah, and we see Roby in the center of our camera right there. This is so important to him. He came in as a massive leader in slap battles and unfortunately has fallen quite a bit now, and his competition is right on his heels. With multiple players within 5 points and another within, looks like 15, this is still anyone's game.
Roby wants to win this one, not leave it down to the math, get a clean lead out ahead of his opposition. That's his goal in this final round.
You'll see if the players recognize it. There is some chance here for kind of some teaming up on folks as we get a push to the edge here. Who's involved in this? Is that Jay and Roby here? They don't want to go down early.
Managed to escape that.
Yeah,
Ele
at the same time, though, the
vai
players, they don't see the points
odiar,
that we
hein?
do. They're definitely going to be locked
Se
in
ele
on the game
perder
at
isso
hand
daí
and
por
just
causa dele
trying
do
to
Slap
win in every
Battles,
single one of these games.
Já era, hein?
Yeah, and that's all that matters. Again, these collective points. All right. No one falling
até agora
on
ninguém
this
morreu.
one yet. They're all taking it pretty seriously, playing it safe. This is our final round of slap battles. No, as I say it, what happened? We missed it off camera. Roby goes down.
Oh, no.
And that's a last place elimination. That opens the field wide open. So The player down in 4th place, Anonymous Slime, was trailing by 17 points, maybe just out of reach for him. But Shafe, Mad Max, those are the players we're looking at here to be able to do it.
That is crushing for Roby. Mad Max must be real excited right now. This is his time to shine. If he can stay on this platform for just a little longer, he might be in the spot to move on, which is kind of a sneak attack here. We didn't see him on the leaderboard at the top coming into slap battles, but showed consistency is key.
Nossa, alguém vai cair agora. Na verdade, o Max perdeu em 7º, mano. E o Rubem também, velho.
We're gonna have to turn to the judges after this to see finals as Jay falls in 6th place.
The way I see it, this game is in Shafe's hands. He was great in SLS, winning
se o
every match there. Now
conseguir ganhar isso daqui, ele tem chance de passar do Max.
To lock in that 3rd spot in the top 4.
Yeah, this is his redemption arc for what was a rough SLS. Triple win and not enough to progress here.
He's in the final 3. That already might be good enough. It's going to come down to the wire, though. Icicle near the edge. Shafe in a commanding position, pushing them both back, spamming out the slaps, and into a 1v1 now. Out of nowhere, takes home the final round of slap battles.
Pumped. That was huge. All right, well, huge implications in our last round there. This is going to mix things up, and I'm not even sure I know.
Mano,
we'll have to wait to see that
agora,
after
velho.
our judges add that up, and we'll reveal the excitement in this round.
It's such a big question. Did Shafe win enough points to take it over the players up top? Roby, Mad Max, they both went out early. This is going to truly come down to the wire for a 3rd spot.
All right, folks, the dust is still settling. The scores are being added. It is some exciting stuff ahead here. Hopefully we'll find out soon who's moving on.
If I had $1 million, I'd put it on Shafe.
Yeah.
I think he really secured his spot, being 2nd in that last round. That was very clutch.
Yeah. All right, folks. Well, let's tune in to Geach and Sabrina and see what they have to say before we get our final results. Oh, they're here with someone else.
Olha onde eles estão aí, ó, junto com a Sabrina e a outra menina aí, ó.
From just watching all of that slapping. Sabrina, if you were a glove, what kind of glove would you be?
Oh my goodness. I would probably be a glove that's similar to Rapture because I really like that ability, but it would probably spray out Bright Juice.
Bright Juice. Okay, well, we're going to check back in with the casters really quick and see what they got going on over there.
None of that. Just because it would be like controversial. Hello, world. No surprises here.
Yeah, I mean, well, we were just talking about it. They're still figuring out the points for this final round, and I think we have them tallied up now to see where everyone is standing at the end of slap battles. This is just the points for slap battles, though, so not necessarily determinative of who's actually going to be
making it. Olha lá, o Max tá em primeiro com 50 pontos, o Seth tá com 47,
came in with a lot of points
46.
themselves. You're looking at them as the front runners to make that 3rd spot.
All right. Yeah, an unfortunate final round as we see there. Some of the top players early fell. Roby getting 1 point and 2 points the round before. That is crushing coming in last in slap battles.
Yeah, and for him, I mean, definitely a tough time there. Some moments of greatness, and, well, our umpires, they're still tallying everything up. So let's go ahead and check back in with Dagichi Gamer and Sabrina in our green room.
All right, you guys. Yeah, I'm so sorry. We just had to make sure we knew who was on top before we got back into it over here.
Olhar pra Sabrina
so you were saying,
e não lembrar de vocês no chat, cara. Toda hora é assim,
Yeah,
velho.
that's something I use for luck. Never mind. You probably, I can't explain it. But yeah, what do you guys think about the standings?
I'm pretty happy that I saw Icy up there. He was really doing bad on the last game, so I'm actually glad that he kind of came back from this one.
Okay. With that being said, with Icy, kind of pulling back up, are you not worried about having to go up against him?
No, not for the next games. I'm pretty confident for these next 2, especially in the top 4 ones. So I think I have a pretty good shot of getting to the grand finals here.
All right. Well, time will tell who advances us next. But joining us now, we have 2 people that you may have already seen or maybe not, who have already punched their ticket to the next round. We have Daddy Dad and Terrell. Welcome, you guys, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Oh my goodness. Daddy Dad, you've advanced after playing Dress to Impress and Super League Soccer. How did you prepare for such a wide variety of games?
Yeah, I played Dress to Impress for like hours and hours and hours with friends because I think my sense of fashion at first was really bad. I was not confident for Dress to Impress at all, but I was really surprised when I got first on that one round. So, and then Super Soccer League, I mean, I don't know. I thought I did pretty well there, so.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little bit of practice on that one.
You definitely went crazy on the
Your
third
fit
round.
was my favorite on Dress to Impress.
Thank you so much. I like the first one was really good. My second one was pretty bad, I think. But that's okay.
You thought it was bad?
I thought it was bad because I saw everyone else is doing the ice fairy way better than mine, and my colors didn't match, I think. So I thought it was
okay.
It's
Well,
okay.
we are definitely our own harshest critics, for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah. I beat myself up a little bit because I thought I could get first, like, way better there, but it's okay. It's okay.
Well, that's how you do it. Just play with your friends and let them be your critics and let them judge you and troll you. And then eventually you end up in a competition where you can compete for $1 million maybe and pull it out, you know.
Shout out to Makio for that friend that helped me out.
And so, Terrell, what was your strategy? How did you approach Blade Ball? Like, what was your strategy for that?
Just survive.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Well, clearly it worked.
All right, so we're going to take it back to J Party. Thanks, guys, for kicking it with us, and we look forward to seeing you in the next couple of rounds.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Good job. Yeah, thanks so much, guys. It's good to hear from some of our contestants that have already made it in. But we have another player joining them, and I'm happy to announce our umpires have tallied the score. And the third finalist making it through after the conclusion of slap battles. It's Shafe!
Galera,
Alright, Shafe,
eu acho que vocês querem que...
You get a slightly shorter break.
Eu acho que vocês querem viver pra eu tirar uma foto com a Sabrina, não é não?
Is Shafe. There he comes, the Slap King. Really came back. You know, I think he deserved it. After a really, really impressive Super League Soccer wins across the board, swept it. He needed a big comeback. This was his redemption round. All right, let's check out the leaderboard and see where everyone stands coming out of that competition. All right. Again, a tie now. Roby
foi o chefe que
Max,
passou.
but right on their heels is Anonymous Lime, and of course, the Death Eagle going into a massive scoring game here.
E o Max
we know
tá
by
com a
this map,
mesma
this is a
quantidade de
huge point
pontos,
score.
mano.
So guess what? Anyone could still make it, although Poke Dragon, the man from up north, has a lot of work ahead of him.
That he absolutely does. Roby, though, got to be feeling a little bit rough after placing last in slap battles. Had just a couple points more, and he would have been making it into that top 3. But he has another chance indoors and is still our leading contestant heading into that next game with a lot of really points on the line here, J Party.
All right, good stuff. Note to myself, don't try to shake Shafe's hand after this. He might just slap me. But that's not important because right now we're going to hear the rules of our next game. It is the final round of the progression system, and it is an exciting one. If you weren't already on the edge of your seats, you will be, because coming up next, it's Doors.
Game 5, Doors. There is just one free-for-all match. The goal is to avoid attacks and survive. Last one standing wins. The contestant with the highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4. Here's the scoring for each match.
All right. We are in with Doors. This is an exciting game. I know a game that a lot of the folks at home are very, very familiar with, but if you heard there, this is something a little different. This is actually a brand new mode released on April 1st. What a good timing for a new mode. That's a whole battle system indoors. This is going to be a whole survival competition between all of our remaining contestants to see who can stick it out, make it the furthest, and survive the longest.
Yeah, I was playing a fair bit of this leading up, and it is so different than normal Doors. Doors is a slow horror game about staying alive and pushing your way through. But now it's really upping the tempo when you're playing in ranked. You run a lot faster, you can slide, there are power-ups, and your main goal is to grief the other players, not work together. The monsters are a problem, but your other contestants are tough as well.
Well, folks, it looks like we might be loading this game and getting into it. And I think we have. This is the kickoff for the last chance to keep someone's hopes alive. One more player. We'll be progressing into the top round of 4. Who will survive and who will fall?
É o speedrun!
One round of Doors is all that stands in their way.
Oh, isso vai ser legal, tá?
Elevator.
Yeah, seeing them practicing their jumping. It is worth noting there
é
is some new
ranked,
movement mechanics
velho.
in
Que
this mode,
legal.
including a slide. And you're going to see when it starts here, I think we're going to delay a little bit here and have them reconnect. But in that time, you're going to see a lot of aggressive forward momentum, a lot of movement. It is a whole different game on Doors. It looks more like a parkour game sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, having reached door 100 many times, being carried by my teammates, I am definitely an expert in doors as well. But you can see these guys will probably make it past door 50 within less than 5 minutes because of how fast-paced this game mode is. It's going to be intense.
It goes pretty quick, and it also ends a little earlier. I don't remember exactly what door, but once they get to the end, you get into like this basically sudden death mode where any damage you get from a monster, another player, anything like that will knock you out. And I imagine with how good our contestants are, you were mentioning, a few of them have even said that this is one of their specialties. We should be expecting them to go deep here indoors.
Yeah, going to be exciting competition. And maybe we can give a little more background indoors. This mode also has an array of new items that have been added. So while you might be familiar with the monsters, there's a whole new array of objects, different bombs to throw, knock down players, slow them down, do some damage to their health bars, and of course heal that back up, as well as some fun, unique items hopefully we'll discover throughout the match. Some fun surprises.
Yeah, there's a couple different weapons you can use to basically PvP with the other competitors. There are props, things like chairs, plants, random stuff like that you can throw at them as well to deal damage and put them into a stun state. There's also still limited places to hide, so you can grief other players, steal a closet from them when Rush is coming through and knock them out of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one other important thing is all the players, they're very fast at playing the game, and all of them cluster together. It might block your vision with some entities coming your way. You might not even be able to see them with people blocking your vision. So that's going to be a key thing to look out for as well. Could be some unlucky players in this.
Yeah, there absolutely could. And remember, it's only one round of doors. This is a longer one, so we're only playing it once. But that means pressure is on for players like PokeDragon, like Icicle, who are sitting lower in the overall standings right now. This is their last chance to compete for that $1 million and make it to the top 4.
All right, folks, you've heard about Doors, but let's talk a little about the creators behind Doors. Doors are made by Lightning Splash, a really awesome and wonderful dev I've had the pleasure of working with and hosting in one of our last award shows. He helped me actually announce some of those prizes. But not only does he make this game, he also produced the entire soundtrack. It makes the music. Right, and that is such an absolutely important and critical part of the horror game world is that sound, that complete immersion you get from wearing your headphones. And so really an incredible work here.
It is truly an atmospheric experience for sure. Another one of those games that I think has really taken Roblox by storm. But here we go. It looks like the players are all loaded up in the elevator, and we're ready to get things going here. This is Doors competitive. One round and a last chance to make it to the top 4 and have your shot at $1 million.
All right, the first door is open, and we are underway here. Gosh, anyone breaking out in the lead early? Well, I'll tell you, it won't matter. This is a lot of gameplay, and that's what you're seeing right there. This is a parkour-like experience.
Speed boosts.
Incredibly fast. You're seeing players slide past each other constantly, and while you're playing for speed like it is a race, again, you got to survive to the end. If you're out, you're out, and that's what's so important here. With up to 100 points for the victor and 0 for the loser here, you do not want to go down early.
Mano.
No, you do not.
Isso vai ser o mais legal,
velho. That's the maximum time that we're going to have to play this one through. You can see there's different strategies to go for.
Tá todo mundo parado e vai vir mais?
The trail, being the first player up. There's risks associated with that. You're going to be the first to see the monsters, or do you want to follow behind? There's risks there too. So in a very fast-paced game mode, you're going to have to make decisions quickly and make the right decisions to stay alive.
There's the first bomb you see being dropped on his opponents.
Yeah, small amounts of damage being done. We see those health bars above. Again, if you're an expert on Doors, this could be a new mode for almost everyone out there. So those health bars do matter. That's what's going to be reduced to 0. And there is ways to hurt each other with those items. There are also ways to heal. And there you just saw it there. Picking up
Nossa, o PokeDragon saiu na frente, hein?
You don't want to get low. It's an unfortunate way to go with another player doing damage to you.
There is also these boost packs on the floor. You see now how ridiculously speedy these players are that can help you go just that bit quicker. And on top of that, the heal items on the floor. That's another thing there. The golden gun picked up.
Nossa, que legal! Os caras pegou a arma ali, mano.
Quite a fair little bit of XP.
Nossa, jogou Max lá pra baixo.
And look at that. One health bar is very low on one of our players, and that's a dangerous position to be in. You never know when a single monster sneaks up on you and knocks you out of this position.
Nossa!
I hear something coming.
I do. I hear it. Could we get...
So what monster is that we're hearing in you?
I barely heard that, but it sounded like it might have been Rush. I didn't see any lights flicker, though.
Yeah. There is a lot of monsters that have to deal with. A lot of this game is kind of having the game knowledge, figuring out which monster you might be facing, what the proper reaction is. If it's something like eyes, you have to look away, but hear that little psst, and you got to look exactly at the monster. So a lot to think about.
Yeah, and Rush is a big one here because you can steal each other's hiding place.
Right there.
There it is. Yeah, we see that sneaking up on you. That's a good one to keep out for. Why the sound design is so important here. We'll see what happens. Uh-oh, it looks like we have our first player falling here. We're going to find out a little bit who that was here. I'm not sure exactly, but...
Looks like it was an
o Max tá na
line,
frente,
I
pelo
believe,
jeito.
that fell. He's looking into the spectators.
É, o Max é o... Não,
That's gonna be
pera.
tough. He had
É o
132 points heading into this round.
Dragon.
But that could be the end
É, o
for
Dragon tá mais
Anonymous
na
Lime.
frente,
Yeah, the
em
first
questão
drop
de
is
ponto,
getting
pelo
0,
menos.
so it's a crushing blow as you could be in first place and still drop to last just from this competition if you don't place high enough.
Unfortunate for Lime there, but the rest of the players still
made
in the
it just in time. Wow.
And that was Rush that we're seeing, right? So
Yes.
what's the deal? How do you avoid that monster?
Must hide in the closet, or if I noticed one player had a hiding box, might have used that to avoid death.
That's an important one. Allows you to keep your place in the lead if you bring the box with you. But again, health dropping low here. Looks like Poke Dragon is running
cara
real low on health. He's
burlando
gonna be
ali,
a health pickup,
mano.
Or he's in a rough spot where another player could knock you out.
Prela, os caras
Remember,
burlando.
coming into this Roby 100, Mad Max, they were tied 141 points apiece. So
Yeah. Both
just
still
one
in.
place difference for the two of those will make or break your chance at $1 million.
Yeah, but it also means
Nossa, o Max morreu.
players, including
E
the
tem que
Death
entrar
Eagle,
logo, porque
are
esse
within
bicho
40 points
volta,
of each
né?
other. Meaning, you take that first place spot, you can knock all of the other competition out
Ah,
of here and
não,
secure the
mano.
last spot.
When you look at someone like Icicle, like
Mano, o Poke ainda
Dragon
tá na
as well,
frente em
towards the
questão de
lower part of our
ponto.
standings, they're preying on the downfall. Not only do they have to win, but they have to prey on the downfall of our top players. So for them, Anonymous Lime losing out this early actually gives them a greater chance as we go deeper into doors.
Yeah, it's huge. It knocks the tournament wide open here and allows some of these players to have a real shot at getting at the last spot in the top 4.
You have a lot more agency than in the other game modes of how to take other people down. So if I was someone like Poke Dragon, like Icicle, I would
Oh, o
be
Max
trying
tá
my
passou,
hardest
hein? O
to
Max
grief
passou.
Roby, grief Mad Max, try and get them out because those are your biggest threats right now.
Don't give them any ideas.
Mano,
We'll
os
see. They all
caras
seem pretty
tá
focused. And again, it is a
tryhardando, hein,
dark,
velho.
fast-paced world here. I know it can be challenging for the players to get a sense of where the competition is at while not falling too far behind, which is a quick way for a swift exit. If you fall too far behind, the game has some mechanics to ensure you're out of there. As we hear another monster close in here, just taking a second to enjoy the sounds of what is an incredible top horror game in the world.
And you talked about this music. It's so impressive that a dev was able to just put that together as Poke Dragon gets a little jump scared, but still alive on a sliver of health.
Yeah, his dreams of this competition are still going on that last sliver. We'll see if he can find any relief or if he's going to get knocked out by even another player with that low of health.
Still 6 players alive, but as I say that, someone falls.
Cê é
Who did we
louco.
just
Oh,
lose?
that
That
was
was Icicle.
Icicle.
And coming into this with 107 points, only receiving 10 from his finish. That should be the end of Icicle as well.
Oh,
but good news for the lower players, Mad Max is gone.
Oh, this is huge with Mad Max
Ih,
dropping
já
again.
era,
One
o
of our
Max
leading
morreu.
players. This means Roby and the Death Eagle are still very much so in this.
Mano, mas o Max pegou
stays alive
2.200
as well.
pontos. Eu não sei se os pontos vai
Okay, we've got a lot of points still ahead
interferir.
here.
Eu
We're
acho que é
getting
o último
deeper
que
and deeper
sobreviver,
into
não é
the
não?
doors puzzle. I'm not even, do you guys know what door we're on here? I'm having a hard time just even keeping track of how quick they're moving.
Our contestants are moving so fast, it's almost
pontos.
impossible to tell. Eyes spotted Screech as well there for Jay. He avoids it and stays alive.
Yeah, good camera work, and it's important to note from the observers, those quick spins, those quick turns, they matter so very much in this game. Those are all tactical. You are looking for monsters. You are getting the response. Did someone fall here? No. Death Eagle gets caught. We hear some emotion coming out behind us, but he is not out of this. Thankfully, he had the HP bar to deal with that.
I think I saw door 68 there. 69, 70, and they're still going.
I think narrowly avoiding Eyes there, and Rush as well, but someone falls to Rush. Who was that we just lost? That was Poke.
Nossa, o Dolores vai demorar,
Coming
hein?
in with only
E ó, só
75
tem mais 40
points,
segundos
receiving 30
pelo
for that
jeito.
finish. It's not
Quem
going to be
terminar
them
com mais
moving on either.
pontuação ganha.
Right, well, folks, this actually is
E
an
o
exciting
Poke
trio. 'Cause this
Dragon
order
tá
does
com mais
matter
pontuação,
as you
mano,
are fighting for
pelo
your
jeito.
life here. Roby and the Death Eagle in a good spot, but guess what? I believe 3J still has a chance here if he can be the top finisher and knock Roby down.
Every one of these positions gets you
Por que
20
apareceu
points
uma tela
ahead
do Roblox
of your
ali
next
aqui?
opponent. The Death Eagle is
Foi
within
do-
20
da tela
of
do chefe,
Roby.
mano.
3J is just about 22 behind the top
Oxi,
finisher
tá
as
bom, né?
well. So he basically needs to win and have Roby be the next out
All
if
right.
he wants to make it here.
Time is ticking. After these final 5 seconds, HP bars will not matter. We'll drop down to 1, which someone has an offensive item.
That's a very
Sudden
big
death
pickup.
has begun.
Stop sign could put an end to it. Jay has his chance. Death Eagle
Boom,
is
Jay
gone.
goes down. And this is it. The winner of this will actually be the survival. Wait, who just went down here? Was this
It's
Jay?
Roby against 3J.
Jay, all right.
1v1. The first one to land any damage will take this one home. Roby, though, came in as the points leader, has his chance to shore things up. and finds a hiding position.
Wow.
He wins it.
O Robin ganhou, hein?
He led in points heading
O
into
Robin
doors, and he'll
ficou
come
por
out with
último.
100 more. Roby, an incredible performance by him. We'll have to tally it up, but that should put him in a position to make it.
His usual stoicism broken for a brief smile. We hope
rapaziada.
we enjoyed that. That is a huge victory. The winner of Doors and a massive return to form for Roby. A definite fan favorite from early on in this competition.
And, you know, it's amazing. He was a step away. He was the worst performing player in slap battles after coming in with the most points. He comes in with the most points again, finds his redemption.
O Doors não é difícil não,
Didn't have to call him
Blazari.
out like that, but yes, congratulations to him. And also, amazing commentary on you guys' end there, because I was just trying to keep up the whole time, and I could not.
It is
I
an
had
overwhelming
no idea what was going on. Like I said, I've always been carried indoors my entire career, so seeing players play individually is very impressive.
Well, that's a wrap for Doors, and more importantly, a wrap on our qualifying round. And, well, the umpires verify the ratings and update the leaderboard. Let's get some reactions from Geach and Sabrina.
My initial reaction, wow, just wow. That was some next level gameplay. How long do you think you would have survived, Sabrina?
I would have ran into the wall and died immediately. That was way different than normal Doors that I've played. It was so fast.
Yeah, my eyes could barely keep up. It's already moving fast, but then we're zooming between the screens too.
How did they know what to do?
I couldn't tell you. There was so much going on, and that level was really different.
Yeah. And they were able to sabotage each other?
Yeah.
Was I seeing that?
That's a pretty cool addition to Doors, you know, as complicated as it already is, and then now you're playing against people, not just alongside each other, because I guess typically when you play Doors, you're working as a unit, you know, working together to get as far as you possibly can together, and now we're adding in the element of competition, which takes it to a new level.
So in that case, I would not survive very long.
Yeah,
To
no.
answer your question.
I hear you. I'm not making it out of the lobby. Like, well, I guess the elevator. I'm not making it out of the elevator.
Is that as far as you've made it?
Actually, I think I've made it to the library before, where you kind of have to be stealthy.
That's pretty far.
I'd say yes. You know, maybe I've had to use a Robux or two, you know, to buy a revive, because
I have had my fair share of pay to win.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can't even say pay to win, because
yeah, you can't really pay to win.
I didn't win. I just came back a couple of times to try and get a little further. It's once those chase scenes start with that big long monster, like down the hallways and stuff in the library, that's just kind of like it for me. You gotta
the soundtrack too, and all of the monsters, like all the sound design is so phenomenal. I am curious, did you experience April Fool's indoors last year?
No, because how things work for me is once I get to a point where I just realize that it's not really for me, because I love Doors.
You said your favorite genre was horror.
Yeah, but see, it's the stealth factor, because I love horror. It's fun, right? But then with Doors, it's a little different. You have so many other factors. It's a puzzle, which I also like that too, but it's the sneaking through. I'm telling you, because that's the furthest I ever get is that doggone library with that monster kind of tiptoeing around. And somehow I'm not good at that. I can't really get through. So yeah, the furthest I've probably gotten is that. But no, I didn't get to do the April Fool's one. It's been a minute since I played Doors.
Yeah, the April Fool's one was totally done by mouth. All the sound design. It was the developers. They mouthed everything. Like the music and everything. It was very funny.
Do you remember how it went? Can you sing it?
Dude.
Are we gonna get copyright?
No, I don't think I'm gonna do it.
No, are we? No? Okay, well let's
Okay. Should we take a look at the chat? See what the chat is saying?
The chat was really excited for Doors. That's all they were asking for all day. Slap battles and Doors. So I feel like they finally got what they wanted.
They are screaming, "We believe in you, Eagle."
Oh,
okay, Eagle.
And the chat's been rooting hard for Eagle from the beginning too.
Tá
Eagle,
tendo
you
chat,
got a solid
mano.
fan base.
Peraí.
Dang.
Too. Eagle, you got a solid fan base.
Tem chat, pô.
Dang. Okay. Roby though, Roby is doing a really good job.
Let's talk about Roby being the sleeper here for real, because you know I feel like Roby's been kind of killing it all the way through, but it's always just been like he's always been falling just a little bit short. But it's like he's been really pulling it out. You know, last minute Roby is clutch. Roby is the definition of clutch. That's what we really got going on here.
So you said that your favorite genre is horror, but you haven't beat Doors. And I'm just curious, what makes a Roblox game instantly fun for you?
For me, definitely shareability. I just made that up because like I love to play games with my friends or my community. You know, shout out Geechee Gang. I love to be able to play games and introduce people to the things I love, including
That's what
video
Roblox
games.
is about.
It's perfect for that. So I really love that. Funny enough, I want to say Slap Battles was probably like the first game where I really said, I have to tell everybody about this. This is hilarious. It's a lot. It's very fast paced a little bit, but it was so funny to me to watch.
I'm really bad at slap battles, but I did beat the developer, and he did say he could give me an admin glove, so maybe I'll follow up on that.
What does an admin glove even consist of? What can you
I don't
do
know.
with that?
I have no idea, but that would be pretty cool.
You know what I would do if I could create a glove? I'd make a zombie glove, right? Hear me out. So,
okay.
You take your zombie glove and you start smacking people. And every time you smack somebody, you're now in control of them. Now they go do your dirty work for you. And they just go wipe out the rest of the map for you. So now you can do like Roby, kick it in the tree somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And just sit back and kind of just watch your work, you know? I think I'd go with that.
Okay. I'm going to look more at the chat over here now that we're probably caught up.
And so with that being said, I talked about how I really enjoy being able to share, my moments in my games with my friends and stuff like that. And this was a really cool opportunity for that as well because, this is the first event of its kind. What are some events involving Roblox that you've been able to participate? Because you said you did
Galera, tô vendo
the
o
hunt
chat
itself.
sim, tá?
So what are some other events that you've done?
My favorite event was definitely RPO Egg Hunt 2018. It like changed my life kind of. It made me really look at Roblox differently. It was all about community, all about working together. And so we made an event that was really heavily inspired by it called RV Battles.
I was going to say the chat has been talking about that too. Yeah, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we make a championship series sometimes. We've done 3 and we love to do something similar to this. And so this is exactly what I think the community was asking for with the hunt, with all the secrets and the hunting and everything. Roblox super delivered on that. And I think it's been really, really well done. I participated in the whole thing. And I love it.
Awesome.
Okay, it looks like we are ready. I am dying to know who's moving on. Any updates, J Party?
Please, tell us.
Oxi, mudou de posição.
All right. The results are in, Sabrina. And a quick reminder that scores are cumulative for this round. So the contestants with the most points from all 5 games will be advancing. And even though only one of you will be moving on, you all get a good shout out and be proud of yourselves. With 180 million visits to this hub, you had a lot of competition and proved these were the top 10 best in the world. You did incredible work, you solved incredible things, and cemented each and every one of you in Roblox history as legends in the Hunt Mega Final. But without further ado, while we celebrate our last progress into the top 4, we want to say goodbye to our heartfelt competitors who had a good run today. So, let's find out who's going home right now. Heading out first, unfortunately, we're going to say goodbye today to our friend from up north, Poke Dragon 100,000. You did great. Take your final walk away from the stage. Thank you, Poke Dragon 100,000. All right. Going on next, we're going to have a heartfelt goodbye to Icicle. Come on out. You did fantastic. I think you had some wonderful wins, some wonderful moments. Unfortunately, we're saying goodbye today. Coming out next from our competition is, unfortunately, Anonymous Lime. We have to say goodbye today. You did fantastic work.
Não, isso daí...
Again, beating millions and millions out for their spot today in the top 10 Anonymous Lime. Thanks again. All right, heading out next of our competition is the one and only Mad Max. We're sorry to say goodbye. A fantastic run. Again, thank you so much for all your hard work. That was exciting stuff. And now the next unfortunate contestant to head out of this competition is the Death Eagle. Say goodbye. You got a lot more fans today from the chats at home. The Death Eagle, wonderful stuff. Wonderful job. Incredible highlights.
De gente
That was
rodou.
incredible to see. All right, folks, they have been eliminated, but guess what? We
Death
have 2
Eagle vai
folks
ficar.
remaining, and we're going to announce our winner. But first, why don't we bring him up? Why don't you come up here and join me
É o
on
Hope
stage
e
here?
o Death Eagle que sobrou pelo
We'll
jeito.
figure it out. This is
Não, foi
good.
o
This is good.
3G, alguma coisa assim, o 3
right.
dá.
All right, folks, come on down. Let's put one of
Foi
you.
o
We'll put you
3.
here. Over here, excellent. All right, how we feeling? Time to relax. Still amped?
So many emotions running through my head right now. It's crazy.
All right, folks. Well, this was a wild journey. And after 5 games, you two hold the highest scores, which means one of you will be moving on into the next round, and the other is unfortunately going home for now. All right. Without further ado, the contestant with the highest score today is Roby100. You are moving on. Thank you, sir. Big round of applause.
O Ruben
today. Really appreciate
foi
it. 3J.
classificado.
Great stuff. Get in here. Whatever we need. Wonderful work, my friend.
Eita,
we'll see you soon. All right. Again, 3J, thanks for all your hard work. This was an incredible journey, incredible performance. But today, Roby, you just entered your top 4. Are you ready? You're going to be in it.
Ele tá no top 4 agora.
Like that last round, like it all came down to that final game. Like so, everyone was so close. Like I was like, bro, that was the most stressful game of doors I've ever played in my entire life. Like, bro, I was shaking the whole time. I was just so locked in. That was the only thought going through my mind was doors. Hide here, hide here. Oh, there's a thing coming. Hide in here. I was like, bro, it's actually. But yeah, it was. I'm really excited. I'm really excited for the final.
Well, that was incredible. You already hear the most stressful game, the most stressful mode, and the most stressful
Não,
performance.
ele não
But
ganhou
guess
ainda
what?
não,
You made it.
rapaziada.
Take a deep breath. You've got a whole new world of competition ahead of you, and 3 other challengers await you in the back. But for now, incredible stuff. You showed amazing perseverance today. And again, that's a big time. How'd you prepare for today?
I played a lot of games. I honestly, I practiced doors the most, so that really came in clutch there at the end. I was like, after the mode came out, April 1st, I just played it for hours until I had to leave to California, and that worked out in the end, so I'm glad I did that.
Do you typically win when you play online with all the other folks, just in the general Roblox population?
I hold my place. I do fairly well. Yeah, I was really close to edging out of those few other rounds, and then right at the end, But.
All right, incredible stuff, Roby100. Thanks you again. You're going to join your fellow competitors in the top 4, and we'll let you go and do that because we're going to get ready for the next round. It is exciting. It is a competition that is just heating up. But wait a minute, I've just got word that we've got a surprise guest. I think they're going to share their thoughts. Maybe we can jump over to our correspondence team and see who we've just got.
Thanks, Jay Party. Joining us to give his analysis is content creator Doors
Torre
expert.
Ferrell? Não sei, mano, se é o Torre Ferrell ainda, tá?
Oh,
que isso?
Hi, how
O Crick!
I'm great. How are you guys?
We are
Acho que ele não tá em
We are on
live.
the edge of our seats through this competition.
Quê?
I know, this has been like so crazy to watch, just like back and forth. Like I'm sweating over here and I'm not even playing.
Me too.
The
that
game
was
of
so
doors
suspenseful,
played
but
like
Creek,
that. Like,
how are you feeling about what just happened?
I couldn't even tell at some points what was going on. I think I've ever seen a game of doors played like that. Like it was so fast. I couldn't even tell at some points what was going on because they were just going so fast. They were moving so fast. It was crazy.
Those were exactly my words.
Yeah, it was quick. Have you ever considered like what it might be like to play a game of doors with all these added features to it? Because now you've got attacks, you've got bombs, you've got weapons, you've got extra attack. Now you're playing against people instead of just playing it to win it. How do you approach something like that?
You know, before I saw them play, I was like, you know what? I think I'd be pretty good at this. And now it's like, no, I'll let them play. I'll just sit over here and watch from the sidelines.
No way, Jose.
So are you saying you would not play against any of these guys?
Yeah, definitely not for money. We'll say that. Like for funsies, maybe, but money on the line, ain't no way. None of them. It's not.
You think you can handle that pressure?
No. I'm feeling the pressure.
Imagina, Blazari, mas aí eu não... Blazari, se eu entrasse aqui, mano, eu não ia nem saber o que falar, Blazari. Eu não sei falar, mano, inglês fluente assim não, cara. Não, na verdade nem sei falar inglês direito, mano. Tá ligado? Ouvir mais ou menos, escrever até que vai. Ler até que vai, tá ligado? Mas falar, mano, nossa, aí acabou.
How did you feel? Because, you know, you've been watching.
Mas... o inglês está no foco.
So we have
o inglês está no foco, mano. Vamos embora. Próximo ano.
How do you feel about their performance up to this point?
Vamos embora.
Watching Blade Ball was crazy. I don't think I've ever seen someone so good at that game in my life. Like, it just constantly winning every round. Like, impressive. Super impressive. I'd never want to go up against him in my life.
Whose dress to impress outfit was your favorite?
You know, it's funny because I'm bad at the game a little bit. So I was just watching it, and I could tell that it probably wasn't their #1 game on Roblox. So like I was I'm like, okay, I see what's happening here. I gotta go with man, I don't even know. I think the second round, I think Iron Mouse said this. I think the second round, they did a lot better than the first round. They were a little bit more like acclimated with the game, a little bit more prepared, knew where everything was at. So I don't know any specifics. The one with the double wings, who was that?
Yes, that was
Death Eagle.
Eagle, yes.
Death Eagle, Deagle, yeah, him. That one was probably my favorite. Deagle's his new name.
That was my favorite as well.
I think everybody really did like that one. That was a huge hit with everybody watching.
Who do you think would do better in a racing game?
Ooh, that's a good question. I feel like the more like twitchy movements of like blade ball and like doors would probably be a little bit like helpful. So I'm gonna go with Antarel on that one.
Interesting. Yeah, I would say Antarel or Roby myself.
I was going to say the exact same thing because the way that Antarel's reflexes worked for Blade Ball really worked in his favor, but then the maneuvering that Roby, applied to get through doors, even when it seemed like, we didn't know how that was going to go, that's definitely going to work in their favor for the racing one.
O mano só enxerga de olho por causa do
really long too
causa
on
do
that.
cabelo.
I was playing a little bit of the doors
Isso
game
daí é
mode since it came
proposital.
out.
É
And,
porque
like,
ele tem
typically
meio
they
que
go kind of fast, but
problema no olho,
they
tá
were
ligado? Aí
hanging in
ele
there. Everybody
ele
did, like, a
esconde
really,
assim,
really good
entendeu?
job. Came down to it.
So,
Tuak, quando que você vai entrar na live da Roblox? Então, né, mano? Primeiro...
It was, okay.
Saber inglês fluente, né, ô
Soccer, Super League Soccer was...
Se eu entrasse agora, já era, mano.
Exciting to watch, and then, of course,
eu ia ficar lá,
because it's just, it's such a funny
yes,
game,
yes.
people just slapping and farting all over the map. God, there's $1 million on the line.
Ai, mano.
I was going to ask...
If I had to pick, I'd
sorry,
say slap battles.
Slap battles. All right, so how would you approach that if you were,
Só
in
pedir
that
pro
slap battles?
tradutor, não, mano. Relaxa.
The level kind of being destroyed as you go.
Até próximo ano eu quero já...
Look, I don't really play slap battles that much anymore because every time
eu quero ir pra RTC, mano, logo. RTC, na verdade, RTC. Olha as ideias.
So I would...
Próximo ano, mano, era pra ser esse ano RTC, mas...
that far in the competition, to be honest with you.
Okay, I have a question for you,
vai ter que ser pro próximo ano.
Who's more likely to open a cursed door, me or Geach?
Ooh. That's a good question.
O que elas perguntaram, rapaziada?
No, I've definitely played it. It's played me more than I've played it, for sure. But yeah, I've got a little experience with it,
I'm gonna go with Sabrina. I feel like you're a little bit more unlucky in games like this.
What? Listen, I beat pressure, okay? I beat the mega token. Come on.
That one was that you said that was your hardest one, right?
Yes, it was. It was my hardest one. But I also have gotten further than her indoors.
Allegedly.
But I'll take it. I'm the one that'll probably open the cursed door. You were probably correct.
I will say, though, although I haven't played a lot, I haven't gotten very far indoors, it only took one cursed door for me to never do it again. And that was way in the beginning.
Tem até setembro pra aprender inglês, ainda dá tempo, só se o problema foi dinheiro também. Então, o problema, na verdade, ô Enzo, também é que eu não tenho nem passaporte, nem visto também, tá ligado? E essas paradas, principalmente o visto, na verdade, é o mais chato de fazer, velho.
You think you're going to 16, but really you've already done 16. You go into the 16 door, you're insta-kill. That's it for you. Game over. So, yeah, like I said, it only took me one time. Never had to do it again.
You get jump scared.
Oh, I'm so...
Not a fun time.
Oh, listen, I'm so easily jump scared. That's the problem, see. My nerves, my anxiety is so bad, but I love horror so much, so I can't help myself. I don't know what it is, but yeah, those jump scares.
What about you? What about Creek? How many times have you screamed at doors?
Oh, man, I remember when the cursed doors, I think they're called the mimic doors, they first came out, and I didn't know what it was yet. And that first time, it like really got me. I like to think I'm a little bit better at it now, but see, the problem is remembering what door you're
Virou
on.
podcast,
I have the
então.
memory of a
Não sei,
goldfish.
mano.
I don't know if it's just because I'm getting older or not, but
Olha, eu percebi que o Crick mudou o microfone dele, mano. Antes era um Shure, tá ligado? E agora é esse daí todo estranhão.
Well, I'll make sure.
Eu preferia o Shure, mano. Mas sei lá, né?
See, now I want to see what it's like for you.
Se tu tivesse lá, tu acha que ganharia?
I want to see you do
Talvez, tá ligado?
Even though you were like,
Talvez.
oh yeah, you know, that in the beginning, you know, it kind of got me a little bit. I just feel like you're too comfortable. So now I feel like you got to really push yourself and get into like the new modes and see how you can hang with the folks throwing grenades at you while you're sliding under a wall and also trying to ward off a screech.
We'll see. I'll reach out to one of these guys at the end, and maybe we can arrange something and see just how I do. I'll probably die in the first 5 seconds, but we'll see.
Do you have a favorite entity / monster?
Oh, see, okay. From looks, I gotta go. This is about to be the most long-winded answer.
Take your time.
Verdade, verdade.
So I like figure because I think he's probably like the most iconic in terms of like villains.
Eu ia ficar bufado, tá? Com 4 de ping.
My favorite entity though is probably gotta be the new Sally window entity that I think was like a few updates ago. They added Sally in. My least favorite though, gotta go with Ambush. Hearing Ambush come, it like my heart drops. What about you guys?
I don't know. I hate Screech because he's just annoying. But a favorite, I was saying Rush earlier because I just made up a stupid reason because I would never mind. Don't even listen to me.
Because you would rush?
Peraí, galera, já volto rapidinho.
Okay, so I asked her, I said, if you could partner up with one of the entities, which one would it be? Yeah. But thank you so much, Creek. Entertaining as always. Appreciate you for joining us, man.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. And keep up the good work. This is awesome.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to throw it back to J Party. Come on, J Party, tell us where we are.
All right, my friends, we are back. Creek, always a pleasure to see you. I hope we hang out again soon. But folks, we're going to keep things moving and kick off the round of 4, which is, of course, a double elimination challenge. Win twice, you're in. Lose twice, and you are out. And all 4 players will play both Driving Empire and Rivals. So you'll be getting some driving and some shooting in to see who's the best. All right, folks, get ready for some adrenaline-pumping racing action because Driving Empire is going to start our round off with the final round of 4.
6, Driving Empire. There are 2 matches in a 1 versus 1 format. Whoever crosses the finish line first wins. All 4 contestants will advance to the next game.
All right. We're in for Driving Empire. Folks, how familiar are you with Driving Empire? Or maybe driving in general?
I haven't known to drive here and there. In real life. Driving Empire, though, not so much. I think I have played it once before for a different event, so not too familiar with it.
I don't have a car in real life, but I've played Driving Empire a fair bit. It's a really fun game. It's cool. It's one of those kind of special games. You have a ton of licensed cars. You have a ton of options to choose from. Today, all our contestants are going to be rocking the same vehicle to put us on a level playing field. It's definitely an intense one. Going head-to-head in a race against one other contestant. You make one mistake. You turn slightly too much into a corner. You collide with one thing, and that could set you back for this entire race. And no one's going to be eliminated in Driving Empire, but if you lose Driving Empire, you lose your opportunity to be the undefeated player into the $1 million round, which is an absolutely huge advantage there.
All right, let's check out some shots and remind the folks at home who exactly is in this Final Four competition. And here they are. We have rearranged the studio. You're seeing Shafe and Roby here. Roby coming off an intense win indoors to secure his spot as the 4th finalist here. Exciting stuff. I know Shafe's had a bit of a break now. He's been able to breathe, collect his thoughts. Here we are in the new studio, thinking things out, getting set up in the game. It's exciting stuff. I know, Roby, a big fan from the chat out there. Hopefully he's got his fans still supporting him now in the top 4. And again, Dudadud and Antarel, the first 2 to qualify, they truly just cleaned up in the initial rounds.
And if you were playing, would you rather have qualified early like someone like Antarel or Dudadud, or would you rather come in hot after playing through every one of the qualifying
Nossa,
games?
mas já foi a maioria, hein, rapaziada?
I definitely would have love to be in Roby's position just because he had played a more larger variety of games and definitely warmed up and got the adrenaline going. So I see him doing some good work in the next few rounds.
All right. We'll see if that momentum can keep him moving forward or if the pause will be too much. Anyway, it's time to get things going. We're moving into Driving Empire. Let's kick things off with our first round. We're going to see who the top 2 racers are. And again, this is a 1v1 race. They'll both be driving the 2024 GT Mark II around an exciting track, and there will be no collision on. Truly a time trial against one other player to see who's on top.
Well, it's the green car versus the light blue car. Roby against Dud in our first round here.
Yeah.
They're revving up their engines, ready to go and get us off to the races here.
All right, we are underway here.
Começaram a corrida, hein? Começaram, hein?
Around this arena, and this is an interesting course. There actually is a handful of shortcuts throughout it. As
o azul tá melhor, o Dude.
Mano,
isso aí eu amassaria.
O cara pulou ali, mano. Roby fell a little behind.
Eu amassaria aí,
The
hein?
risk with the shortcuts is if you don't land them perfectly, you can end up flipping your vehicle or kind of veering off in a weird way. So you really have to consider it.
O cara cortou o caminho pra caramba, mas ó, ele pegou mais velocidade, o verde, tá vendo? O outro cortou o caminho, mas o outro verde ficou com mais velocidade.
Slow your car down on that attempt for a max speed maneuver, but ooh, this dangerous turn, we've seen this cost a lot of players time here. And they kind of weave their way through it with Roby.
Mano, eu acho que não vale tanta pena pular, fazer essa burla aí. Porque perde velocidade.
Very close competition. It's 3 laps around the course. We're about halfway through our second shortcut.
Isso daí talvez valha a pena.
Get him back into the lead here. But just around the corner, they're very close. I think right on each other's tails here.
Nossa! Agora o azul se distanciou mesmo, hein? Nossa, já era. Mano, se o azul não vacilar, ele ganha. Nossa, mano, já era. O Robin ficou pra trás pra caramba. Olha lá, ó, tá chegando, hein? Tá chegando, hein, velho? Não, acho que não. Tá muito rápido mesmo, velho. Tá muito distante.
Green car? Does he have a chance to catch up? Because Dudadud is doing this one perfectly through the finish line. He'll take this home in first place as Roby rounds through in the second place of this round. For Dudadud, an opportunity now to head into rivals as a victor in the first round, maintain his second life, and for Roby, it's going to be last chances here when he heads to rivals.
You know, true Roby style, he's got to keep it entertaining, taking a quick loss here in his first elimination. He's still in it. We want you to know that clearly, but he's only got one more chance to stay alive.
Ó, quem ganhou primeiro foi o Dude, tá, rapaziada?
But an exciting win.
O Robin ficou...
All right, folks, let's check out this Final Four leaderboard and see where we stand. This is how we're going to go through the double elimination here with Dudadud taking the win and Roby taking the loss.
So this might look a little confusing. It's as simple as an O means they won the round, the X
means
vai
ser Driving Empire e Rivals. 3 partidas de Rivals aqui.
Represented per round. You have to win 2 before
legal.
you lose 2, which means at maximum you'll play 1 round of Driving Empire and 2 of Rivals. The win here for Dudadud, as we're mentioning though, it means when he heads into Rivals, he'll have 2 matches and 2 opportunities to qualify.
Yeah, definitely. And I was just taking a look at the chat here while you were talking. We put up a vote on who will win this round, and it looks like the fans were supporting Roby, so hopefully he makes his comeback going into Rivals.
Well, we appreciate his drama. All right, 1 match down and 1 more to go. Coming up next, we've got Antarel and Shafe heading in with the orange and gray car.
Like that color.
In the orange. Yeah, it's a good color. We appreciate them matching their jersey colors for this competition. And here is the warm-up. Let's see who will get first off the gun here. Exciting times. And all right, across the bridge they go. No initial mistakes from either player. Coming into this first bank, this is where we see the people going a little too quick, hit this rock wall, and take a huge loss. But no, clean for both of them.
Very nice cornering from Antarel, the player with the most Roblox experience. 16 years since he first
played the game on the platform.
Still looking strong in this one.
Chefe,
I'm sure from what his first game was.
Não, apesar que eu acho que eu tô torcendo pro Antorel, hein, mano.
No one's electing to take
Entre esses dois aí, eu acho que o Antorel, hein.
Might have just fallen, or Antarel, that is, might have just fallen behind. Yeah, Antarel had the opportunity, and unfortunately, he falls into a trail position here.
Yeah,
nossa, tá jogando, ele tá jogando. Nossa, tá longe demais. Essa daí já acabou.
Yeah, he's going to need those shortcuts. Now's the time to put it all on the line and just take every shortcut you can.
Shafe, he had a job opportunity in New York City. He put off his orientation for that job to take the risk, come here, compete for $1 million, truly putting important things in his life on hold to put it all out there for us, and at least thus far getting rewarded. We're heading towards the final lap, and it's still a good lead for Shafe, but one mistake and Antero will be right on
louco,
him.
mano.
That was a great
o pior
backstory.
que tá
That almost
muito
had me in
longe.
tears.
Não, peraí, mano.
Well,
o
so far,
Antorel,
looking like a
ele
good
tá
choice, as
atrás.
he is in the top 4, and that $1 million signing bonus could be a
Meu
thing.
Deus. Não,
Although for
pera,
now, this
que-
race is looking a little rough as he still falls further behind here. Shafe has taken a dramatic lead.
Não,
We'll see
o
if he
Shafe-
crashes. That's kind of what he's relying on at this point as he
Calma aí,
comes
eu
to
não
one of
tinha-
the final banks here before the straightaway across the bridge. And
O
that is a good
Antorel,
high
ele
speed
tá em
moment for them.
segundo porque ele...
We're coming up towards the final corners, and Shafe, he hasn't made a mistake yet.
entendi.
He'll round the corner and take things
Oh,
home.
man. Good thing he clears that.
Into the water. He hits the final checkpoint, and Shafe
O
wins
Antorel
his
caiu
round.
na água,
He'll face
né?
up
Ah,
against
entendi,
Dudadud
mano. Eu nem
in
percebi
the 1-0
isso,
game
cara.
when we head over to Rivals. It really goes to show that in Driving Empire, one mistake, that's all it takes to lose out. Antorel was looking great, but crashes once and he's out.
Yeah, I mean, how long did each lap take? Like under a minute?
Yeah, that's
Very
a fast
fast
game.
A lot of time to catch up.
You know, in true racing style, we appreciate the Driving Empire folks. But hey, I think it's time to check out
Nossa,
this
o
leaderboard.
Antorel, ele
and see the
tava
results
muito
of
na
this
frente, mano.
And there it is, Shafe with a win, Dudadud undefeated as well. So Roby and Antorel
Agora vai pra
will be facing
Rivals, né,
elimination
rapaziada?
in Rivals.
An exciting game. Roby, keeping it dramatic as always. We'll see who can do it. Antorel, the defensive player of the early game soccer, coming through here in the shooters. We'll see if he can keep it going.
I think every viewer is foaming at the mouth to watch Rivals coming up next.
Hey, but first, let's check in with our correspondents, Team All-Stars. Geesh and Sabrina, what's going on, you two?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I need to catch my breath. That was some high speed, high stakes racing. Sabrina, what did we just witness?
We witnessed some intense racing. I thought that like at first it was gonna be really close, and then at the very end, like Shafe got really in front.
Yeah. It seemed like it kind of happened that way with both races too.
They were just neck and neck for like most of it until the very end.
Right, because you figure the first race you had who did we have? Dud and Roby, which I was really sad to see them go against each other because I wanted to see them go a little further together. But excuse me, y'all. You know, I kind of been watching both of them, and you know they've both exhibited such high skill level as it's come to all of these games. And we even talked about with Creek, you know, who did we think would have more of the advantage when it came to the racing game? And then we had, you know, Roby with the maneuvering, and then we had
off the
Antorel.
edge, like going off the edge and like doing the really quick turnaround.
Right.
Eu não
It
sei,
was, like,
Blazari.
It looks like they practiced that map a lot.
Right, and then also Antorel.
Eu não sei
with,
agora
Blade
quem
Ball,
falou
you know, being so
Rivals.
quick on the draw, and you know,
Que era o
just that
jogo. Eu tô
same,
ligado,
you
eu me
know,
lembro
level
que
of
alguém
maneuvering.
colocou que era o
And
jogo
both of them
favorito.
got beat.
Rivals.
I didn't see that coming. I mean,
Alguém
shout out to
aí
you
sabe,
guys.
galera,
You did it,
qual
you
foi
know,
a
you did the
pessoa
thing,
que
but you-
colocou Rivals como o jogo
So,
favorito?
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be
Lá no
pretty fun to
começo
see
da
how this
live.
goes, moving into Rivals now because you know, you still with that at this point you got to have like actual skill. You have to have, you know, game IQ. You've got to have the quick reflexes. You've got to have, you know, the movement. You know, you got to be quick. You know, so.
Really like your
I'm not
Rivals?
good at
Não,
that.
mano. É
I'm not either.
Rivals
That's why
mesmo.
That's why I'm not in the top 10.
Me too. Yeah, me too. Me too.
I got a question for you though. So they've done some interesting brand collabs in this game. Which one are you most impressed with? McLaren, Porsche, or NASCAR?
Ooh, honestly, I'm impressed. I'm super impressed that anybody can get McLaren on board. You know what I'm saying? That's really dope. So yeah, I think that's I'd have to say that one.
Okay. Well, we're gonna give it right back to J Party and look at the score.
All right. Thank you, and welcome back to our competition here. Things are just heating up, and we're going to get this next round underway, folks. So, if I understand correctly, coming up, it's going to be the intense elimination matches happening on Rivals. Mimi, what do you think?
I mean, I just think that was such a good time to start already in Driving Empire. But Rivals was the match that I was the most excited to get into here. I think this is going to be just a true test of reactions, of game knowledge, and the way that you position. There's a lot to think about when you're going into Rivals.
Well, yeah, in my personal opinion as well, a 1v1 in a first-person shooter is the true test to see a gamer's true skills. So definitely very excited to see that.
Great, folks. Well, Dudadud and Shafe are one win away from advancing. If you thought things were already intense, get ready, because Rivals is coming up next.
Game 7, Rivals. There are 3 matches in a 1 versus 1 format. Contestants must choose their weapon and kill their opponent's armas. 2 contestants will advance to the final $1 million round.
Here we go, our first match of Rivals, where we will find out our first contestant making it to the $1 million round. It's Dudadad and Shafe taking stage. Let's hop into our first match here. When we're talking about Rivals, guys, there's really a lot to think about. I think first and foremost is the players are working through it now. What map you're going to, what weapons you're taking away, and try and strategize early on.
Right, yeah. I mean, not just aiming and reaction time, but gun selection is very key in the 1v1s.
Yeah, it absolutely is. He's going to go over and get ready to receive our winner who makes it to that top 2.
You're leaving us.
We're going to be finding out. I mean, he's got a grit, whoever wins this round. But it's first to 5. Our map is selected, and we are just about ready to go.
First round in construction.
What are we looking for in this map, Enyu?
I think that moving a container box in the middle is a very good way to distract. A lot of head glitches.
Começou a partida aqui.
Map, so hopefully the players use that to their advantage.
Ruben versus Anthony.
Going to be the minigun selected, a little different from what we've seen before. Let's see if we can hop into one of our players' POVs and really get a look at the action here. Down in the low ground.
Não, é o Saf, ó. Saf versus...
Has to dip out and find cover.
Dude, Saf versus... Meu Deus, mano. O Dude veio com a minigun, velho.
Gets the first round on the board.
Very well done. I wonder why their game.
E o Saf ganhou o primeiro round.
For a second, not sure, but you know, they're better than me, so I'm sure he made the right choice.
Meu Deus. Caraca!
Wow.
Saf ganhou de novo!
Straight to the dome.
Always love seeing revolver kills. They're very satisfying.
Shafe up 2-0 now. Remember, it's first to 5 in this round of competition. More headshots landing for Shafe. He has been so precise in this match thus far. And Dudadad has to rally here. Reflections onto the minigun fire, but it's Shafe yet again, going huge.
Mano!
That is it. This might
Esse cara é safado, ele pegou a katana que reflete tiro. E aí ele tá usando contra um minigunner, tá ligado?
Shafe, you see him.
Nossa, velho.
Katana on the reflection. No
cara safado, mano. Nerd. Nerd, tá?
Reload. And did he fall off the map? Oh, that's a fumble you can't have at this point in the tournament.
The self-sabotage. That is sad. That is very unfortunate.
And that's when the pressure gets to you.
Oh, using the environment.
One little mistake. Another chance. This could be the closeout. Trying to use the slingshot of all weapons.
Por que, mano, também o Dude é burro, né? Por que ele pegou um estilingue, cara? Pra que pegou um estilingue, mano? Aí acabou, né?
You know he wants that $1 million more than anything. You know what this means to these contestants. He's really trying to bait Shafe into the low ground. Shafe, though, not taking the bait.
Meu Deus, esse cara...
up top and forces his opponent to go on the offensive.
Aê, ganhou uma!
Shafe falls. A chance here.
Ganhou uma, ganhou
uma. You have to run it all the way back.
He's got to get 4 more in a row, which is very difficult.
Shafe back to his same position.
Se fosse ele...
Finds his opponent in the center. That's good damage. Finds a space for a reload. He's 1 kill away.
Nossa, aí o Dude vacilou, mano.
Can Shafe do it? His opponent's on 1 HP and with the revolver. Shafe closes things out. He's the first player to make it to your $1 million
Mano,
that was very impressive. And Dudada was actually the first to advance into the top 4, so it's sad to see him lose here.
A tough one for him.
Mano, pior que esse cara é bom, tá? Nesse Rivals, ô Blazari. Ele é bom, ele é bom.
He's going to be heading into the obby with 2 opportunities to win. His opponent would have to defeat him with a bracket reset. And let's check in with that leaderboard, show you guys how we're doing. Of course,
agora vai ser Ruben versus Anthony. É, vai ser Ruben versus Antorel.
Votes here, as Shafe also had the popular vote, so it looks like they had the right idea who was going to win this match.
Truly an impressive player, Shafe. I think back to some of our earlier competitions, he only got 16 points in DTI, but won every single round of Soccer, earning 60 points there, 25 then in Blade Ball, and rallying back right at the very end. A big congratulations to Shafe here. Let's see if we can
vocês estão torcendo pra quem, galera, desses 4?
moving his way on into that $1 million round.
Olha o chefe aí, ó.
It's a huge sigh of relief.
Very impressive from him, but we're ready to continue. We still have more matches. So I believe now we're going to head down to our 0-1 round, which means it's Roby and Antarel. They're playing for their lives in the tournament at this point.
This is definitely elimination. So if, as you said, one of them loses, they are completely out of the tournament. No other chances given to them.
And this is where the pressure really starts to mount. It's a game of inches of a little bit of damage going either way. And when the pressure's on, when the stakes are this high, it's easy to make a mistake. I mean, we saw Dededa, I think, fall off.
Eu vi ele colocando... então, eu vi ele colocando a mão no peito, Blazari.
Right, well, that's the thing about rivals, right? The movement speed is very fast. It's almost like parkour, but you can use that to your advantage, but you also got to be very careful, especially a map like Construction.
What did you think about the gun selection in our first one? Because we went a little unconventional there with Dededa, and I don't think it paid off.
I am a little bit surprised. I do like the minigun because I'm in the business of spraying and praying. But yeah, no, definitely not the right choice in hindsight.
Well, the players are banning weapons into our lower rounds here, making careful consideration of what they want to compete against. Anything that you would want to ban away if you were a competitor here, Enyu?
I would probably ban the assault rifle.
Really?
Cara, eu não sei o que eu escolheria aí.
When I'm playing this game, I almost always
As armas estão diferentes, ó.
So if the assault rifle gets banned, people have to get a lot more creative, and that will make
for
some interesting matches.
Eu escolheria foice, se pá, hein?
But doesn't look like that happened.
And it's the tried and true. Here we go. Elimination match. Antarel facing off against Dededa.
Oof. I am sweating, and I am not even competing.
Não, é aleatório, Blazari. Tem vezes que vem as armas, tipo, tem vezes que vem ou não vem, entendeu?
Still, not getting any information. Nade goes up. That'll catch a little bit of damage. Trying to find the headshot. Jumping in the air. They're both low, but Roby on the revolver. The sidearms proving clutch yet again.
Yes, because, I mean, the magazine, the assault rifle is pretty small at 20
bullets, yeah.
Yeah, so you got to really use your secondary to its full potential there.
Roby was our last qualifier. Played every single round heading into this one. And already a good exchange of damage.
Mano, pior que esse mapa aí é muito aberto, velho.
Reload found for each of these players. The utility off the Molotov. Doesn't find a connection. Over the top he goes. Melee in hand. Spots his opponent, but the shot's not landing. Roby in the air trying to find a connection. And he
Ruben já ganhou duas, mano. Ruben já ganhou duas.
One shot away from death. Roby clutches up.
Very nicely played from him. I think Roby thus far has had some impeccable movement in rivals.
Ai, mano.
And it looks like the votes are in, and the viewers are voting for Roby as the favorite. So let's see if he could pull out these next. Whoa, there you go. As another.
Yeah, we're up to 3-0 now. I want to focus on Antarel this round because we're starting to get to dangerous territory. This man has got to turn this around when the pressure is high, when he's against a strong opponent.
And this is what I mean. Oh.
That damage, it's just incredible. He hasn't even received a lick of damage, and Roby's beamed him almost down to 0 HP. It would take an impeccable clutch to bring things back, but for mid-air, Roby off the top decimates Antarel. And we're on the verge of a sweep.
Oh, man. I would be so nervous if I was Antarel.
Vixe, mano. Oh, dá pena, velho.
Like I was saying earlier, this is where the 1v1 FPS shooters
ele tá mó triste, cara. Eu vi ele na câmera ali, pô.
In the 1v1, and again, Roby at range is dishing out the damage. Antarel, his last chance at $1 million, trying desperately to stay alive. Low health.
Mas todo mundo vai ganhar, só que vai ganhar, né?
It's good damage, but still needs to find the shots at the end.
Looks like Antarel is electing to go with the ADS, with hipfire, even at long range.
They spot each other, though.
Ele tá com
trying to find this connection. The spread on the bullets just a little
uma
bit
vida maior agora, hein? Tá em vantagem.
That's a good nade, but doesn't quite find its mark. Antarel now moving back through. This is Roby here as well. Trying to look for an opportunity. Antarel!
Wow.
He's back with at least one round.
4-1,
dreams stay alive.
That was an intense one. When it gets close like that, this map plays a lot differently. There's way more opportunities to hide, duck for cover.
Mano, ó, o Ruby, eu já vejo pela move, tá ligado? O Ruby, ele jogou mais esse jogo do que o Antorial.
But he's taking damage. Spots his opponent.
Interesting reload time there. Not sure why he chose to do that.
Still, you always want as many opportunities, as many bullets you can. Any second, You want to get that reload through, and he's kind of lost. He can't find where his opponent is, but it's the same for Roby.
Olha lá,
watching
mano.
a man on the verge of
O Ruby tem a move, fi.
progressing, having a chance to play another round, and maybe make it to that million.
They both understand the map very well, and it shows in their movement.
And Terrell, low health. 63 to his name against 60 on Roby. Low time, and Antarel again.
Bad timing
really
there
run
with
this back?
Yeah, bad timing there with climbing up the stairs. Couldn't recover. Antarel spotted him first, so I think he could. Anything is possible.
Momentum's big. If not in the actual game, in the emotion.
Okay.
You feel like you have a chance when you start to score wins, rally through it. Range Roby, he's been successful.
Like Jay Party said, he likes to
Rapaz,
play
eu estaria, mano, na pura concentração aí, velho.
Uncharacteristic of what we've seen from Roby thus
Não
far.
dá, cara, não dá.
A good nade doesn't do too much damage. Reposition. Antarel still stuck into the low ground. It's a danger to contest at this range, but the shots are good. He's connecting again.
Wow.
4-3. He's one away from tying this round yet again.
This is unbelievable. It did not seem that close from the beginning.
Certainly didn't, Daniel.
Para com isso, né?
And now you have to start to look at this from Roby's POV. Can he close this out? He doesn't want to choke this opportunity away. And find himself eliminated from a 4-0 start to Rivals. Dives into the low ground, close quarters battle. It's coming down to the wire.
Did not turn around in time. Wow.
The game is tied.
I think Antarel's electing to stay in the low ground because he could just duck under the tunnels and move around and really lose Roby. It's happened a couple of times, so great strategy.
4-4. Everything comes down to this, but at range, Roby, he wants to close this out. Don't let the game slip. Don't let this be the one on your memories as you go to sleep tonight. Antarel. Low again, but he's been clutch all game, trying to dip and dive. He'll get back to cover, the safety of the low ground where he's been successful all game.
This is so intense.
Antarel, can he do it?
There
down
he is
on
in the
HP,
tunnels.
down on chances, trying to rally this one back. Roby.
Amazing prediction.
Also sticking to his guns, he stays up top. Gun's not out. Roby, he finds it. And connects on to the fifth round. Stays alive, eliminates Antarel from the competition. And has another chance in Rivals. That almost slipped him by on you.
It almost feels like he planned this, because he always does this to us. Coming back in the last second for the win. Very impressive. And you can see with his reaction.
Mano, não passa o Wi-Fi. Não passa.
Great job performing under pressure. Was anybody's game there.
That is an intense one indeed. It feels like that map plays so differently, because I think you saw Roby was always successful at these long-range fights. Antarel was always winning at these close-range fights, but after that round, let's take a little peek at this leaderboard and talk more about it, because that change-up in strategy from Antarel was almost enough.
Right, and looks like
Agora vai
Roby,
ser o Ruby
his chance
versus
stays alive,
o
and
chefe.
going to the third Rivals match, he might just have another shot at taking over, going
Vai
into
ser
the
o Ruby
final
versus
obby.
chefe agora? É
Him
isso?
against Dudadud. All of
Ou
these
não?
players
Ninguém tem mais do que
said they
dois.
loved the obby. It was one of their most played. Years upon years of experience across these players. But for Antarel, the most experienced member on the stage today, unfortunately, that ends his competition. He had his moments. He almost brought it back. But today, Antarel has to walk home empty-handed.
Nossa, velho. Nossa.
Let's hear it for him, though. He definitely had skill on display. He really showed his worth in blade battles, qualifying through early off of that. A player who put a lot out onto that field today.
Keep your chin up, pal.
Mano, dá vontade de chorar, velho, isso daí, mano.
Would love to see him competing again sometime, but today, unfortunately, it comes down to seconds. It comes down to one round, and he will not be moving on.
Yeah, it was a very, very close call. I'm still pumped.
Yeah, and I feel like you have to be as well if you're the player who made it through. Roby here, he has another game to play. And
well,
it's going to be against another competitor.
Yeah, this is it, folks. Last chance for Dud and Roby. Who will move on to compete for $1 million, and who will be going home? Give us your answers in the chat.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they say. I think Roby is, you got to look at him as a strong competitor, especially I think he showed great precision at range, the way he was,
Tá,
he was beaming
já
with
já,
that
o
AR,
Blazar,
but
peraí.
in the close quarters fights wasn't quite as strong. Dudadud, however, the biggest
Deixa
thing I'm
ver
looking
quem
at
vai
is
ser
a
os
weapon change.
finalistas.
Frankly, I don't think the minigun really cuts it against a strong AR player.
I totally agree.
If I'm going up against a minigun and I'm Roby, I want to play a longer range map, and I want to just use the advantage of that weapon.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, maybe Dudadud likes to ban the assault rifle, seeing how great Roby is.
Honestly,
that
wouldn't
could
be a
be part
good,
of the strategy.
good call, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Of course, they're getting into the game now. It looks like they're starting to go through their bans. And it looks like we're going to be going to a little different map, Station. Talk to me about how this plays versus the other maps in the competitive pool.
Station, to me, is it going to be Station?
Ó, vai ser o
I apologize.
Ruby
It's actually Docs.
Docs.
Plays a little similarly. Another one of those maps with a lot of cover, a lot of buildings to get
versus
up in.
Dude.
Right, yeah, you know what? Docs is definitely one of the fan favorites, so great map to end this last round on. Yeah, like you said, a lot of cover, a lot of buildings, so map knowledge and movement will be key. Staying on the high ground, very important.
And look at this pivot. Dudadud is moving to the classic
Eu pegaria
AR
o
revolver.
Battle
I think That's a
Axe.
good choice.
Great change in strategy.
Nossa,
And
sniper!
Roby's
Sniper
going
rifle.
for the sniper.
Ele
He's
pegou
staking
sniper!
His chance at a million
Wow.
on a new weapon.
Nesse mapa tão fechado assim, mano, não
It's
é
a game
aberto
about
esse
movement
mapa.
and avoiding that sniper.
Na verdade,
Soon
até
Dudadud
que
will see
bom,
that
mano.
flint. He'll 80
Cara, eu não
strafe
sei
his
se é
way
bom
on
não,
through and
mano,
deal a
nesse
lot of
sniper,
damage to start.
velho.
I mean, I believe Roby, with his
Caraca,
with his
pode ter
accuracy, the
sido
sniper
erro
rifle could be
fatal
a
pro
good choice
Ruby,
here.
mano.
Could be. Revolver always in his back pocket.
Pode ter
It's a
sido
bit
um
more
erro
cumbersome than the other
fatal.
weapons in the game. And I love this. He's playing to his advantage. Stays in the low ground.
Yep.
Doesn't want to give range to his opponent with the sniper.
Yep. And Roby last round did chase a lot, but this time deciding to stay on the rooftop,
Ih, tá.
not playing too
Tá,
aggressive. with
já
the
sabe
sniper
onde
rifle.
tá.
Definitely the right choice.
You see the clock at the top of your screen. When that runs out,
Yeah.
what's going to happen then?
I have no idea.
Não.
It is actually so
Eita.
rare that it happens in Rivals. I believe then it should be the player with the more health.
Ó,
Maybe
se o
not.
Ruby
We'll
saber
see if
jogar
we get there. It's
de...
kind of a rarity to see Rivals actually play this slowly.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't get to that
Close
point.
range revolver. How does he win it? That's the sidearm coming up on top for Roby.
Wow, very impressive.
I'm astounded. True precision from him.
And looks like the votes are in. Over 3,000 votes. 77% going towards Roby for winning this final match. Let's see if he can pull off.
He nearly hit
Oh my
that
gosh.
midair.
Rapaz, eu acho que eu tô torcendo pro Ruby, hein?
And it's almost devolving into a bit of a game of chicken.
Sei lá,
Yeah,
cara.
Dudadud need
Eu não sei
to
pra
stay
que eu
under
torço
cover
mais, não,
and
mano.
try to move closer towards Roby. But that revolver shot is also very deadly, so he still needs to be careful.
The dash with the melee weapon equipped as well is a powerful tool to reposition into ways your opponent may not expect. Dudadud, he's just vying for information here, jiggling in and out of every corner. He spots out his opponent. Dips away. Does Roby go in for the kill? Does he want the hunt here? He does. Close in.
Oh, Jurega! Oh, Ruby!
He loses this round. Game tied again.
Yeah, interesting
isso,
choice. I'm
cara?
not sure why he pulled out the fists.
I think he was trying to throw a grenade. He thought he had more space, but then got kind of caught
O
off
cara
guard. and
puxou a
looked like
mão
almost
assim,
hit
ah,
him
vou na
with
mão
a
aqui.
Yeah, it is always dangerous to play so aggressive with a sniper, so... Looks like he completed some tasks there.
Yeah, thus far he has not hit a shot with the sniper, but now he lands one.
Oh, pegou
70
hein?
damage onto Dudadud. But of course he needs more than just that. The damage is good. Beaming him down. Switch
Não,
to
mano,
revolver.
maior erro, maior erro foi ter pego a
All
sniper,
three
mano.
gunfights have been close quarters. I
Nada,
wonder if
nada a
Roby decides
ver,
to
cara,
change
pegar
weapon at some point
sniper
here.
aí, mano. Nada a ver, nada a
Sticking
ver
with the
pegar
sniper
o
rifle.
I
sniper,
believe you're
mano.
locked in once you choose.
Oh, you can't change now.
Nada a
Oh,
ver,
wow.
He is
cara.
committed to that sniper.
Se fosse
Wow.
sniper
He made his
de
bet, he has to
tiro,
lie in
mano,
it now,
até
and
ia,
whether that's
velho.
one that'll bring him to the $1 million
Mas
round
essa
or
daí é
send him home
fraca,
empty-handed.
velho.
Could it be
Sei
the
não,
revolver
viu?
to do it? Good utility with the molly, trying to find it. Dudadud wins out in the duel of the secondaries, and he's
Não,
up
trollou,
3-1.
trollou.
Oh
Trollou.
man, but if we know anything
Perdeu
about
os
Roby,
milhão.
he could pull
Não,
off some
trollou,
miracles with
trollou.
comebacks. So I would not be surprised at all.
Trollou demais, mano,
He was
Ruby,
in the
tá?
pole position last game.
Trollou,
Nearly let
trollou
it slip.
demais pegando o sniper, mano.
Great move.
closed it
Trollou
out.
demais, mano.
Deciding to not stay in the high ground this time.
Yeah, Dudadud staying inside these buildings. He knows his advantage.
Yeah, it's so silent in this room. I feel like I could hear a pin drop. It's so intense.
And you look over at the competitors. They are so locked in.
Locked in.
They know what's at stake. If you were one of these competitors that made it within a hair's breadth of qualifying,
What was that?
I think just
He got a
breaking the
hit marker
window
on
there.
that.
I believe that gives you one when you do break that. Not sure though. Could have even been a connection onto one of the barrels. Definitely wasn't onto Roby. He's still sitting at full health.
Que partidinha, hein, rapaziada? Os dois ficam se procurando, um em cima do telhado, o outro...
30 seconds left.
Making a lot of steps here. Roby on high, revolver in hand. Down below, quick scope in, doesn't connect the
that
shot.
Was so close.
And now with a lower bit of health, he has to win it out practically with just a revolver. But Dadadad's got the same. It's gonna be a standoff between these cowboys.
7 segundos!
Roby chasing down his opposition. Revolver in hand, the lower HP, and the time, that runs out.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that means with lower health, Roby loses the round and he's facing down the barrel of match point.
Smart move by Dud there, knowing that the time was running out to just hide away to not get hit by Roby.
A chance, another shot connecting. He needs another though, and he's whiffing out. Needs to find this connection. Third chance, third miss, a fourth going wide as well.
Por que você pegou o sniper, mano?
It'll have to do. Both players locked into the revolvers.
Meu Deus, cara.
Dadada this time can't rely on the time. He's sitting with lower health. And he's trying to just find anything at range here. There's a connection. More damage to even the score. A second shot landing as well. It'll bring things a bit closer. Roby on 1 HP. His life in his hands, but his opportunity missed.
That was so close.
His fourth shot with the sniper miss. He needs precision if he wants a chance at $1 million. Just barely spotting his opponent. Dadada not giving him an inch. Playing off this time.
Yeah, he could also play it safe here this time.
Yeah, bounced into the air. He knows he's off the HP advantage, and Roby, with lower health, he has to make the play. The onus is on him. His life, it's in his hands. And this game will be decided in the next 20 seconds. A game practically of hide and seek at this point. And where's he gone? Dededaddy's hiding. He's locked in towards the shipping container. He knows what's happening.
He knows what he's doing.
Roby, it's desperation. He's running. He's trying to find his opponent, but there's just no time.
The time is up.
Da-da-da! Wow. He wins the round, and he's our second contestant, progressing to the $1 million round.
Incredible. Very strategic. Relying a lot on his smarts this time rather than his gun skills.
And for Roby, I think a brutal way to lose this one out. He took a risk picking into that sniper rifle, and it did not pay off.
Yeah, I wonder if he regrets that decision. Maybe we can ask him later.
I imagine it'll be something he's thinking about for a fair bit of time. For Dadada, though, I think he learned his lessons from the weapon selection mistakes in the first one. As we look at our final leaderboard from the round of 4, we, of course, get our 2 players into the $1 million round. It's Dadada, the lower seed, and Shape, undefeated, coming through the upper bracket with his opportunity to win in the Tower of Hell. Truly, truly incredible stuff from them. But unfortunately, that, of course, means that we are sending another competitor home. For Roby, he had a great rally in those final few rounds of the qualification phase. But today, in Rivals, it was not his day. And, well, he had a great show.
Pra que pegar sniper, mano?
Sad to see a fellow fan of LeBron James go, but I was rooting for him. Very unfortunate.
A close showing from him, but that'll do it. It's how these competitions go, the nature of it. Just a round or two, one decision, that makes the difference. And honestly, it sets us up for such an incredible look ahead towards the Tower of Hell. What a match we have on our hands.
That's right. And with Shafe finishing Rivals and Driving Empire 2-0, explain to us how that sets him up for going into the obby.
Yeah, so that means that if he wins once, he wins the $1 million. But if Dadada wants to win, because he's coming from the lower, he would have to win twice in a row here. So definitely a tough one there. But we're going to reset. We're going to head our way into the obby in just a minute. And for the moment, let's go ahead and check in with our correspondents, Geach and Sabrina.
Oh, e o J-Party foi pra casa?
That was unbelievable.
O J-Party foi pra casa, porque eu não tô vendo ele mais aí, velho.
Got me thinking, do I seem like a grenade launcher or a chainsaw type of person?
I don't know. I feel like, you know,
Cadê o outro
grenade launcher
repórter?
would be a
Pois é,
great
né,
choice,
mano?
right? You know, for safety. But with the
G-Party.
jacket and the hair, I feel like to see the chainsaw, it would just like perfectly tie it all in together. That would be
a really
look.
good answer. I do like grenades, though.
Oh, so you're definitely a grenade launcher?
I love just throwing grenades everywhere.
You do that for like in your free time?
In any FPS game, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say you just
no, not in my free time.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, girl, what type of life are you living? What about me? What do I get? What's my energy? Am I
chainsaw?
Chainsaw?
Yeah.
That's nuts. What about me gives chainsaw? I'm curious.
I don't know. You're independent, and I feel like independent people have chainsaws, and scared people have grenades.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So let's talk about this match. These last couple of matches. Oh my gosh.
Peraí, galera, tô
I'm
procurando
speechless.
negócio pra
You were
mostrar pra vocês
screaming.
aqui, tá?
Yeah, maybe I'm just out of...
Literally, she was screaming. We were on the edge of our seat. That was so close. Like, all those different rounds, we were, like, screaming at it.
I mean, yeah, there was
Except the last one.
Oh, yeah, I cried a little bit.
Yeah, last one we were just sad.
I definitely shed a tear or two, you know.
And happy at the same time.
Little thug tear. You know, but I gotta say, like, it was really, really exciting to watch Antarel's match. Because... It was so close. It literally came down to like the very last second.
Yeah.
It was so exciting, but it's like, man.
The match that was back and forth and they just kept like tying up. That's why we were screaming.
Yes. Well,
yeah, I didn't expect it to be that close.
Right. And then I gotta say too, watching Dud get a chance to compete again against Roby. You know, I didn't know what to expect because, you know, obviously, you know, Shafe was a tough contender from the beginning. Like, Shafe did not come to play at all. That was that. He knew, this is mine. Y'all can go on and just, like, it was fun for him. Like, oh, yeah, I'll play your game, you know. Just to give you guys...
Very impressive.
Cara, já faz...
You know, since
Gente,
but,
quase 5 horas, mano. Cê é louco.
Roby, it was almost kind of heartbreaking, like, watching my 2 children fight.
Quase 5 horas de live, sabia?
Because it's like, you know,
those are the ones you're rooting for? The competitors?
They touched my heart. They found the softest spot right here in the beginning. And it's like watching the kind of underdog story. Well, not necessarily for Dud, because Dud was one of the first ones to place. But then, you know, we sat here with him, and he was just so happy and confident, you know, and it felt like, you know... he was like, yes, this is
tem live de Red Dead? Não, mano, eu vou ir pro cinema, velho.
This is easy. And he, you know, I won't say he proved it.
It's definitely tough. It's a tough position to be in.
He definitely worked for that.
And then it was gone.
Yeah, watching Roby, oh my gosh.
This is brutal.
But you know, personally, I just would not have picked a sniper for that match.
Sim, oh, mas eu achei troll, mano. O Ruby ter pego o sniper, mano. Quais eram as armas, galera, disponíveis pra ele? Na moralzinha mesmo, porque pra ele pegar a sniper, não é possível, tá ligado, mano? Tipo, cara... Todas do jogo? Não, acho que não é todas, não. Mas, mano, foi muito troll ele, velho. Pegou o sniper, mano. Tipo, eu acho que ele pensou assim... Eu vou pegar sniper e vou ficar só de longe. Ficar atirando, tá ligado? Ah, não, doido. Aí trollou. Mas vou ganhar do sniper só de longe. Aí o cara trollou, mano. O cara trollou, velho.
I just, you know, pretend that, you know, I'm just in the kitchen or something, you know, think about food.
Okay,
you know?
Well, with that said.
All right, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to you, J Party, and we're going to finish this up.
Aê, o J Party voltou, rapaziada.
I have returned. And what a journey it's been, hanging out with some of our contestants, getting a first-hand perspective on the final eliminations. What a fun thing. Anyway, congrats to Shafe and Dudadud. They are the last 2 contestants standing. But who will fall? This is what it's all about, my friends. It is time for the $1 million round.
Eita,
with the grand prize at stake, it all
o
comes
round
down
dos
to
$1
one
milhão de
final
dólares,
game,
rapaziada.
the aptly named Tower of
Hell.
It's gonna be
Game
epic.
8, Tower of Hell. The rules are simple. Climb as high as possible. Whoever gets to the top first or climbs the highest wins. But if an undefeated contestant loses the first match, a second will be played. Ultimately, the winner takes all.
All right. You heard it here, folks. The race to the top will begin shortly. Also noting, whoever gets the highest at any point We will count that score that
Galera, manda o nome dos caras aí, velho, pra eu escrever certinho aqui, mano. Não sei o nome não, velho.
Of course, it's also going to be an advantage coming in for
Dude,
Shafe
né?
as that upper round undefeated player. He only has to win once, but if Dudadud is to take this home, he would have to win, reset the bracket, and going into an even match, win it out again. A big task for him.
Só
We
esses?
already saw a great comeback in Rivals, winning that second
E o
game
da Twitch,
after
vou
getting
fazer
trounced
também.
in his opener.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the odds are stacked against him, but clearly he's able to make these epic comebacks. And like you said, everybody having extensive experience in Obby's Tower of Hell, it must be the game that both of these players are looking forward to.
Well, it looks like we are ready to go. We started with 10 contestants to get into this one. Shafe, they're the only two left here. They're just getting in, making the final preparations.
É só esses dois mesmo, né, rapaziada?
These two
É
young
isso
men,
mesmo,
the
tá.
pressure is truly on.
Não, pô,
When you're
é
playing through this,
Shay.
it kind of felt too real.
Não, peraí,
Still
é
a
Shay.
field in front of you, but now only one
Shafe.
player on the other side.
E Dude.
I know, you
Stopping you
see
from a
here.
million.
Aí, ó.
I know, this is it. Millions and millions have tried to have a shot at the final $1 million.
Beleza,
This competition
peraí,
has
galera.
been won for the ages. This is a double elimination, as you remember. So, if Dudadud can win this, there'll be an extended set, but Shafe can take the money on this race right through the heart of Tower of Hell. And actually, we have a little quick, exciting announcement for you all. A game that has not seen an update in quite so long, guess what? Has released a brand new Tower Portions update, greatly
5 minutos
increasing
pra
the
vocês
difficulty of
votarem
this
aí, ó.
competition just as a little gift for our
Nossa, eu
final two.
amassaria.
If that's
Vamos
what the world
ver.
has
Vamos
not
ver
seen,
quem
this
que
is
vai
a
ser melhor aí,
brand
ó.
new update. And I will say, I've seen the practice rounds. These guys are experts, and I think they need this. This is going to be a true epic race here as we're going to see some
Começou,
brand
hein?
new sections.
Começou, hein?
They're off to the races. 7 minutes between these players.
Cê é louco,
and
mano. A parada vai ser
$1
doida aqui, hein?
Interesting word choice there, Gift, J-Party. I'm not sure if they
Isso
appreciate
daqui vai
this
ser
gift and
doido, hein?
see that it is much harder than it used to be.
Mano, parece que eles não
New
são tão
sections, as we
bons em
mentioned
parkour,
earlier,
não, hein?
initially there was over 330 different
Vamos ver,
sections
vamos
of this
analisar.
puzzle, leading to
Tá.
over a quadrillion combinations
Não,
that could
por
be possible.
enquanto
So I'm
não,
assuming no one's
calma,
ever
né?
seen
Vamos
the
ver,
same
não
tower
vamos...
twice. Well,
Ó, o outro já morreu. O
whole
Saf
new
tá na
array of
frente.
challenges.
Shafe, though,
Suave.
is out in front here.
Mano, é só continuar,
Already
Saf.
building himself a commanding lead. but
Galera,
Fall
lembrando,
back
vocês
down.
aí, mano,
He'll
da
catch
Twitch,
himself,
ó.
but that'll
Tá tendo aí, mano, enquete pra vocês aí votarem as suas baguinhas aí, tá? Então façam suas enquetes e vocês do YouTube têm a enquete também aí, mas não ganha nada. Só apostem aí, né? Só votem aí, mano, em quem vocês acham que vai estar ganhando, beleza? Vamos embora. Oxe, o Saf caiu? Que é isso, mano? Tá, ok, né?
So you see him catching up already here.
And as you can see on the sidebar there, we can see each
Beleza.
player's positions in the race. It looks very, very close. They're just neck to neck.
Yeah, this is
Mano,
still
olha a
indicator to say
música,
someone has a
mano.
lead is just
Vocês perceberam
really,
a música que tá de fundo, cara? Que nada a ver, mano. Ô, essa fase é difícil, mano.
Boy, in this section, I'm not even sure I understand
essa
how to proceed
fase
here.
aí é
Both players getting a little
difícil.
confused there as we see a fall from Shafe.
Os dois...
man.
Não, não.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one. Smile on his face in good sport as he heads to the bottom, knowing he might be joined by a friend shortly here. And there we go. That was a wild section. Even with observer cam, I'm not sure I understand how to progress through that one.
It is definitely challenging, and I'd almost like to just see if we could zoom out and just get some context how far they really have to go to get to the win here, because they're still only down in the second section. You look at that right side of your screen.
Ai, mano,
There's,
eles
what,
estão muito
8 more sections
nervosos,
more that you have to
cara.
compete through if you want to actually win this challenge.
Yeah, and a rough early fall here. Nerves starting to get to him a little bit here as one of the players takes a knockout from that little
Aquela fase vermelha, ele é difícil pra caramba, mano.
We'll see if someone can get past it. This is going to be a big checkpoint. Oh, and a quick slip down and fall. Wow, this is some uncharacteristic play. I will see. We've seen a lot of practices in this game. It's usually an undefeated flying through of the tournament. But here, Nerves getting to him.
It is funny, we had so many of our players that said that obbies were their favorite, the game they had the most experience with. These are two of the players that, well, they've played Roblox for years. They definitely have experience in obbies. They didn't necessarily say it was one of their
Mano,
strengths,
isso daí
but
é valendo
that's where
$1 milhão.
this
Os caras devem estar nervosos. Eu
7
ficaria
games
também,
previous,
mano. Eu acho que eu estaria fazendo a merda que eles estão fazendo agora, tá ligado? E olha que eu sou bom no Tower FL, só que, mano, nervosíssimo, galera, de $1 milhão. Mano, cê é louco.
For the first time ever, the polls are looking very close. 52% of the viewers going for Dudadud and 48 going for Shave.
Another little fall there from Dudadud, but again, he catches himself. A little bit of luck on his side there.
Tu queria estar aí com certeza, mano.
See, and again, the stump right here. Can we get presses? I think I see that they pop out of the corner there, and you got to catch that on the corner.
I can't even comprehend. My brain can't comprehend what's going on.
So it's definitely a last-second jump to the platform that's rotating out of the beam here. Oh, and he gets it. There we go.
There it is.
He's making the climb, slowly getting up higher.
Nossa, mano!
Oh, and there.
Cara, é hard demais!
Yeah,
Tá?
he's solving it.
É
though.
hard,
So again, we're actually
é
having to
hard
see people
demais,
read through some of
mano.
these new challenges here.
Que é isso, cara? Essa fase aí é uma...
Might be getting there, but
Mano,
shit.
não, e também eles
I
estão
mean, you
morrendo
see
na
it,
fase
every
mais
time
fácil
these guys
que tem,
fall,
mano.
they're reacting, they're feeling the pressure.
Meu Deus,
I think,
cara,
honestly,
colocaram
more
a
than
fase
even a
mais
battle against the
difícil aí,
obstacles,
mano.
this is a battle about staying calm, staying focused under pressure, not
Meu
rushing yourself,
Deus.
not letting that big timer at the top of the screen get the better of you.
Nah, I can't be watching the time here. Just relax, just focus. Already
Não,
we've
não,
seen this is a
galera,
much
aquela
slower
fase ali
competition
realmente
here.
é difícil,
There are
tá?
puzzles to solve, and they need to spend some time.
Meu
I think this
Deus.
zone has been a major stump.
Just relax. Easier said than done. My hands are soaked in sweat watching this.
Down goes Dudadud yet
Yeah,
again.
that was a rough missed jump there. Again, nerves really getting the best of him. Obviously, such a funny time that this entire event as a single missed jump is going to result in a complete reset. And here we are, neck and neck. from
Back
the
to
start.
the beginning. And you can't let seeing your opponent get the better of you. You don't want to rush anything. You don't want to make mistakes. One slip could be the difference, and there's a mistake. One of our players fell.
Não, eles estão muito nervosos, mano.
And looking at the
Mano,
sidebar there, it
o
looks like
coração
it
deve
reached
estar a
about,
mil,
what,
velho.
20% of the
O
entire
coração deve
tower
estar
so
a
far?
mil, meu
If
filho.
that.
Yeah. It's a massive tower ahead here, and we'll see if we see another round, but this could be it here.
Dudada is kind of in the lead, so he is holding on. But yeah, if Shave manages to catch up in these next 2.5
The
minutes.
critical thing is only 2.5
Meu
minutes
Deus,
left
aí, ó.
in this
Essa-
round. So
Ó,
Shave,
quem
this
passar
one
dessa ganha.
is his last
Quem passar
opportunity
dessa
to get
ganha,
ahead.
hein?
He wants to be so careful with each of these jumps. I believe this is the obstacle that no one has made it through just yet. Here's his chance. Good jump. He stays up in it as Dudada is back
Meu
down on the
Deus.
reset. And Shave, I think he just fell.
Ele morreu de novo,
That
o
means he's
chefe.
down. Oh, and there it goes
Deus,
again.
mano.
Boy, it is a rough run for our
Cara,
players here.
por
Not
quê,
sure
velho?
who actually got higher on that initial
I
climb.
believe they've both lost at that same obstacle.
Yeah, this actually might come down to a replay
Não é
then of who made
possível,
it to a
mano.
block or a frame higher than the other person, because this is gonna be rough.
Well, it looks like on the sidebar there, they do keep record of who reached the highest point.
Mano,
so
ô,
far,
tem que
it is
pensar muito
Dudada.
aí, tá?
Oh, okay, looks like he is leading. Good to know. Perhaps we'll have a redemption match.
Let's see if Shave could maybe take his way up. Remember, if Dudada wins this, he resets the bracket, brings us to a do or
Tem que pensar
die
muito naquela
final
fase
round.
ali, velho. Naquela
of this
vermelha
very
ali, velho.
classic
Não dá,
obby.
mano.
We're getting back to this section.
Não dá,
Everyone's favorite.
And I just want to watch
Alright.
Shave here, see his reaction, because this is the make or break for him.
Meu
Okay.
Deus.
Jumps
Calma,
up.
ó, tem que
He's
pensar.
making it deeper through this
E
obstacle.
eu
but
acho que o
it's
chefe
challenging to figure
passou.
out how you want to
O
move
chefe
in
passou!
Oh,
O
and just
chefe
like that,
passou,
Shape has
caramba!
Cleared it. This has been the
Oh.
backbreaker with a
Is
minute
this it?
left.
a minute.
Oh,
and a half.
whoa, 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 whoa,
Dudada
whoa.
has to rally back
Wow.
and make it ahead of his opponent, because right now
50
Shave,
mil
he
nas
is
apostas,
in
hein?
the bag.
Oh, he's still going.
50 mil
And he
nas
hasn't stopped just yet.
apostas.
Dudada is on a reset. He's back down in the blue zone.
I think Shave has time to just stop here and end it all, but he's still going.
Meu
But remember,
Deus!
the highest point he makes is what the game remembers. And if he keeps
Wow.
going, it might just be over.
Wow.
Mano, ó,
50 seconds. Is that enough time to catch up?
gente,
Shave,
olha a
the
mudança
player
de
who
música, se
flew
vocês
all
forem
the way
parar.
from New York. He had a job offer on the line. He was ready for his orientation for that opportunity. And if we can watch Dudada, this is
Não,
his
mas
last
ele
chance,
chegou
his
mais
last run to
distante, não
try and
é?
beat him out. Shave made his sacrifices, but he was the undefeated player through our rounds to work into this one.
Oh boy, all eyes on the man in
Não,
blue
ele
here.
ganhou, eu
Joey, this
acho.
round to lose. Where's he at here? This is the moment.
Nossa, o
to the
Dude
yellow.
passou
Oh,
agora,
shit.
mano.
This,
Is
20
actually above it.
It's possible.
He needs
It's
to
possible.
run it.
Oh, no!
That should be it. 16
Oh my
seconds
gosh,
on the
15
clock.
seconds. Dudda had his hands off keyboard. I cannot
Oh,
believe the pain.
He knows it's over.
Oh,
And
the
at
final
this point,
countdown, folks.
A victory lap
Wow.
for Shave. He holds
4,
his position
3,
up high.
2,
and Shave,
1.
he's the
This is
champion
it.
of the Hunt Mega Final.
We've got it.
Oh! Oh! O ganhador é o Jeff! Chefe!
All right, folks.
O
We
novo
officially have it. Dave, my
milionário
friend, you're
do
still
dia pra
standing.
noite!
an incredible run here. Well, we've got a little gift for you. Hopefully, this will ease your nerves here.
Caraca, mano!
This will be your prize. So, Shape, congratulations. I still can't believe it.
Mano do céu,
This has been a fierce competition. A shout out to everyone. We thought we'd bring some friends out along the way. All 10 contestants are here.
Caramba,
the skill,
velho!
the smarts, the determination to make it here. It's been an incredible journey. Congratulations to everyone. But here, let's take a big shout out again to Duddy Duddy. Had an incredible journey there. That last jump, a painful fall in the last 10 seconds. But hey,
caraca,
competed in the
velho!
Mega Championship for the hunt. This was huge. You solved puzzles, tokens, looks, fought battles, outraced foes, conquered obbies, won shooters, earning you the right to be called the best. And of course, earning you the grand prize. Shafe, this one yours. Congratulations on $1 million richer. You've done it, my friend. All right, what are you feeling? How you feeling? Anything to say?
Oh my God, ecstatic, kind of all over the place. Dud, you did amazing. Oh my God, I was so nervous when you got to the, what was it, the yellow one? Oh, but I'm so glad that everyone's here. It was awesome. This event was awesome.
All right, my friend, any shout outs, any thank yous you want to give to the folks at home?
Shout out to Gagarg. Shout out to my parents. Shout out to Cobb.
Olha o XJ ali.
Shout out to Bepix.
Mano.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. All right, my friend, what are you going to do? What are you going to buy first with $1 million?
Honestly,
o Ruby é gigante, mano. Olha o tamanho do pescoço do cara, véi.
Gonna help them save for a house.
All right.
Figure out the rest from there.
All right, you heard it here, folks. Wonderful stuff.
Vocês viram isso,
An
mano?
awesome person deserving of wonderful things. Shafe, congratulations again.
Caraca, mano, girafa, velho.
Incredible. I know if I had $1 million, I'd spend that fully on floss. Why?
Caraca,
well,
mano.
that's for me to know and you to find out. All right, my friends. This is it. We've done it. We've had an incredible show with an incredible crew. And my friends, I'd like to say a few thank yous. We've got someone $1 million richer, and for the rest of us, well, we've got $1 million worth of a rich experience. And that's all the award we need. But hey,
cadê o Bazooka, mano?
I want to say thank you again.
Verdade, o Bazooka chegou só pra deixar o dinheiro e caiu fora. Vocês perceberam isso, mano?
There it is.
O David Bazuski
Well, yes,
chegou. Pera, cadê ele?
Hands now. Thank you again. And you, of course, Frace, you already know. And you, thanks again for all your work here, my co-hosts. You can even have a handshake. We're giving those away for free. Again, a huge thank you to Sabrina and Geach the Gamer. Fantastic commentary for saving us.
Olha, Sabrina! Chama!
Hanging out with some cool folks. We couldn't have done it without you all. But really, the key here is all the incredible contestants who competed in an insane competition with millions and millions of folks and everyone who participated in the hunt. This was a massive community event. One of the biggest events we've ever had on the platform, actually. It was huge. It was absolutely incredible to see you all compete, and all leading to this moment. Again, I want to give an amazing shout out to the whole crew that makes this possible. You might not see it at home, but there are a lot of folks behind a lot of fun cameras and a lot of important switchers making this whole show come alive. So thank you all to the crew.
Loucura, mano.
It has been amazing. I want to give a big thank you to the talented creators. That's right, the folks who updated these games, the 25 hunt participants. Again, Roblox is nothing without its creators. Y'all developers make this stuff magic. I know almost each and every one of you who helped with these games personally, and it's been an incredible run. Thank you for all the gifts, all the additional work of updates that you have provided us, including that surprise Tower of Hell one for our folks at the end here. Again, incredible stuff. All right, well, thank you for always being insightful and entertaining, to our live streaming content creators who joined us, some special guests. But folks, the most important person of all,
o com mais cara de nerd ganhou, como eu imaginava.
It's you at home watching. All of you, again, appreciate you tuning into the end. An amazing journey.
Esse daqui tinha mais cara de nerd, esse daqui também, velho.
All the magic, the folks at home. Again, I can't say enough.
Esse aqui também tem muita cara de nerd.
It's time to celebrate. This concludes the Hunt Mega Final. So, folks,
velho, é muito nervosismo ali, velho.
We'll see you all next time. This has been a show.
Meu Deus. $1 milhão pro chefe aí, mano. Mano.
You solve puzzle. One to the job. Anything to a shot. Creators who join in here.
Ó. Mano, no Roblox, tá ligado? Só pra vocês verem, mano, o quão o Roblox é gigante, tá ligado? O quão o Roblox dá pra fazer campeonato, dá pra fazer qualquer coisa no Roblox, tá ligado? Só do jeito certo. O Roblox acabou de fazer, mano, um evento da hora pra caramba, tá ligado? Legal, velho. Legal, tá, Roblox? Parabéns, cara. Parabéns, mano. Foi muito legal, mano. Exato, tem que ter aí, ô Blazari. Mas, cara, é uma coisa que até o Blazari, mano, falou, tá ligado? Imagina se no futuro orgs chegue no Roblox, tá ligado? Como Fúria, Imperial, me esqueci, mano. FaZe, Astralis, tá ligado? Imagina se as orgs vêm pro Roblox, mano, futuramente, tá ligado? Loud, né? Vitality. Mano, imagina, cara, fazer campeonatos, tá ligado? Claro, ia ter que ser uma empresa pra fazer campeonato. O Roblox, ele não ia poder ficar fazendo campeonato toda hora. Então, era alguma empresa que faria os campeonatos no Roblox, tá ligado? Claro, com alguma ajuda do Roblox pra fazer as paradas, tá ligado? Mas dava, mano, dava pra fazer, tá ligado? E vai rolar um campeonatinho na Gamescom. Vai ter, né? Não, mas não é antes, é antes da Gamescom, diária. Cara, mano, genial, muito bom, tá, rapaziada? E vamos lá, velho. Pra quem ganhou aí, ó, na Twitch, tá? Deixa eu antes comentar aqui, né? É assim, né, que se escreve Absolute Cinema, né? Só pra eu não ser... É isso mesmo. Absolutes, tá. Cadê a palma? Hand. Pronto. Top demais, mano. Top demais, velho. Esse campeonato, mano, da Roblox, velho. Papo reto mesmo, tá? Papo reto mesmo, rapaziada. Cê é louco, mano. Muito top, mano. Agora deixa eu dar o resultado aqui, né, velho? Que é isso, mano? Tá, pera aí. Deixa eu ver o que aconteceu aqui. Votaram 35% do chefe. Teve 17 mil baguinhas votadas no chefe. 13 pessoas votaram no chefe. E a pessoa que mais votou, mano, no chefe foi o StarCode. Então ele vai ficar pelo menos aí, umas quantidade boa aí, mano, de baguinhas. Indo pra o Dude, foi 33 mil baguinhas. Um total de 7 pessoas. E a pessoa que mais colocou baguinhas, mano, no Dude, que foi quase o negócio inteiro aqui, foi o Satoru Gojo 77 LOL. Esse, mano, o cara meteu o all-in aqui, né, mano? O cara é maluco, velho, mas perdeu aí, mano. 30 mil baguinhas. Maluco, cara, maluco, mano. Maluco, velho. Parabéns aí, todos aqui votaram no chefe, tá? Ó, o bom é que o Satoru Gojo deu mais ânimo aí pra quem ganhou o chefe, né? Ou pra quem ganhou, né, na primeira votação aí, mano. Parabéns aí a todos, tá, rapaziada? Bem, mano, agradeço a todo mundo, gente. Quase 5 horas de live, tá? Agradeço todo mundo aí, mano, pela companhia, né, velho? Cê é louco, mano. Foi absurdo, né, esse evento da Roblox, né? Sensacional. Agradeço muito aí pela companhia de vocês aqui, mano, nessa live. Beleza? Olha, Caster. A Evil Cat. Ah. Caraca, pior que é ela mesmo, véi. É ela mesmo, rapaziada.
Birthday and a
for the queen.
into the economic argument.
For the queen.
I think we'll be.
Caramba, velho. É o Roblox, mano. Contratou, será ela, velho? Será que roubou da Riot, mano? Oh my gosh, mano. É isso, galera. Tamo junto. É nóis. Muito obrigado. E até a próxima live. Boa noite aí a todos. Fiquem com Deus e até a próxima.
You are